What's going on, everyone? Meteorologist Mike Linden coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. It's been a while since we've done a live stream, now with hurricane season winding down. Just one day of that left officially, but now we are in the midst of second severe season as we are staring down the barrel of some really nasty weather across portions of the southern United States. So let's just jump right into it here. I've got the MyRadar app pulled up in front of me. I should mention that let me know in the comments where you're watching from. I've got the chat pulled up here. We're streaming live across the app, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. You can see right above my head there. Here in just a moment, we're going to have some live video from storm chaser Aaron Jayjack. I believe that he is in Mississippi, but as you well know, Aaron is on the road and moving fast. So here is a look at the southern United States. In fact, I'm going to go into the layers menu here and tap on the weather alerts layer here, and I'm just going to turn up the watch opacity for a moment. This yellow area here is a tornado watch that is in place for portions of Louisiana, a portion of Mississippi as well, and a small portion of Arkansas is included in this as well. This goes until 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, so that would be local time for these locations. So we still have a lot of time to go for this tornado watch. This is also a particularly dangerous situation. That is pretty rare, let alone to see that, you know, here this time of year, but for us to get this kind of this early, right? You might see on social media a PDS. It's the same thing, a particularly dangerous situation. And really what that boils down to is some really nasty weather. So this is almost like a tornado watch plus, if that makes sense. So the primary threats from this, according to the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service, are numerous tornadoes with a few intense tornadoes likely. That would mean EF2, if not EF3, and above, and not just one of them. It could very likely be a couple of those tornadoes. Scattered large hail with isolated and very large, scattered large hail and isolated very large hail. We're talking roughly 2 inches or so in diameter. I mean, that is, you know, a little bit smaller than, you know, your fist, right? That is that's a large hailstone falling from the sky with scattered wind damage up to roughly 70 miles per hour. So very strong wind, large hail, as well as the possibility for some of those strong tornadoes. Remember, when we're talking strong tornadoes, violent, long track tornadoes, we're talking EF2, EF3, and above. That is not a guarantee that it is going to happen, but the atmosphere is certainly juicy, right? There is a lot of energy coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico right now. And in fact, let me show you this. I'm going to zoom out here just a little bit here in the app. Go into the layers menu here and turn on the fronts layer. So this is showing you here, you can see that red line there with the half circles on the top side of the front there. Of course, those little pips, as they're called, are indicative of where the front is going, so the way in which it is moving. In this sense, it's pushing to the northeast and to the east, right? So that is indicative of the fact that we have rising air coming in from the south-southwest. In fact, let's just make it a little easier to see here, and we're going to turn up the winds. Turn those on and turn them off and on here. Bear in mind, it takes just a moment here for that to load. So these are the winds at the surface, and you can see the way that the wind is flowing in behind that front, right? So the Gulf of Mexico is perhaps one of the warmest bodies of water that touches the United States, if not the warmest body of water. So you have a lot of energy, particularly coming off of the Gulf of Mexico. We live here in Florida. For those of you that live along the Gulf Coast, you well know that when the flow comes in off of the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to be a hot and humid day. And that is what is fueling these thunderstorms and giving it that juice. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci published a video earlier today in the app and across all of our social media platforms that expertly explains what CAPE is and how these storms are initializing and firing up due to that onshore flow. More importantly, though, those are the winds at the surface. Watch what happens if I change it to the jet stream. 500 millibars. We're talking the air upstairs. Just remember those winds coming in from the south off the surface, right? But look at the way the winds are coming in above them. Almost straight out of the southwest and west. So that, of course, would represent winds coming at two different directions at different levels of the atmosphere. And that, my friends, is what wind shear is. I'm sure that you've heard us say that many, many times. You can almost turn it into a drinking game with the amount of times we say it, but it's very important. Wind shear is what gives you that spin, because if you have winds coming in from one direction, winds coming from another, eventually you get that spin in the atmosphere, and with enough forcing, you can get those mesocyclones to develop, and of course for that to become vertically tilted, and for you to get a funnel cloud and a tornado. So all of the features I'm showing you right now in the app are totally free, mind you. We'll get to a few here in just a moment that are part of the premium features, but everything that I'm showing you right now, you can try at home as well in the app, which of course is free. And boy, look at how powerful that jet stream is here. We're going to zoom out a little bit more here, and just for a moment, I'm going to turn off the radar, and I'm going to turn off the fronts too. So what you're looking at here is a trough pattern here in the jet stream. And when you hear us or any meteorologist talk about ridges and about troughs, this trough here, again, think about, at the farm, right? Animals drinking out of a trough. It is that U shape. This is indicative, again, of some really powerful forcing that is coming in here from the south and southwest that are, again, firing up those storms right here out ahead of that trough. So let's turn the winds off. I'm going to turn the radar back on. And again, that tornado watch remains in effect until 7. All right, before we get to the chat here, because we've got a lot of action here, I'm going to turn off the watches for just a moment here. And we'll do that in the weather alerts. We'll turn that off. Awesome. And actually, what we are going to do is we are going to, hang on one second, folks. Lot going on here. And of course, the United States men's national team playing Iran in the World Cup, up 1-0. And if they win, they advance. So I'll try my best to keep you updated on the World Cup here too. So let's zoom out a little bit here, and you can see this, what looks to be like an avocado, right? That's kind of been the talk on social media here. So a little bit of levity in the midst of all of the chaos, right? But we have this bullseye here. This is a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5. That's that red color, and it does encompass some fairly big cities in the United States, that being Jackson, Mississippi, Tupelo, Mississippi as well. And then just outside of that is that orange color. That is an enhanced risk, and some large cities part of that as well. Alexandria, Louisiana, Meridian and Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, and you can see Memphis, Tennessee. They're just on the border of the enhanced risk. I really wouldn't get too caught up in the colors and in the risk area. Everybody in the southern United States needs to be weather aware with this kind of situation. But for the folks that do live in particularly this red area here, this is where the Storm Prediction Center is really honing in on where we could see some of the nastiest storms. There was some discussion earlier today as well to potentially make this, or to upgrade it to a high risk, which would be quite rare, in fact, for that to occur. Stand by here, and I want to make sure that I get the number correct here. We tweeted it out earlier, because high risks in November just don't happen all that often, right? Stand by. Let me get it for you here. So, stand by. Here it is. So that would be the first high risk in November since November 7th, 2013. So we're talking almost 10 years since high risk has been issued in the month of November. But here we are teetering on the borderline. And if I look at the discussion here from the Storm Prediction Center, I'll tell you the exact wording. So this is what they said in their discussion that they publish. And in a moment, I'll just double check to make sure that there is a new one here. But what they mentioned earlier today, that is the reason why I'm telling you this. Present indications are that primary thunderstorm development will begin early this afternoon over parts of Louisiana, spreading quickly into Mississippi. So we are seeing that as it stands right now. This corridor may see multiple waves of severe convection as storms redevelop upstream through the evening. Along with the strong tornado threat, very large hail and damaging wind gusts may occur with these storms. Now, here's the key. Consideration was made to introduce a small, high risk, but still too much uncertainty in the exact corridor of highest risk, since moisture is not yet in place and there is no surface boundary to focus on. So Matthew Capucci earlier talked about the cap in the mid-levels. Think about when you're pumping up a balloon, right? So that balloon right at the top, so to speak, generally speaking. Let's just say that that is the cap. Or better yet, you have a box with a lid on it, right? We keep pumping air into the box, but someone is holding that top of the box in place. Eventually, it will get to a point, though, where there's too much forcing coming in beneath that cap, where the cap breaks, that top of the box comes off, and things fire up into the sky. That is what is happening on a much, much larger scale at the surface, dealing with that mixing layer in the mid-levels of the atmosphere that is going to lend to tornadic development here. Aaron Jayjack has spoken about this many times. In fact, there he is right above my head here, that when you're talking about severe weather in these particular areas and it's sunny, you know, you probably, for one, think, these meteorologists, they don't know what they're talking about. Well, that is totally not correct. But when you see the bright sunny skies and you're talking about a severe weather threat, it's not a good thing. When you have clear skies, well, that's so much room to stretch out and get nice and tall. Imagine if when you're waking up in the morning, you want to get a nice big stretch, right? And just stretch out. Imagine if you were limited and you could not do that, right? You go to stretch and that's as high as you can get to, right? Right above just right at your head level there. Well, that's not very comfortable, right? You're going to keep forcing it until you eventually break through and you get to stretch out completely. Again, that's what these storms are trying to do in this particular environment. But when the skies are sunny, well, they don't really have much in the way. So when you're talking about severe weather threats such as this one, and you have sunny skies out ahead of the main line of the storms, not great. Another thing to keep in mind, and I'm just going to turn off the weather outlook here for just a moment here so you can get a better look at it here. Notice we have a lot of these storms here firing up. Let me turn the warnings back on. I think I turned those off. Stand by. Cool. We got it. I'll turn the watches down for just a moment. Okay. When you have these storms firing off by themselves, of course, that is how you get supercell development, which are, very powerful thunderstorms with rotation within them. But you have these storms that, in this particular instance, they don't want to share. They are very selfish storms. So when you have a storm that goes off on its own, when it's gone rogue, so to speak, that's where you typically can run into some of the strongest thunderstorms. When they have to share the available energy with others nearby, that's where you mainly tend to see strong winds, not necessarily those big beefy tornadoes. Because again, at the end of the day, there's only a limited amount of energy available in the atmosphere for these storms to latch onto and to use. So when they're off by themselves, they have no one to share with, which is what they want. When you have the storms, again, that are joining up into a line, you can still see nasty weather, don't get me wrong, but it's these storms that are off by themselves that are really the problem child, right? So looking at the map here, we have a couple of tornado-warned storms. We'll begin with this one here over portions of Mississippi, I believe this is. Let me double check here. Let me just zoom on out for just a moment here. Yes, that is in Mississippi. Geography for a second there, folks. So this is a tornado-warned storm. I'll pause it right there. You can see that V shape, right? So that's indicative of some really strong outflow here. And this tornado warning here is in place for the next, where is it? For the next half an hour, it seems, until 2:45 local time here. Right now, it is just radar indicated, so we do not have any confirmation on a tornado on the ground. We'll zoom on over here to portions of eastern Mississippi and western Alabama, where we have a pair of tornado-warned storms. Remember, as I just touched on here, these storms want to be by themselves, and you're kind of seeing these lines coming together a little bit, so you might just end up with one tornado warning here in just a moment. This tornado warning is until 2:15, so that's just the next 4 minutes here. That's for the one on the backside there over eastern Mississippi. And then we have this one here pushing into Alabama, and this is until 2:30 Eastern time, so roughly the next 20 minutes here. That does include portions of Chatham, Fruitdale, Alabama. One thing to keep in mind as well, the societal impact of a tornado event such as this one. You're talking about a portion of the United States where there are a lot of people that live in mobile homes. As we've talked about many times, mobile homes become mobile. They are just simply put not a safe place to be during severe weather. I mean, period, the end. they don't have a foundation, right? So when you have winds that can get underneath that dwelling, I mean, it's very easy for those mobile homes, again, to become mobile, to get lifted, to roll. And unfortunately, people do die in mobile homes quite often. So again, for the folks that live in this part of the United States, this is certainly not ideal, this kind of weather, when you're talking about wind gusts, even up near 70 miles per hour, let alone a long-track violent tornado. So that is why having a place to go to, one of those safe places, whether it's a storm shelter, a department store, a Walmart, what have you, somewhere that you know to go to that is firmly in the ground, that is the place to go to in an event such as this one. So we've got those 2 tornado warnings, as I mentioned. The one over here over eastern Mississippi has now expired. They've kind of joined it into that 1 tornado warning, and you can kind of see as well how the storms are converging a little bit. That is a bit of a good and maybe bad sign. It's kind of borderline there. But one thing I'm going to show you here, we're going to go into the velocity. This is part of the Pro Radar pack here, and this is going to give us a good look at the spin. In fact, I'm going to change the radar here to the Mobile, Alabama radar site here, so we can get a good look to see if we are seeing any kind of significant rotation within that tornado warning. Red is representative of winds going away from the radar site. Green is representative of winds going toward the radar site. So when you have that kind of signature, right, the data is still coming in here. It's pulling in a lot of tile. There it is. Holy moly. I mean, look at that, right? Right there. That is a signature of... that's rotation, right? How you're seeing that embedded green within the red there, kind of swirling around it, right? Here, I'm just going to grab the animation slider here and just jog it a little bit so you can see it. In fact, there you go. There's another kind of little spot of rotation there. As you saw before with the surface winds and the winds aloft, this is a very ripe environment for spin to occur. So we're going to see a lot of these today, folks. I mean, there's even one off the backside there, right? So you have 3 little signatures of rotation, only 1 tornado warning, but how about that? Going right over Route 57 there, pushing eastward towards Chatham. Okay, so they have now, oh boy, look at that one. Okay, the one on the rear. Jeez. Bear in mind the resolution is it's not digging me right now because I keep zooming in and out, right? It's a lot of data coming in. But for the folks that live in Chatham, Alabama, you are not part of this tornado warning, but you certainly need to think about being in your safe place with some radar indicated rotation there just to your southwest. Let's go back and look here at this tornado warning for portions of Mississippi. It's just over the border from Louisiana there, and we're going to use the Jackson, Mississippi radar site. I see you folks in the chat. I will answer some of your questions here in just a moment. I hope you are doing well. I hope you are safe. I've got a lot going on right now. Again, I'll try to keep you updated on the World Cup as it goes on. The United States up 1-0 over Iran right now. Win and advance. That is the name of the game. 3 points are necessary. Okay, so let's change the radar site. I'm not really getting a good indication of rotation there. Let's go to the Slidell radar site here. That might give us a little better. It is a little messy here. I mean, we're kind of far away from the radar site for both instances here. So we're not seeing something really jumping out at us as we saw. I mean, you just saw that radar signature just before with velocity there, really showing you a good indication of the spin. Let's let some of this data come in here because, again, it's a lot of data over a large area here. Let me pull up the chat while I'm looking at it here. By the way, I should mention, meteorologist Erica Lopez is waiting in the wings to take you the rest of the way forward. I will be here up until about 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and then Erica will be here to take you the rest of the way. We also have an update coming out to our MyRadar Espanol social media platforms from meteorologist Joseph Trujillo Falcon, so that's coming shortly as well. Just looking as well at the update here from the SPC. So nothing new regarding a high risk. I think at this point they probably would have already done it. So remember, folks, I've said it many times, that the folks at the SPC are the Navy SEALs of severe weather. They are the tip of the spear in terms of what they do here. So we've got a lot of the data here that's in now. So let's take a look at it here. There's the there's the radar indicated rotation that the SPC is looking at here in the National Weather Service. That's very likely as to why that this warning was issued here. Passing just to the north of Centerville. It's not as strong of a signature as what we saw over Mississippi there, but man, I mean, there's so much spin in the atmosphere today. Let's jump back to Jackson. I just want to take another look at it here, because you can see how it's kind of caught between the two radar sites. This one may be a little better, actually. Remember, red representative of winds going away from the radar, green representative of winds going toward it. Yeah, so you can kind of see it a little bit there too. It's right here. It's kind of coming up as a white color there, but that's it. That's the spin. And you can kind of see how it gets lost in the radar a little bit there, the beam, right there over Gloucester. So we'll keep an eye on that one too. I'm more concerned about this one, to be quite fair. Oh, okay, wait a second. We've got one north of Jackson. That's a new one here. That's what this day is going to be like, folks. It's just going to be tornado warning on tornado warning on tornado warning, and perhaps a much larger area of rotation there. I mean, that one stands out like a sore thumb, right? Let me turn off the weather alerts for a moment so you can see it. I mean, it's not hard to find, right? You certainly don't have to be a meteorologist to understand that that's something, at the very least, right? Over Silver City. It's still a bit of a broad area of rotation, but right here is very likely, again, where you kind of see that little couplet. That is very likely what is the reason why there has been a tornado warning issued. And boy, that's a biggie right there. So we will keep an eye on that one. Right over Silver City, pushing toward Tachula. I apologize if I get some of these city and town names correctly. I'm trying my best, folks. And Kruger, Mississippi, right? We are in Mississippi. Yes. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely radar indicated rotation, huh? Let's let that play out and we turn the alerts back on. And just a little update here on this tornado warning. This one here is in place until 3:15 local time. So another hour to go, folks, on that tornado warning. So for the folks that live in Holmes County in central Mississippi, Carrollton County in Mississippi, LaFleur, and Humphreys, you all need to think about your safe place and where to go to in the event of a tornado on the ground. Because as it stands right now, this is a very... I mean, gosh, that is, it's still a little messy in terms of what it is, but right there, that is absolutely radar indicated rotation. We've got storm chaser Aaron Jayjack. You can see him above my head there. He is out in the field in central Mississippi, so Aaron is very likely targeting this particular storm here. One thing to consider as well, we have daylight to help us out right now, right, folks? Whereas this event likely to continue to be an overnight system, which is quite troubling as well because you simply can't see what's happening around you, right? Let's take a look here at the chat while I have a moment here. We will leave that up, and that should update as I leave it right here. In fact, let's just play it out so you folks can watch it. Okay. Let me look at the chat here. We've got a lot of people in the chat. I hope you are all safe and doing well. What's up from Oregon? Watson, Louisiana. We've got Tennessee in the house. Hope you're doing well. Wisconsin. Man, everyone from everywhere. How cool is this? Chattanooga, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Oklahoma. Well, they said howdy from Oklahoma. Right back at you. Go Cowboys. Oklahoma State, I should say. My brother went to school there, so I know Erica in the back here, an OU Sooner, is not going to like that, but hey, it is what it is. Alabama, Cynthia, I hope you're doing okay and staying safe. Missouri, Alabama. Someone asked, what about Atlanta? So Atlanta, not necessarily part of the immediate risk right now, Leslie, but you might certainly run into some severe weather here over the course of the overnight and into Wednesday hours. But as it stands right now, we're mainly talking about Mississippi and Louisiana. Someone is asking, is that app only on the phone? I'm actually, what you're looking at right now is an iPad that I'm controlling this with. MyRadar, though, is available on the Apple Apple Store, the App Store, Google Play. It's also available on Windows. The Windows app is awesome. You can use a mouse and keyboard to control it. It's really great. Big shout out to Matthew, our Windows developer. He's done a fantastic job at adding really awesome features to the Windows app. It's also available on Amazon Alexa. I apologize if I just triggered that in your house. It's also on Xbox too. So not only can you play video games, but you can also monitor the weather as well. And then Matt in my ear said the Fire Stick, which of course that's part of the Amazon platform. What else we got here? So someone is asking, how far do you think the storms will go into Tennessee? That's a really interesting question. I mean, if we zoom out here, I'm just going to pop on that weather outlooks one more time here. So Tennessee is part of this watch area here, or of the enhanced risk area, but it's very small, right? It's to the east of Memphis. Memphis is in that slight risk area, so is Nashville. So you still got a couple hours to go until they work their way toward you, Storm Spotter. But in terms of the real top-end, high-end stuff, it doesn't seem as if, as it stands right now, it's going to be making its way toward you just yet. So again, we're watching this one here. I want to take a look at the one in Alabama here, in Chatham. Probably have to switch to another radar to get a better view. But that one, this one right up here, my brain keeps wanting to go back to this one. So we're going to keep an eye on that one there. We got North Carolina. Janet from Puerto Rico. What's up? Mississippi. Oh my gosh. Tennessee, Kentucky, Tennessee, Memphis. Best radar app out there. We appreciate it very much. Oxford, Mississippi. Hey, isn't your head coach going to Auburn? I think that's what's going down, right? Yeah, this one near Tachula here, really, it doesn't seem as if, I'm not seeing any reports of ground truth yet, meaning whether or not it's touched the ground. But, boy, let's switch over to, I'm going to tap on this, go back to composite reflectivity. We're just going to turn off the warning for a second here. I want to take a look. Which radar are we using? Jackson? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's this one here with Tachula. Again, you are kind of in line here. We're going to take a look at a new product here that you guys haven't looked at here just yet. This is the correlation coefficient. I know this looks like a big mess, but what correlation coefficient, or CC, is designed to do is detect objects that are being vertically lofted, right? So this would give us an indication whether or not a tornado potentially has touched the ground and is bringing debris from the surface into the atmosphere. Good news, as it stands right now, there is nothing really standing out on correlation coefficient. Typically, you would use CC to detect the presence of a very violent tornado. So we are not there here just yet, but I imagine that that is not going to be the last time that we take a look at the CC product today. I got to mention as well, last time we did a live stream, we got a bunch of people. Oh, someone says Chula. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very, very much. We're trying our best when it comes to the name pronunciations. I mean, there's so many regional dialects and so many towns all throughout the United States, so many little communities. So please, we are not offended whatsoever if you let us know in the chat how to properly pronounce those names. We really appreciate it. At the end of the day, all we're trying to do is get that information out to people. Okay. I got to remind folks that are watching on YouTube to, if you are not already, like this video, click on that thumbs up. It really helps us out a lot. And of course, subscribe to the channel as well. It's totally free. It really helps us out big time. And of course, turn on those notifications. Click on that little bell. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video, or of course, whenever we go live as well. Also, if you do happen to or want to make a super chat on YouTube, we do not collect any of that money. We donate all of that money to Feeding America, which is a nonprofit based in the United States that provides food and resources to communities impacted by natural disasters. So one thing to know, that if you do happen to give us a super chat, that is where that money would be going to. Okay. So looks like whoop, drop the app here. Hang on. Gotta get the little kickstand out. There we go. All right. It looks like that tornado warning over Alabama has been canceled, so that is a good thing. We've got 2 active tornado warnings as it stands right now. But for those of you that are just joining us, we are in the midst of a particularly dangerous situation. I'm not saying that to be comical or to just to hyperbolize what I'm talking about here. That is literally what it's called. This is not just a tornado watch. This is a PDS tornado watch. Again, a particularly dangerous situation. Imagine it how you would, you have the iPhone, right? And then you have the iPhone Plus, right? The models. This is like a tornado watch plus. So with a little enhancement, right? A particularly dangerous situation is reserved for the worst of the worst, in fact, really, when it comes to tornado watches, where, let alone the presence of 1 or 2 tornadoes, but potentially a couple of them that are quite violent, long track, and are on the ground for quite a ways, potentially EF3 and above. So as it stands right now, this tornado watch, again, in effect until 7 o'clock local time. We've got a pair of tornado warnings. Let me tone down the watch for just a moment here. We've got 2 tornado warnings here. One just to the north of Jackson, Mississippi, that is really standing out. And then, boy, look at that rotation there just to the northwest of Liberty, Mississippi. Let's take a look at that and wait for that radar return to come in. So you can see the embedded rotation just a little bit here. I'll turn off the weather alerts for just a second here, and we'll jog it a little bit back and forth here with the slider. Listen, folks, you don't have to be a meteorologist to be fascinated by the weather and to use these tools. This right here is part of the Pro Radar pack, so this is a premium feature, the ability to look at velocity. But the reason why it's in the Pro Radar pack is because it's maybe not something that someone that's just opening up the app or using it for rain alerts would maybe want to see. So that is why it's part of the Pro Radar pack. But again, it's really awesome, and you get a ton of awesome stuff within the Pro Radar pack. So many other features too, like the correlation coefficient as we just looked at before. In fact, let's look at another product that we have not done. That's part of the Pro Radar pack. Again, you tap on the little crosshair there, and we're going to look at vertically integrated liquid, or VIL, V-I-L. This is showing you vertically integrated liquid, meaning water that is suspended in the atmosphere at height. Simply put, hail. This is going to give us an indication of hail cores, right? And we have a couple of them here. Boy, look. Again, this is that radar-indicated tornado here near Chula here. And boy, that is a really distinct hail core here. Let's switch back to the composite reflectivity for just a moment. Again, that's going to show you the indication of rain there. Woo, that is that's one to watch here. Let's switch to the velocity again so we can take a look at the rotation. We're just going to keep an eye on this storm here for a second because it really just continues to really grab my attention here. It looks like there's some reports on the ground here that there is a lowering occurring here, meaning the presence of a wall cloud, which is an abrupt area kind of at the base of a cloud deck here that it doesn't look like a shelf cloud, which, can cover the entire horizon, and it looks like it's rolling towards you. I mean, they're very neat to look at. They bring with it typically just strong winds as that gust front kind of approaches you. But a wall cloud is different. They're typically a lot smaller in scope, and they're very abrupt. They show up really quickly. It kind of looks like the bottom of the cloud is kind of falling underneath it and kind of sliding a little bit. That would be an indication of, again, lowering, potentially a tornado about to occur. So I'm seeing some reports here on social media that this storm now has a wall cloud. I mean, I just looked at it here. So we're really going to keep a close eye on this one here because, again, it's really standing out on radar, right? Let me pause it. This is, again, a velocity signature that would be indicative of some spin. When you're looking at this particular product, velocity, it is showing you exactly that, spin. Red is representative of winds going away from the radar site. Green is representative of winds going toward it. So when you have something like this, where you have green kind of embedded within the red, it's indicative of wind shear, winds going in differing or opposite directions, right? So that is how you get that spin. Where you're seeing that bright white there is, again, perhaps this storm trying to put something down. So we are really going to keep a close eye on this here. But for the folks that live in Chula, Kruger, this is in Mississippi here, you need to be in your safe place. Let's advance it out a little bit here. In fact, I'm going to just go into the Pro Radar pack here, and we are going to, what do I want to do? We can turn the speed up a little bit here. We don't need to look at future weather. Don't have to look at the storm. Okay, that should be good. I just want it to move a little bit faster. Yeah. There we go. You can see how it's kind of developed too, right? Over Silver City. So the rotation kind of began way far back here near Rolling Fork, right? And this was roughly an hour ago. So watch what happens. There you go. So there's the indication, the radar, right? The spin, rather. We keep advancing it. It becomes a bit more organized. Goes right over the top of Silver City, becomes a bit more broad. But here at the bottom, we really start to see that spin. The good news is here that it's starting to lean a little bit, at least from the radar product here. But again, I'm just grasping at straws here to give you guys some good news here. Let's turn on the weather alerts again. Make sure that we haven't missed anything. There's still that other tornado warning to the south. That's near Macomb and Liberty. So you can again see the radar indicated rotation there too. This tornado warning is set to expire here in the next 10 minutes. So we shall see whether or not that is expanded upon. But we are going to jump back to this tornado warning that is in place, I believe, for the much longer than that. This one is until, 3:15 local time. So we still got 45 minutes to go on this particular tornado warning. So we will advance that out here. Matt, if you can tell me, where exactly is Aaron in Mississippi? Do we know? I know that he's rocking and rolling. What'd you say? Yazoo City? Okay. So Aaron, I'm going to look that up here. So that's Yazoo City, Mississippi. Okay, yeah, so here's Aaron. Aaron is right here in Yazoo City, right there near 49. So he's following the same storm. He's watching that one. Can we take Aaron's video in full here, Matt, so we can look at that and maybe have the radar up in a little picture-in-picture there? So, Aaron is the best of the best here when it comes to storm chasing. He knows what he's doing, right? So he is watching the radar and keeping an eye on some of the worst of the worst, quite frankly. So he has the camera there pointed right at that storm, which is still miles and miles away from him, mind you. But that is the system that he is chasing. Mind you, look at it, right? Look at the surroundings, right? It doesn't look that bad, right? But that is, again, an indication of some particularly nasty conditions when you are looking at that radar, and then you know what that radar could eventually look like with conditions like this. I know it may look murky here, but boy, it is a very humid day. Coming in from the south, boy, that person driving in that left lane is not doing a great job. And then, of course, we have cool, dry air coming in from Colorado and Canada. So a little football analogy for you here. When you have cool, dry air and you have warm, wet air clashing, it's like the line of scrimmage in a football game, right? When the ball is hiked, you effectively have these two differing forces slamming into one another and giving you all of that action. Eventually, and always, the cold air is going to win because cold air gets up underneath warm air, wedges underneath it, and forces it to rise. I mean, warm air already does rise in and of itself due to density, but then you have the cool air getting underneath it and forcing it northward. And that is kind of a situation that we're dealing with today, where you have that cap in the mid-levels that eventually is going to break and give way to some very violent storms. So fingers crossed that cap stays in place and we don't necessarily get that break. But yeah, the Storm Prediction Center seems to think otherwise for today. So Matt, just leave that up there. I'm going to pull up the chat. I'll try my best to answer some of the questions here that we've got from people. So again, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitter, Facebook, what have you, I've got the chat for all of the platforms here up in front of me here. So feel free to ask any questions and I will try my best to answer them. Of course, if you're watching in the app, what's up? Big shout out to you. Thank you for supporting us. We really appreciate it. We've got Elizabeth in Jackson, Mississippi. So Elizabeth, again, you're very likely watching this storm here in Chula quite closely. Oxford, Mississippi as well. Florence, a lot of folks from Mississippi. Storm the Wolf, we don't like to talk about them. So someone says, what's up from Wisconsin, where we're going to get some snow tonight and tomorrow? Yeah, yes, you are. Hey, but it's that time of year, right? Okay. Someone says they're supposed to go to a concert tonight in Nashville. Should I take a hard pass on that? Well, that's a little tough. That's a little tough, Kevin. It certainly looks like it may not be such great weather for you much later tonight. If it's an outdoor concert, you know, I would say it's going to be a little touch and go. If it's indoors, I think you should be okay. Someone asked, how bad is it supposed to get in Oxford, Mississippi? So here, let's do this. I'm going to zoom out a little bit for you here. We're going to tap on the magnifying glass, and I'm going to type in Oxford, and this is going to center, whoops, and it's going to center over Oxford, Mississippi, right? So it's right there. As it stands right now, you got some really nasty weather to the south of you. Oh, who asked that question? Who asked that question? Josh. What up, Josh? So you got some really nasty weather just to the south of you here. In fact, let me switch over to the composite reflectivity. Yeah, I was going to say very likely it's pouring rain near you. You just had a cell just pass over you there. In fact, I know I sped it up before. I know I'm all over the place here, but let's slow this down just a little bit here. Let's turn the opacity up too. Slow it down. There we go. Okay. So you still have this storm here to the south of you. I mean, if there's any saving grace here, you can see that storm is now kind of joining up in the main line of storms. That's a good thing when you're talking about the potential for large-scale tornadoes, right? As I've mentioned, they don't want to share. They want to remain rogue because then they don't have to share the available energy with these storms that are near them. Let's switch over back to velocity. You can see actually one signature off to the out ahead of this that is not part of the tornado warning, heading toward Winona. But then this guy here, right over Chula, that is the storm that is gathering a lot of attention right now. But hey, we do a little more than weather here. A quick little sports update for you. It is 1-0 still. United States and Iran in the 76th minute. In the final game for the United States men's national team in Group B from the World Cup in Qatar. If the United States wins, they advance to the round of 16. I believe that means they would then play the Netherlands in the round of 16. So we'll see how that plays out. Boy, that would be an interesting game, huh? The U.S. versus the Dutch. Anyone have any soccer questions? We can chat about that here as well. We actually got a couple of new tornado warnings here. Let's talk about those for a moment. These are now in Louisiana. I'm going to have to switch the radar here. This is behind the line of storms. So let's take a look at these. First thing we'll do is look at the composite reflectivity. This is to the northwest of Montgomery, Clarence, Robeline, Provençal. Loading a lot of data in there. Okay, this tornado warning, mind you, let me tap on it. This is in effect until 3 o'clock Central Time, so another 20 minutes to go. As it stands right now, it's just radar indicated rotation. We'll look at the velocity here. I'll tone down the warning opacity for just a moment here. So you're not seeing any. You can actually see here, let me pause it and bring it back. There's the rotation, right? Passing right over Northwest Regional Airport. And notice how we kind of lose that rotation a little bit. So a good sign here. Let's go back here and let's take a look at this tornado warning now. Just behind this one. This is for central San Augustine County in eastern Texas and northwestern Sabine County in eastern Texas as well. My apologies, not for Louisiana here. In fact, let me see. We might have to switch to another radar site. No, that should be fine. So there's the radar indicated rotation near Broadus. Can you guys see that? It's getting a little mixed up, but that's it right there. That is the spin. You also have this little couplet right up here. That's the day it's going to be today, folks. A lot of things spinning. Back here as well. So we'll keep an eye on those tornado warnings. I didn't miss any, right? Nope, but we've got this one here near Macomb. So we have two areas of spin right there and right here. Which radar am I using? Let's switch to Jackson, Mississippi. Might give us a better idea. Might be able to see it a little better. Especially this one here over Gloucester. Just to the west of Liberty. And there's the other. I'm going to have to pause it. It's getting caught in the rings. Right there. You see it? Okay. Just going to jump back up to this one here that had a really strong signature. They've started to now peel the back end of that warning away a little bit. And we are starting to lose a little bit of the spin, which is, again, it's what you want to see. You're probably wondering, hey, Mike, why are we seeing spin in the atmosphere right now? Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Let me show you. Let's go to the winds. First, I'm going to show you the winds at the surface, right? I'm going to zoom out. Now, a couple of things. One, we have winds coming in from the southwest over portions of Texas. You have winds coming in from almost straight from the south, coming right up off of the Gulf and pushing northward here. In fact, next thing I'm going to do is turn on the fronts layer, and this is going to show you that warm front, which is now beginning to advance toward the northeast, right? So that is all of that warm, wet air coming in off of the Gulf, remaining somewhat near the surface until the cool air comes behind it and wedges it northward. We've got this weak boundary here behind it that is going to wedge up underneath it, and then we have this cold front here, almost over near the four corners, I should say, that is coming in, as well as this front here that right now is pushing through Oklahoma City and Tulsa. But next thing I'll do is I'm going to switch the winds. Just keep in mind, lock it in, the way that the winds are coming, right? Off of the Gulf of Mexico from the south. We also have some winds coming in from the west, but not so much. It's mainly this part of the country that we're worried about, and it's those winds almost coming in straight from the south, right? So lock that in. I'm going to switch to the jet stream, the air upstairs, 500 millibars. How about that? That's a big difference, right? The winds coming in from the southwest and west. Again, those are upstairs. So you got winds coming in from the south and then winds coming in from the west in different levels of the atmosphere. That is how you get wind shear, and that is how you get spin occurring. So that is why this, oh my gosh, look at that trough too, right? That's a lot of cool, dry air coming in from Canada, from Colorado, and from the high plains, forcing its way up and underneath that warm air down at the surface coming in from the Gulf of Mexico from the south. Let's turn the per station radar back on and zoom on back. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 active tornado warnings as it stands right now. The good news is I have not heard of anything touching the ground here just yet, anything super significant. So it's a good thing. United States men's national team up 1-0 over Iran. If they win, they are in the round of 16. Looks like our manager just made a sub, going with 5 at the back. So they're trying to lock that 1-0 victory down. The goal coming from Christian Pulisic prior to the ending of the first half. Let me know in the comments who you think is going to win the World Cup. Okay. So we're watching this system here. We've got Aaron Jayjack, who we checked on him before. He was up in Yazoo City. So it looks like he is kind of remaining in place somewhat because this is likely to be a long night, folks. In fact, let me zoom on out here, and I'm just going to turn it up for a moment. Go into the weather alerts menu, which is new and improved in the MyRadar app. This yellow outline here that stretches from Louisiana into portions of Arkansas and into Mississippi. This is a tornado watch, not just a tornado watch. You can see in all capital letters there, this is a particularly dangerous situation. And what that means is it's like an enhanced tornado watch, right? This is in effect until 7 o'clock Central Time, and the primary threats include numerous tornadoes expected with a few intense tornadoes likely. That would mean EF2, if not EF3 and above. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail. We're talking roughly 2 inches in diameter likely. That's some big hailstones, folks. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour likely as well. So let alone that you have to deal with tornadoes, but we're also dealing with some very powerful winds that are definitely capable of causing some damage on their own. And that is, again, this yellow outline here. And once again, that is a particularly dangerous situation. We do not see these all that often. The National Weather Service pulls the trigger on these, I don't want to say rarely, but pretty rarely, because, you know, they're not trying to be the meteorologist who cried wolf, so to speak, right? They reserve this for kind of the worst of the worst, particularly when you have an atmosphere that is just ripe for development of some nasty, nasty storms. And hey, here's me hoping that none of this occurs, right? But in my opinion, I would much rather be prepared knowing what is coming or what is possible to occur than to not know, right? Right? Something I might add as well, new in the MyRadar app on the layers menu there. It looks like the stack of cards is the weather alerts menu. We had a lot of feedback from our users in terms of ways to kind of put everything in front of you and make an even more customizable experience for you. So now you have the ability to turn the warnings up and down, the watches up and down, to fill the shapes or not. You can actually go into the categories of those watches and warnings, whether it be thunderstorm or tornado, flood, coastal, marine, hurricane, and tropical, and turn some on, turn some off. So if you happen to live in, let's just say, Wyoming, I mean, maybe you don't necessarily care about a storm surge warning, right? Not necessarily going to happen for you. Well, you can turn that off. We, again, had a lot of feedback from our users where there were some instances where a lot of the watches and warnings were layering up on top of one another. So they wanted to cater the experience to exactly what they wanted to see in that present moment. So you asked, we listened, and that is the best part about our developers, the hardworking developers behind the scenes of MyRadar. We are always trying to deliver you the best possible experience that we can give you. For all of our Australian users out there, we also have watches and warnings from the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia as well. Really cool stuff. Of course, that doesn't really impact folks that live in Mississippi, but hey, figured we'd put it out there anyway. Let's turn the watches down just a little bit here. And we're going to keep an eye again on this system here. And you can see the areas of rotation, one near Winona right up here. And then this one here that has now, there's now a new tornado warning for that. So the National Weather Service is certainly not done watching this one here. And you can still see the presence of the rotation there. It has not gone away. As it stands right now, I have not seen anything touch the ground. But it is certainly worth watching here. Of course, when you're looking at a velocity product like this one, green is representative of winds going toward the radar, and red is representative of winds going away from it. And in this instance, we are using the Jackson, Mississippi radar. So again, red is representative of those winds that are pushing away, green toward. And that would indicate spin. So we've got 4 active tornado warnings here. Meteorologist Erica Lopez will be joining us here in about an hour for the to take you the rest of the way forward with these live streams. We hope that you are enjoying our coverage. Of course, we really appreciate it if you are watching on YouTube to smash that like button, that thumbs up, right? Totally free. Helps us break through the algorithm. We really appreciate it. And, of course, subscribe to the channel, too. Totally free to do. And that way you always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. We have so much awesome content outside of the meteorological realm. We have been talking a lot about the latest and greatest in space here lately, thanks to our correspondent, John Zarella, who lives down at the Cape. We also have Miles O'Brien, an award-winning reporter for PBS NewsHour and for MyRadar as well, might I add, for his coverage on the Mars rover, the Curiosity rover, I should say. And, of course, there are so much more exciting content. I'll give you an exclusive for the folks that are watching us right now. On December 12th, that is a Monday in about 2 or so weeks, I will be chatting with tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki about hurricane season, which ends tomorrow. It was certainly an eventful hurricane season, maybe not as much as what was expected, but boy, we had some big storms. Nicole, Ian, Fiona. So join us on the 12th for David and I to break it all down and bring your questions. David loves to answer them. And so do I. So let's do that. Let's jump into the chat and take a look at some of the questions here. I've got to scroll up. Hang on. Okay. Somebody asked, is it projected to weaken as it goes further east? They are in Dayton, Tennessee, just north of Chattanooga. So it really depends. When you're talking about, again, these storms that are kind of coming together, you are seeing that larger tornado threat kind of diminish a little bit, but you can still get very powerful winds as those storms push eastward. For you, living just north of Chattanooga, you're on the far eastern edge of the severe risk area, and these storms won't likely arrive until much later tonight, if not into the overnight hours. Brandon says he's rooting for the United States to win, which, by the way, that game is now in the 90th minute, going into stoppage time. The United States men's national team up 1-0 over Iran. The final game for the U.S. in Group B. If they win, they are through to the round of 16, of course, missing the last World Cup. So this would be the first round of 16 game in 8 years. 9 minutes of stoppage time added, giving Iran some last hopes to draw the game up. But let's hope they do not, huh? Okay, so we've got Jody asking, how's it looking for Lake Charles, Louisiana? Let's take a look. Again, we're watching this tornado-warned cell here over Mississippi. Let's go to Louisiana, huh? So, you know what? Let's use the search function here. And I just lost it. Lake Charles, right? Lake Charles, Louisiana. There we go. All right, so for Lake Charles, you are on the outside of this particularly dangerous situation, so that's a bit of a win, right? Let's switch to this radar site. That one a little too close to home. And we'll go to the composite reflectivity. So as it stands right now, who asked that question? Jody. You are maybe seeing some light rain. Of course, those storms kind of coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico, right? But as it stands right now, you are not dealing with anything super significant. Again, that is kind of occurring much farther to the north and east of you. So this is, again, a particularly dangerous situation, particularly for Mississippi, that particular system right there. Well, you're welcome, Maggie. We really appreciate it very much. Julian on here says, I can't hear anything. Is there an issue with the stream? Matt, is there anything wrong with our audio? I don't think so. No one else has said anything. Bigfoot says, sup? What's up? We believe in you. Someone says, smash that like button, but careful, don't just smash and crack your screen. Yeah, don't do that. Okay. And folks, someone asked about Batesville, Mississippi. Let's take a look. Batesville, Mississippi. Okay. Yeah, there it is, to the north of Cortland. So you are outside of the PDS as well. So again, a good thing. It's definitely raining, or has stopped a little bit, but it certainly was raining quite heavily for you about 10 or so minutes ago. But most of the real nasty stuff is just to the south of you. Here to the north of Lexington and near West Mississippi. Let's go to the velocity and take a look at any of those rotations, rotation signatures. And that's the one we're really watching, huh? My guess is that this tornado warning on the backside will expire here momentarily. But that's what we're watching. We've actually got two areas of rotation. One up there, but definitely this one down here. Okay. Hang on one second. Gotta get a drink. All right. Someone just asked about Pearl, Mississippi. Let's do that. Let's just give you a personalized forecast, huh? Well, you know what, Abigail? Let's look at Pearl here. So you are caught in the mess here because I'm using a radar site that is very close to you. So we're going to have to switch. Let's go for this one up here. Columbus, Mississippi. So Pearl, you are in, or Abigail, who lives in Pearl, you are in the particularly dangerous situation. That being that tornado watch until 7 o'clock Eastern, Central Time, rather. So you definitely need to be on your toes for the rest of the evening, right? Again, the MyRadar app can really be your best friend in this kind of situation where it will give you alerts for when there is a tornado warning issued or there is a tornado watch issued. As it stands right now, you do not have anything going on. Someone was asking about Brandon here earlier as well, to the east of Jackson. So kind of in that area that we're talking about right now. So skies are likely somewhat clear near you. Again, not a good thing when you're talking about this kind of atmosphere. I won't lie to you. But definitely something to pay close attention to here as we are with this storm here just to the north of you. Let's pop back the velocity. Part of the Pro Radar pack here. And in fact, I'm going to switch back to the Jackson radar, which was giving us a much better look at that spin. There we go. In fact, did that one just get issued? Stand by. Yes, we just had a new tornado watch issued. Erica, thank you for putting this website up in front of me. This is great. It's very helpful. This one back here. So it's the same one that we were looking at before. I'm going to have to switch the radar site. Obviously, I'm just waiting for it to load here. It's like silly. Okay. Yeah, so this is what we were looking at before, that spin. Got to wait for the data to load in. You're welcome, Abigail. Absolutely. Someone asked, is Arkansas in the clear? No. No. Someone says the audio is super fine. Appreciate it very much. I really appreciate it, by the way, when you guys in the chat let me know if I'm mispronouncing a town incorrectly or if you can't hear us. It's pretty important. So we take no offense to you guys letting us know what's up in the chat here. 3 minutes to go, by the way, in stoppage time here in the United States men's national team game against Iran. If they win, they are in, and that is the only way they can advance to the round of 16 with a win. So let's hope they hold on here against the Iranians. Okay, we've got Covington, Louisiana. Covington. Oh, I should probably spell that right, huh? Covington, Louisiana. There it is. Gonna have to switch to the other radar here. So as it stands right now in Covington, you've got some storms firing up. Wow, how about that, huh? Coming in right off the Gulf. So that's just to the north of New Orleans. Shout out to Cajun food, delicious. I'm very hungry right now. You're not dealing with anything as it stands right now, and you are outside of the PDS. So again, not as bad as to your neighbors to the north and east. Summit, Mississippi. And folks, let me know where you're watching from. And if you want a personalized forecast, I will try my best to give it to you. So Summit here is in the midst of all this here. Let me type it in one more time here. There we go. Okay. So you are in the PDS. There's Summit. In fact, you are under a tornado warning right now. Who is that watching? Forrest. So, Forrest, you are part of this tornado warning here that just actually got kind of squeezed down a little bit here. And, boy, you've got some really nasty stuff coming right now towards you. It still remains to be seen whether or not that is a tornado on the ground, but that's certainly radar indicated. So, thank you so much for watching, Forrest, but I would suggest that you get to a safe place as quickly as you can. That would be somewhere on the lower floor of your home, putting as much of your home, separating, I should say, the outside from the inside, right? So putting as much wall around you as possible. And keep windows away from you as well. That's certainly not a good thing. You don't want to be upstairs. I mean, a basement would be ideal. If you don't have a basement, I get it. A central-most location, that would be like a crawl space, potentially under the stairs, or a bathroom. Do we have something, Matt? You can pull up a graphic there? Oh, perfect. Hit it. Yeah, pull it up as I'm talking. Pull it up as I'm talking. Sure. All right, so yeah, pull up that. Perfect. So where to go in the event of a tornado. Big shout out to Matt behind the scenes here pulling the strings. Look at that nifty graphic. So where to go during a tornado. Again, you want to not be up on the upstairs, nor if you have a 3-story house, you don't want to be in the middle floor. You want to be in the basement. Garage is not a good idea. You want to put as much of the outside between you and the inside as possible, right? So the central-most location in your home, whether that's the basement, the crawl space, a bathroom, something like that. Quick update for you. The United States men's national team is advancing to the round of 16 in the 2022 World Cup. They have secured second place in Group B with a 1-0 victory over Iran. Big shout out to the red, white, and blue. All right. That makes me very happy. Let's get some United States flags in the chat, huh? Let's go. Love that. All right. Matt, pull the radar back up, please. We are looking at this tornado warning here for Forrest here in Summit. So, will do. Thank you very much. So, Forrest, again, you want to be in your safe place, as we discussed, an interior room in your home away from windows. We've got someone here asking about Hattiesburg. Oh, man, I'm all jazzed up about the United States. Let's go. Ugh. 8 years. Okay. As it stands, Hattiesburg's looking good. You are outside of the PDS. Nothing imminent as it stands right now. Arkansas in the clear. We talked about that before. Not necessarily. There's a small portion of Arkansas that is in the PDS. It's right here. Lake Village, Dermott, Fountain Hill, Hamburg, Crossett, Wilmot, Parkdale, Portland, Montrose, Lake Village, Eudora. Those are all of the communities here that are in the PDS in Arkansas. So it's, again, just a little southeastern chunk of Arkansas that's in the PDS. Someone's asking about Jonesboro, Arkansas. So Jonesboro, where the heck is that? Let's do the search. Jonesboro. Whoops, that's Jonesboro, Georgia. That is not the right Jonesboro. Okay. Yeah. No. That being said, though, if we turn on the weather outlooks, Jonesboro is in that slight risk area. Same thing as Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is a little closer to that enhanced risk borderline. So something to keep in mind. Could still be quite active for you, whoever's watching in Jonesboro. But as it stands right now, the real nasty stuff is definitely to the south of you. Okay. Boy, my phone is blowing up right now about the U.S. men's national team. I am so excited. I'm trying to contain it. Oh, man, after that game against England. Love that. Okay, I have got to turn the do not disturb on my text messages here because this is crazy. All right. Cool. Go USA, go. All right. Bigfoot, if you're watching in Germany, that's awesome. If you're rooting for the German team in the tournament, well, big yikes to you. They have been really underperforming. We've got people here in the chat talking about the U.S. Let's go. Somebody said, they're making a joke. But this is a very serious thing. Matt, if we have a graphic of what to do in the event of a tornado, like how to keep yourself safe, not sure if we do, other than where to go in the house. No, I mean, yeah, I mean, we could talk about mobile homes. So with mobile homes, of course, mobile homes become mobile, right? They don't have a permanent foundation. So it's very easy for a tornado to just simply wreck a mobile home. You certainly need to have a shelter to go to, whether that is a permanent structure or something along those lines. But we don't have the graphics, so Matt, you can pull up the radar again. Covering your brainstem, like really back here, your neck and your head, very important. Some people might laugh, right? But having a bicycle helmet, wearing one of those, no, that's okay. A bicycle helmet, putting a mattress over top of you, could very well save your life, right? In the event of a tornado coming through to you. Sandy Rose is watching. Yay, USA. Yeah, USA, go. Oh, man, I'm so excited. I believe that we will play the Netherlands in the next round. So we'll see if they can beat Cody Gakpo and the crew from the Netherlands. You said you're going to root for the Netherlands, Matt? Oh, well, you're Belgian, and they are struggling. Okay. Let's see. So Preston's asking about the enhanced risk zone. What does that mean? That's a good question. So let's talk about that. No, we'll look at that in a second. That is actually a good thing to show, Matt. We'll talk about that in just a moment. So looks like an avocado, right? That's what people are talking about on social media, right? But these are the risk areas from the Storm Prediction Center. So these are essentially categorizing the levels of severe weather. We have this very light green color that is representative of just general thunderstorms. Hang on, Matt. We'll take it in a second. We have this dark green color that is a marginal risk. That's where the numbers begin. That's like a 1 out of 5, right? Slight risk, which is yellow, that's a 2 out of 5. Enhanced risk, that is the orange color, a 3 out of 5. And then this red color here, that is a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5. Matt, hit the graphic. Let's talk about it. So they all, again, have different meanings, right? As we just talked about the levels. There is a level above that. So thunderstorms, no severe stuff is expected, but there's certainly the potential of some flooding and lightning threats. Marginal, you do see severe thunderstorms, but they are more isolated, limited in their duration and their intensity. Then we ratchet things up a little bit and we go to that slight risk, which is again that yellow color, the 2 out of 5 here. A few more severe thunderstorms, maybe a little bit longer lived, a few of them possibly a little intense. Enhanced risk, numerous severe thunderstorms are possible and they are more persistent, so a little bit longer life, like existing for longer, and possibly some stronger tornadoes coming from those as well, in addition to the wind and hail. Then we go to the highest possible ends, right? A moderate risk, which we have today, widespread severe thunderstorms, some of which are long-lived and intense, and then, of course, the very rare high risk, a 5 out of 5, the purple color. Those are long-lived, very widespread, and particularly intense tornadoes. You would typically find that in a full-blown tornado outbreak, which we had in Easter, what was that, last year or the year before, and then a derecho, which would be a long line of wind damage. Okay, someone asked, how do you protect an infant during a tornado? That's a great question. I have an infant daughter, so I totally get it, Desiree. You would do everything for your children, right? I would say you would protect an infant the same way that you would protect yourself. Now, we're talking a full-on tornado bearing down in your house here, right? So what you would want to do, of course, in that instance is, again, Matt, hit the graphic if you have it. Go to the centralmost location in your home that would include, again, the crawl space underneath the stairs, a bathroom, a closet, something in the first floor of your home. If you have a basement, awesome. If not, it's okay. I live in Florida. We don't have basements here. The water table is too high. So when it comes to our safe place here in Florida, it's typically underneath the stairs if you have a 2-story house, or again, a central-most location. It might be a tight fit in like a closet, but you'd rather be tightly squeezed in the closet and surviving than to be elsewhere and potentially put yourself in harm's way. So that is how you would protect an infant in the event of a tornado. Again, making sure that they are covered. I mean, you may not have a little bicycle helmet for an infant. Maybe just putting a pillow over your head, something to lessen the blow if there were to be debris falling on top of you, that would, again, kind of cushion it. So hopefully that helps you. And congratulations, by the way. Kids are great. What else we got here? All right. So that looks to be, I think I've answered everyone's questions here in the chat. Again, thank you so much for watching, wherever you are watching from. Let me know in the comments if you would like me to give you a little personalized forecast there. We've got a couple of tornado warnings, 4 of them to be in fact. Big shout out to Erica pulling this website up in front of me. This is super helpful. I've got a bunch of screens here in front of me. Erica, by the way, will be with you here in about 45 minutes to take you the rest of the way forward. We've got Storm Chaser Aaron Jayjack out in central Mississippi. Last I checked, he was in Yazoo, Mississippi. Matt, can you pull that up and take that full as well? Let's take a look at where Aaron is. Perfect. So I believe that he's still kind of on the tail of that strong storm that we were looking at not long ago. This one here near Chula. Let me switch to the Jackson radar. Oops. So there's the indication, the radar indication, I should say, that spurred these tornado warnings. So you might see that one in the back end there expire, but there actually is some spin here, back here, just to the south of Hollandale there, west of Silver City, and to the southwest of Belzoni. That's a cool name. But over here, we've got that spin near Winona and Kilmichael, and the spin now here near Vaden and to the west of West Mississippi, right there. So again, we're looking at a velocity image here, and that is showing you winds going in multiple directions. Green representative of winds going toward the radar site, red representative of winds going away from it. In fact, we haven't looked at this product in here in a moment. I want to show you this one, vertically integrated liquid, or VIL. This is showing you effectively water that is trapped in the atmosphere. Not rain. We are talking about hail in this instance. So that is a fairly large hail core there to the west of Vaden. So it is very likely, let alone very windy and raining, but you're probably dealing with some pretty big hailstones there. The SPC was calling for hailstones upwards of near 2 inches in diameter, which would be pretty rough to have to deal with. But that is, that's Mother Nature for you. She simply doesn't care. But hey, that is what we're here for, to be sure that we have got you covered from Mother Nature. For our Spanish viewers, Joseph Trujillo Falcon, one of our meteorologists here, just published a video entirely in Spanish, breaking down the weather threat. I just retweeted it on the MyRadar WX account, if you would like to see that. And again, if you did not know, we do have an entirely, we have an entire team championed by meteorologist Erica Lopez and Joseph there as well, where they are giving you the latest and greatest in weather news entirely in Espanol, which is really awesome because our job is to make sure that everybody understands what is going on in the weather world. So big shout out to Erica and Joseph. You can follow them on MyRadar ES on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere. In addition, of course, to the MyRadar accounts. Okay. Matt, is Aaron still near Yazoo City? He has not answered me. Is Aaron still near Yazoo City? Cool. Okay, that's where Aaron last was, in central Mississippi there. So we are keeping an eye on things there. Also, a bit of breaking news for the folks that are just joining us. The United States men's national team have secured a position in the round of 16 in the World Cup, defeating Iran just a mere few minutes ago in the 2022 World Cup. So they are advancing to the round of 16. I believe they will be playing the Netherlands in the next round. So big shout out to the red, white, and blue. 8 years having not been in the World Cup, and they're back and coming for the Netherlands in the next round. That would, oh man, I'm just fingers crossed, right, folks? Soccer's awesome. Big shout out to the USA. Love that. Okay, we're doing good right now, folks. I mean, again, I'm watching this radar indicated rotation here to the southwest of Vaden. You can kind of see it beginning to lose a little bit of that oomph. In fact, if I switch to the composite reflectivity, you can see how that storm isn't by itself anymore. It's kind of falling into that main line of storms, because these storms, again, they want to remain rogue. They don't want to share. They're very selfish in order to develop into the real nasty supercell thunderstorms. Oh, thank you very much, Erica. I appreciate it. Let me pull up the chat here. Hey, by the way, folks, tomorrow, November 30th, that's the last day of hurricane season, huh? What a year it's been. I mean, the indication was going into hurricane season that it was going to be very active. And that was not the case, most definitely. It was a below normal season, at least in the number of strong storms that we saw. But for those of you that are watching, mark your calendars. And if you are watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel and click on that notification bell. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video or when we go live, because coming up on December 12th, it is Monday in 2 weeks, I will be joined by Dr. David Ruglicki, our tropical weather expert, who has a phenomena named after him that he discovered. I mean, perhaps one of the most brilliant minds in tropical meteorology in the entire world. He's also a really down-to-earth, cool guy that happens to like Norwegian death metal and the Philadelphia Eagles. So he's a man of many tastes. But David will be joining me to break down the season that was. Again, that ends tomorrow in terms of what we saw this season. Talking about, of course, some of the biggest storms and some of the most unfortunate events out of Hurricane Ian, Nicole, Fiona, a record setter for Canada. Also, of course, going through Puerto Rico and creating devastating mudslides there. So we've got a lot to talk about from the season that passed. So be sure, again, to click on that notification bell. That way you know when the live stream is hitting. And that is, again, on December 12th here, coming up in a couple of weeks. And we are going to be sourcing questions from you, the viewers, when that stream goes live. And David's going to get his John Madden on and drawing on the graphics and stuff. He's so excited, as am I. I always love talking to David, let alone about video games and the Linux operating system and things like that. But talking, of course, about what we both love mutually, and that's the weather. Okay, so brief look at all of our watches and warnings. We'll turn that off. We've got 3 tornado warnings, all of which are set to expire here in the next 25 minutes. We've got this one here near Macomb. That is Mississippi, just over the border. We've got one here in Texas. And then this one here in north central Mississippi. Let's turn the per station radar back on. This is the system that has really jumped out the whole time. So we are going to continue to watch that. So Aaron is in, is that Eupora, Mississippi? All right, that's where Aaron is. Yeah, so he's, wow, Aaron, man, got there quickly. Aaron is out ahead of this. So he very likely is looking at that radar indication. not the moon of Jupiter, Europa. Eupora. So if you guys can take Aaron's stream here up in full, please. All right, we've got Aaron's stream up there. All right, so stand by, folks. I will be right back. All right, folks, I'm back. What's going on? All right. So, we right now have 3 tornado warnings up, all set to expire here within roughly the next 20 minutes. One in Texas, another in Mississippi, and then yet another in north central Mississippi. Storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is in Eupora, Mississippi, out ahead of this particular tornado warned storm right here near Vaden. For those of you that are just joining us, I am going to turn up this yellow area. That is a tornado watch that is in effect until 7 o'clock local time. If I tap on it here to get some more information, notice that line there that's in all caps right underneath the expiration time. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Those are words that the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center do not throw around lightly. This is effectively a tornado watch with a little enhancement, right? It's a tornado watch plus. And what that means is the threats from this particular event could be particularly dangerous, right? Of course, any tornado is dangerous, but this particular event could spawn multiple long-track violent tornadoes. And the real kicker here, as I was just talking to meteorologist Erica Lopez in the back, the real kicker is that we're really haven't gotten going yet. Most of these tornadoes are likely to come when the sun sets, and that's pretty scary, right? I mean, nocturnal tornadoes are not fun to deal with because at least when they occur during the day, you can see them, right? And that's really important for some people that maybe, unfortunately, wait to the last minute to get to their safe place or to make that call to save them and their families' lives. You have that benefit of the doubt when you have sunlight to see the monster coming toward you. But when you don't have the sunlight, it gets a little dicier from there, of course. So again, this threat here, the threats, I should say, from this PDS, the particularly dangerous situation that is, are numerous tornadoes with a few intense tornadoes likely. And what that means are tornadoes, we're talking EF3 and above in intensity. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail, perhaps upwards of near 2 inches in diameter, right? So we're talking a little bit smaller than like your fist, right? Like roughly like a tennis ball. Not fun. And scattered wind gusts upwards of near 70 miles per hour. Okay? So before I hand it over here to meteorologist Erica Lopez, we are going to run a video here from Matthew Capucci, who is, of course, one of the Mets on our team here. And Aaron is, or rather, Matthew is, believe it or not, on a plane right now to Australia, taking a much-needed vacation. Much like Aaron, one of the hardest working people in weather, I think very, very confidently we could put Capucci up in there too. I don't know if he's going to find any Waffle House in Australia, but he's a very picky eater. So let him know I said that. Okay, so for the people here in the chat, if you have any questions about any locations, I can give you a bit of a little mini forecast right now. We could take a look at things. And then we're going to run this video from Capucci. And then from there, Erica is going to take over the stream the rest of the way. You're in very able hands with Erica. Okay. And Erica can give you both the weather in both English and in Spanish as well. She is awesome. So let's go to where we got Starkville, Mississippi. Shout out to Mississippi State University. I actually secured my certificate of broadcast meteorology from Mississippi State. So big shout out to Stark Vegas. I gotta say though, the cowbells at the football games, boy, I hate that so much. I don't know if that's gonna get me some hate, but boy, oh my God, it was like the vuvuzelas at the World Cup in South Africa, where it was just, it's too much. Can we just stop that, please? Okay, so Starkville, you are in the PDS here. And on a more serious note, you do have a tornado warned storm just to your west, not far there, pushing eastward. You can see that rotation on radar, clear as day, right there, that signature. So again, start thinking about where that safe place is. I mean, this is probably not your first rodeo in Starkville, so certainly something to know about. Someone asked about Utica, Mississippi, not New York. Oops. So Utica. So you are Utica. You are under the PDS, right? You don't have anything above you right now. It's likely, again, raining, windy, ugly weather, but you are in the PDS until 7 o'clock right now. We zoom out to the west. There's nothing coming your way as it stands right now, at least. But again, you're in the PDS, that being the particularly dangerous situation. Be on guard. What else we got here? Faye watching in Liberty, Mississippi. Let's go there. So you're much more to the south here. There's Liberty. You did have a tornado-warned storm pass right through you there, and someone says, or Faye says here, it's pretty dark, rainy, thundery. So really, again, you can see if I jog it back a little bit there, there is a radar-indicated tornado there, Faye, that passed right over Liberty. I mean, right over top of you there. So the fact that you're talking to us here is a good thing, of course. But yeah, that's radar indicated, absolutely, for sure, and that would be why there is that tornado warning still in effect just to your east, set to expire here into the next 13 or so minutes, roughly. Okay, Lauren asking about Stark Vegas. We talked about that. Lauren asking about Stark Vegas. We talked about that. Lauren, all caps, Starkville. We talked about Starkville. Okay. Silver City. There's a new one. Silver City. Let's look at Silver City, huh? Silver City, Mississippi. Okay, so you are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And you are in the midst of the PDS as well. So as it stands right now, there is that broad area of rotation that has now pushed to the east. I mean, you can see it right there, right? So this is an instance in weather that's called training, right? So think about a train on train tracks, right? Storms like to follow the path of least resistance, right? And typically when you have a history of storms kind of following that same line, that's called training, right? So that's kind of what you're dealing with right here, where you're seeing that line of storms passing along that same kind of area, likely riding that frontal boundary that's present in the atmosphere there, again, producing storms right along that same path. So for, Halley in Silver City, that's likely what you're dealing with right now. Again, there's severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you, and that is until, where is it here? Till 4 o'clock Central Time. So you got another 20 or so minutes to go on that. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that. Bear in mind that you could, with a severe thunderstorm, see that take the next step to the tornado warning. But as it stands right now, it's that area of rotation just to the east of Vaden that has that, that is the cause for concern there. Lauren asking, can you look at Starkville? Boy, did we look at Starkville. Madison, Alabama, William. We can do that. Let's do that. Madison, Alabama. James Spann country. All right, so you are to the west of Huntsville, Alabama there, of course. You are not in the PDS, so that is good, right? But that being said, if I turn on the weather outlooks, you are in the midst of an enhanced risk severe weather situation through the rest of the day today. So while you're not dealing with anything right now, it is very likely to be a bit of a nocturnal event for you. In fact, you are asking for a forecast tonight. Again, you folks out in James Spann country, you definitely know your weather for sure. Definitely something to watch out for here. It remains to be seen whether or not they are going to issue a tornado watch. It's a little too early for that to be the case. Again, remains to be seen whether or not it will be a PDS at that point. Again, that's the rare of the rare when it comes to issuing that PDS. Tornado watch is a bit more common. So I would say, William, what I would recommend doing is, of course, downloading the MyRadar app for one. And then in the weather alerts here, which I'll show you how to access it. You go to the layers menu there. It looks like the stack of cards. Tap on that. Go into alerts. And then within the alerts here, you want to go into thunderstorm and tornado and make sure you have all of these turned on here. They will show up on the map. Then what I would suggest to do is tap on the little settings menu. It looks like a little cog wheel there. Go into notification settings. Of course, I don't have them enabled here because this is a a show iPad here, but you want to have your notifications turned on. You can, again, categorize all of the alerts that you want to be notified of, and I would suggest that you have your notifications turned on. That way you can be, of course, notified if there is a severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado watch, or tornado warning issued for Madison, Alabama, and the surrounding areas. I hope that answers your question. Gulf Shores, Alabama, still in James Spann country. And Jason Simpson country. Big shout out to Jason, friend of the program. Okay, Gulf Shores, of course, right there on the coast. You are not in the midst of the PDS, but you are dealing with a slight risk of severe weather. That yellow color, that is a 2 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. So likely to be a bit of a bumpy ride for you as we get into the evening hours, but certainly not what folks in Mississippi are dealing with. Okay, South Haven. I'm not sure. They didn't say where that. I assume it's Mississippi here. That would make a lot of sense. So that's, wow, that's South Haven. That's Mississippi, huh? Yeah, that is Mississippi. Right there near Memphis. Okay. You are, again, not in the PDS there, but you are under that, you're right there on the borderline there of the enhanced risk and the slight risk area, the enhanced being orange, the yellow being slight risk. Again, I wouldn't get so caught up in the colors, right? I would just be prepared for severe weather, which is likely arriving right now through the rest of the evening hours. So again, keep it right here on the live stream. We're going to be going for as long as this event goes for. And, of course, be sure to have those notifications turned on as well. And, of course, Memphis, big shout-out to the 3-6 Mafia. Let's keep looking here. What else we got? Will the tornado threat move to Waynesboro, Tennessee? Good question. Let's go take a look at Waynesboro. You know, one of my favorite things when I was working in local news was, quite frankly, getting out on the road and driving around to all of these communities. Hey, look at that, Linden. Big shout-out to Linden. But going to all of these communities and meeting all of you fine, wonderful people, it's really awesome. And it really helps when it comes to doing weather, right? To fill in the map, right? So if I can know what these communities look like and have an idea that, hey, maybe there's the Waffle House there right around the corner from the supermarket, it's really helpful when it comes to severe weather situations. And, of course, James Spann kind of made that famous, I would say, from localizing things. Big shout out to James. All right, so you are not in the PDS in Waynesboro, but you are, again, right there on that borderline of the enhanced risk and the slight risk, slight being yellow, enhanced being orange. Again, don't get caught up in that. Just understand that it is likely to be, again, a bumpy ride for you as we head into the overnight hour. So will the tornado threat move toward Waynesboro, Tennessee? In short, yes, but it won't be until much later tonight. We're talking another couple of hours. Killam wants to know about Grenada, Mississippi. I mean, clearly not Grenada, the country in the Caribbean. That would be a very random question here. But hey, Grenada, you are in the PDS, kind of smack dab in the middle of it, right? Let alone the fact that you're in the PDS here. You are in that moderate risk area too. So it's kind of like a double bullseye here. As it stands right now, just to the south of you, you do have that radar indicated rotation that we're watching pushing towards Starkville, Mississippi right now. So as it stands, you are not under a tornado risk. That being said, you certainly need to be prepared, have all of the alerts turned on in MyRadar, and know what is coming towards you because there are still plenty of storms here firing up on the backside and to the north right now of those tornado-warned storms. So I hope that answers your question. What else we got here? We talked about Silver City. We talked about South Haven. We talked about Madison, Alabama. We talked about blah, 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 blah. Gulf Shores. Sandy Rose is right. Keep hitting that like button. We really appreciate it very much. And again, I should mention, for those of you that are watching on YouTube, if you do make a super chat, I'm not saying that you have to. If you do make a super chat, all of that money does not come to us. I mean, it comes to us, but we don't keep it. We give it to Feeding America, which is a nonprofit based here in the United States, if you are watching internationally. Feeding America is a nonprofit organization that provides food, medical supplies, and all that good stuff to communities that are impacted by natural disasters. So might I add as well, if you go to myradar.com/store and purchase a t-shirt, I don't have one on right now. I wear them like all the time, though. I'm sure the folks in the back can probably probably confirmed that fact. I mean, I probably don't have any other clothes at this point with the amount of MyRadar shirts that I wear. But they're amazing shirts for that reason. But again, beyond all that, we do donate a portion of the proceeds from those shirts. I mean, we're not making really any profit on those shirts, folks. But we donate a portion of the proceeds. It's mainly to cover our costs, but we donate to Feeding America as well. And again, big shout out to our founder and CEO, Andy Green, for making all of this possible. Man, we have so many people watching right now and okay, Erica's in the back probably wondering, when is Mike going to turn it over here? I'm having too much fun. Okay, is that Pontotoc? Trying, folks. That's to the west of Tupelo. You are not in the PDS, right? That being said, you are in the moderate risk area. So there is still the possibility that we get toward the later, the latter portion of the day today or evening, that you might see that tornado watch area expanded. So even though you're not in the PDS, you certainly want to be on high guard today, being in that moderate risk area, especially when you consider the fact that the Storm Prediction Center was discussing whether or not to even issue a high risk, the rare 5 out of 5. One of those in the month of November hasn't occurred since 2013. So again, that would be very, very rare if that were to occur. Hello from Nashville. Big shout out to Nashville. Somebody was just in Nashville here. Oh, Matt in the back was just in Nashville. Yeah. I think he tried hot chicken for the first time. So big shout out to hot chicken. Someone says, yeah, the 3-6 Mafia, let's go. I mean, of course. Shout out Project Pat. All right. What else we got? Olive Branch, Mississippi. Let's talk about Olive Branch, huh? I'll extend you the olive branch by talking about Olive Branch. That's pretty close to Memphis as well, and near South Haven, as we discussed. So again, you're right there on that borderline. Right there on that borderline of the slight risk and the enhanced risk, right? Don't get caught up in those levels, though. I mean, it's a good thing that these exist and those boundaries are there for you to see them, but you just need to be in severe weather mode, if that makes sense. Again, the MyRadar app can be your best friend in that sense to make sure that you have everything in front of you. I like to tell people that ask me about the app that it's almost like the meteorological candy store, right? You walk into a candy store and there's all this candy, right? You want to take it all, but that may not be a great experience for you with all the chocolate and the gummies and there's too much, right? And that could be the case with the MyRadar app. You turn on all the layers at once. We've seen the memes where people are like, oh, according to MyRadar, the world is ending with the amount of wildfires and tornadoes and earthquakes. That's not the ideal way to use the app. The way to use the app is to cater it to the experience that you are trying to see, right? And in this instance, we're talking severe weather, kind of storm chasing, right? So I have a couple of layers turned on that are helping me in that instance. So that's my favorite part about the app, that you can cater to exactly what you want to see, whether it's severe weather or snow, even earthquakes, or even to watch storm chasers that we haven't even done yet. That's another feature in the app that we'll probably have to get to here in just a moment. So I hope that answers your question somewhat in Olive Branch. Big shout out Mississippi and Olive Branch. Okay, Lexington, Tennessee. Let's do it. Lexington. I used to live in Lexington, Kentucky. Got married there. Big shout out to the Big Blue Nation. All right, Lexington, Tennessee. You're in that slight risk area. You're not in the PDS, but nonetheless, you are still looking at some nasty weather pushing into probably the overnight hours tonight. So be on guard for that. Most of the nasty stuff is still to the south of you here, particularly right here near Vaden, Kilmichael, and Eupora, which is where Aaron Jayjack is right now on that side road there. How about that? All right. Starkville, Mississippi. We talked about that. Thank you for explaining the different radar products. Terrific descriptions. Easy to understand. Hey, big shout out, Dodie. Love that. Sandy Rose has the t-shirts, of course. Like the #1 MyRadar fan. Love that. Mark, thank you for the pronunciation. Pontotoc. Appreciate it. Or Pontotoc. Pontotoc. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We try our best, right, with the pronunciations. Okay. And last one here before we get to this video here. Hackleburg, Alabama. Okay. So right to the southwest of, why about that name? Phil Campbell. Isn't that cool? There's a town in Pennsylvania when I used to live there called Jim Thorpe. It's like a full name. It's like a full name, right? Phil Campbell. How cool is that? All right, so you're not in the PDS, right? You're just outside of it. That being said, we turn on the weather outlooks. You are under the moderate risk, right? So it's still possible that you see that tornado watch expanded. It's only in effect until 7 o'clock tonight, Central Time. So there is still that possibility that you see that tornado watch get expanded a little bit to the northeast. So keep an eye on the MyRadar app to know what is going on around you. All right, I'll do it for you. Before we get to this video, someone asked, I know you answered for Grenada, Mississippi. Would you mind repeating what you said for my mom? We're big fans of moms here, so let's do it. Let's do it. Grenada, not the country, Grenada, Mississippi. All right. So you are in the PDS, YouTube viewer's mother. You are in the PDS, that being a particularly dangerous situation. I'm not trying to terrify you here. That is basically a tornado watch with a little bit of an enhancement. Tornado watches occur somewhat commonly, but that PDS is reserved for a tornado watch where the environment is ripe for tornadic development. And not just one or two tornadoes, potentially a lot of them, some of which could be somewhat violent and long track tornadoes, right? This is a big event. So we're trying to make sure that you all understand what it is that's happening. We're trying to relay that information to you. So you are in the midst of this PDS, this particularly dangerous situation, until 7 o'clock tonight. There's still a possibility that you still see some severe thunderstorms brewing at that point. Right now, to the south of you, to the southeast of you, I should say, near Eupora, there is radar-indicated rotation. In fact, there's some radar-indicated rotation right there, too, that just passed through Chula. But you can see that as it continues to work its way, that wasn't the old return, of course. But that's why that tornado watch or warning exists, because of that right there, that spin. Those storms really training along that line. But that being said, you are under the PDS. You're in a moderate risk for severe weather. Don't get caught up in the moderate or the enhanced or slight. Don't get caught up in that. Just know that it's going to be a bumpy ride for the rest of the night tonight, even into the overnight hours. So, of course, you won't have the ability to see what is happening on outside, as it's going to be dark here soon. So be sure that you have the alerts and the notifications turned on in MyRadar. Someone just got here and says, what's a PDS? A PDS, as I just described, but I think I'll do it again for you. A PDS is a particularly dangerous situation. That is what this tornado watch is. In fact, let me zoom on out. We'll go into the weather alerts here. I'm going to turn up the opacity on the watches. That's this yellow color here, right? That big outline. Let alone that this is a tornado watch set to expire at 7 o'clock Central Time. But see the capital letters right there, right at the very top? This is a particularly dangerous situation. So think about it from this perspective. You have the iPhone and you have the iPhone Plus, right? The Plus is the little enhancement, right? It's similar. They're very similar, but one is a little different. That is what this is, the PDS. It is a tornado watch, but it's a tornado watch Plus. Right? It has a little bit of an enhancement to it. And with it, numerous tornadoes expected. Not just one or two, potentially a lot more than that. We've had numerous tornado warnings so far. I've yet to see reports of one on the ground. So that's a good thing. Numerous tornadoes expected, with a few intense tornadoes likely. Intense meaning EF2, EF3, and above. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail. Upwards of 2 inches in diameter. We're talking, an egg to tennis ball sized hail. And scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Meanwhile, tons of rain too, right? Okay. That about answers it all, I think. And a little bit of non-weather news for you. The United States men's national team won their game today, the final game for them in Group B against Iran, and are advancing to the round of 16 for the first time in 8 years to play the Netherlands in the next round of the World Cup. So big shout out to the United States. Give us some U.S. flags in the chat there. Big shout out to the boys in red, white, and blue. Meanwhile, Matthew Capucci is tweeting from an airplane right now. I mean, I don't think he can ever disconnect, huh? He is really, really plugged in. Crazy. Okay. That is going to do it, at least for me. But don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere just yet. Meteorologist Erica Lopez is going to take over after this and take you through the rest of the evening as storms get a bit more intense and things begin to develop here. Again, Erica can let alone give you the information in English, but in Spanish as well. Of course, you've probably seen her coverage on the MyRadar Espanol social media accounts. But if you're here on the MyRadar social media accounts, if you're watching in the app, big shout out to you. We love you. But right above my head, way above my head there, you can see Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Be sure to follow us across all of our social media platforms. We post different content in different places. We're on TikTok as well, MyRadar WX. And might I add, YouTube, which is over... Which way is it? That way. YouTube, all the way in the corner in the top right there. Head to our YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, like this video. Click on that thumbs up. It really helps us break through the algorithm. Subscribe to the channel. It's totally free to do. And, of course, be sure to click on that notification bell. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. Our next live stream is coming on December 12th. It's a Monday in 2 weeks where myself and tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki, one of the most brilliant minds in all of tropical weather meteorology, is going to break down hurricane season, which ends tomorrow. Let alone ending tomorrow. 2022 is almost over, folks. It's crazy how fast this year has went. But here we are talking about some pretty nasty, severe weather. So, hey, to bring it back down. So what we're going to do right now is we're still going to have the radar. You'll be able to see that, guys. I think maybe make it a little bit bigger if possible as we get to. But we're going to have the radar up for you. But we're going to play this video from meteorologist Matthew Capucci, kind of breaking down everything that I just talked about. Yeah, he does a really great job at describing things like CAPE, which is convective available potential energy, essentially the juice in the atmosphere. And he breaks down why we are here in the first place, what this event or how this event came to be. So again, from all of you that have joined us in the chat, thank you so much for asking questions. We love it. Again, meteorologist Erica Lopez will be with us right after this video. Big shout out to all of you. Stay safe and stay dry. Guys, roll the video.
Hi gang, I'm MyRadar meteorologist Matthew Capucci with a critical severe weather update. Here are your headlines. A level 4 out of 5 red zone risk for severe weather is up for much of Mississippi along Interstates 55 and 20. The environment over the Deep South will be volatile, favoring the potential for tornadoes, including maybe strong and/or long-track tornadoes. Damaging hail and winds are likely too. The National Weather Service is adopting unusually strong phrasing, writing, quote, multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms, some capable of long-track tornadoes with E of 3+ damage potential, will be possible. This will be the kind of evening where you never really want to stray more than 5 minutes away from a shelter. Again, we really have a lot to talk about, so let's dive right in and break it down. Here's a risk area. The bullseye obviously in Mississippi, but Memphis, Tupelo, Meridian, and Hattiesburg, Mississippi, you guys are all under a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. The slight risk, level 2 out of 5, covers New Orleans, Nashville, and Jackson, Tennessee. Here's the upper level trigger. This is a view from the GOES West water vapor satellite. See the little dip moving over western Colorado? This is our developing low. This thing's going to eject out of the Rockies and strengthen into a new low pressure system over Kansas before pushing towards the Corn Belt later on tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now that surface low is sucking in air. Ahead of it, warm southerly winds pumping in heat and moisture from the Gulf. Behind it, chilly dry air over Canada. That clash is set to brew these storms. So let's take a look at the Deep South. We see fuel or instability is building. This is juice for storms. However, at the middle levels, we have a little bit of warm air, a lid about a mile above the ground. We call this an elevated mixed layer, or cap. That cap is being swept in from the desert southwest. It's going to tamp down thunderstorm fuel all day, kind of holding it at bay, until the cap suddenly breaks and releases that pent-up instability and just the storms develop explosively. That's why I think storms are going to rapidly fire right around 4 p.m. Central Time. Because of the cap, moreover, I really don't think there'll be a ton of storms, just a couple of them, but they'll be much stronger. They won't have to compete with neighbors, and they'll have a better chance of becoming supercells. That's even worse news. That's because of this, wind shear, or a change of wind speed and/or direction with height. That's the ingredient for tornadoes. We have a strong jet stream overhead. Look at the upper levels. Winds out of the west-southwest. At the mid levels, southwest. At the low levels, out of the south-southwest. And at the surface, south or even south-southeasterly. That's a big change with height. So that means any cloud that grows up through multiple layers will experience a rotating force and will resultantly start to spin, producing potential tornadoes. That's why you see all these kidney bean-shaped storms later on today on the simulated radar. With the ingredients we have in place, we could see a strong and/or long-track tornado. That's if any rotating supercells remain unperturbed. In other words, they don't have neighboring storms that interfere with them. There's no competition. And I'm also concerned about a few people seeing multiple rounds of tornadic storms. Here's why. On the synoptic, or the broad scale, much of this upper level support for rising motion passes north of Mississippi. In other words, there's not a ton of forcing for ascent to get the air moving upward. That means storms will be focused by something else, mechanisms at the lower levels. In this case, confluence bands, basically strips of low-level convergence, i.e. the gathering of air. That's something our high-resolution models are keying into and simulating, although obviously the locations won't be exact. I think the location of said confluence bands will depend on differential heating. In other words, subtle changes in surface temperature over short distances. That will hinge on cloud cover. Right now, it's nice in eastern Mississippi, and there's also a little patch of partial sunshine in eastern Louisiana. So maybe like northeast Louisiana and north central Mississippi for these convergence or confluence bands to set up. All told, it looks like a volatile environment. That's not something I say lightly. The sleeves are rolled up, which is not a good sign. It's a reason to be concerned. Personally, I only see two main limiting factors that could be off-ramps from a bigger event, but we can't bet on them. So number one, low-level lapse rates. The rate at which temperatures cool with height in the lower atmosphere is kind of meager. That means there won't be as much oomph for pockets of air to rise just above the ground, which could acutely cut back a bit on tornado potential. And number two, if storms interfere, but that's kind of a wait-and-see thing. We never really know until it actually happens if storms will go up as supercells or if they'll kind of merge and get messy. Now, with this setup, I'm especially concerned too because social and environmental vulnerability will both be maxed out with this potential outbreak. For starters, the worst weather comes between 4 and 10 p.m., aka when it's mostly dark. That means you won't get the visual environmental cues of approaching severe weather. And number two, storms will be moving at highway speeds. Remember, they're not waiting in traffic, they're not stopping at traffic lights or bending along the roadways. They're charging on. By the time a storm is approaching you, you have seconds or minutes to act and get to a safe place. Additionally, Mississippi has the fourth highest per capita mobile home incidence in the country. 15% of residences are manufactured or mobile homes, and they just can't protect you from severe weather. More concerning too is how Mississippi and the Deep South do their zoning and urban planning. Most mobile homes aren't in a given mobile home community with a communal shelter. They're scattered about the landscape. That means it might be 30 minutes to the nearest shelter, so really not feasible if a tornado warning is issued. On days like today, consider going to a shelter or a safe place early and have multiple ways to get notified of severe weather overnight. So maybe you have a relative, maybe you have a friend or someone who has a site-built home with a basement. Go there for a game night. Bring the kids, do whatever you gotta do, but make sure you are close to a shelter. We'll likely see one or more tornado watches issued later on this afternoon. That just means, hey, tornadoes are possible over a broad area. One of these will likely be labeled a rare PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That's not a great sign. More targeted tornado warnings will come out for specific communities when something, i.e. a tornado, is imminent or occurring. That's an immediate call to action to seek shelter and protect your life. Obviously, this is a big deal. It's November, it's the second severe weather season, and unfortunately, it's delivering. Keep it tuned to MyRadar on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and of course, right here in the MyRadar app. We're with you every step of the way.
Doesn't look like it's a tornado from the drone, so we're gonna stay out ahead of it. Rock City.
Hey y'all, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. We've been streaming here. You've been seeing Aaron's live stream there, and he's somewhere in northern Mississippi. Last we heard of him, he was in Europa, Mississippi. I hope I'm saying that right, but we're going to be tracking the severe weather threat all night long for you guys. I know a lot of questions coming in the chat. I've been monitoring the chat, so hopefully what we're going to show you here within the next couple of minutes will answer all of your questions. I see a lot of you in Mississippi. Let me know where you're watching from, what your concerns are this evening. I will try to get to each and every one of your questions tonight. And I know tonight, a very dangerous, potentially dangerous situation unfolding across portions of the Southeast, where right now we do have a pretty dangerous tornado watch already in effect for these areas. Several tornado warnings as we speak right now. I'm counting right now at least 4 tornado warnings all in Mississippi this evening. So let's give you a quick update on what's going on there. And so you see me there on the screen. You see the MyRadar app. On top of me, you see Aaron's live feed, which he's been chasing these storms. Pretty dark on his stream right now. Looks like a little bit of wind also coming in, or maybe his camera's just shaking a lot. But he's been in the thick of these storms, catching these storms. And right now, we've had a couple of reports of tornadoes, but we haven't seen any significant damage with these just yet. Of course, we are expecting these storms to gain a little bit of strength, especially after the overnight hours, as you're seeing Aaron's live stream there. It's starting to get dark, and that's what's making these storms dangerous over portions of southern Mississippi. So let's give you a quick update on what's going on with these tornado warnings. We have several of them, some in Louisiana, some in Mississippi. So let's get you to those tornado warnings in Louisiana this evening. You're seeing it here on the MyRadar app. This is where we're tracking these storms, and you can see this tornado warning issued right now in portions of Catahoula Parish and even Franklin Parish until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still have about another 45 minutes on this tornado warning. And right now, nothing confirmed. What we are seeing, hail up to 2 inches possible within this storm. And of course, let's turn on that velocity feature here so we can see where exactly this rotation is. So you can kind of see it there where those bright colors are on your screen, although this particular storm is going out of that radar feed. So let's turn on this one and see if we can get a better image of what's going on the ground there. So tornado warning again in portions of Louisiana this evening. And of course, these areas, even if you're not in the bullseye for where the severe weather may potentially be, you could still get tornado warnings outside of this area. So let's actually turn on that layer and show you where exactly we're expecting this moderate risk of severe weather. So you're seeing it there in red. These tornado warnings, at least the one in Louisiana, is coming into that zone. But like I said before, even if you're anywhere within this area of where we're watching this severe weather, you could still get a tornado warning. So I'm talking about you guys, even in East Texas, from Nacogdoches, Texas, all the way down to Beaumont, you still are in some of these warning zones or potentially watch zones into the rest of the evening. So you guys just stay on alert, although your severe weather risk isn't as robust as what we're expecting for portions from Jackson, Mississippi, all the way to Tupelo, and even portions of Alabama. So this is where we're watching right now, that again, moderate risk, a level 4 out of 5 of severe weather expected this evening. So that tornado warning we were just updating you on is in Louisiana, but let's take you to one that's just to the south here of Mississippi. And this is for areas of Marion County, Lawrence County, Jefferson, Davis County until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still have at least another hour on this particular tornado warning. Right now, nothing confirmed on the ground, but when you're under a tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. The conditions are there for this to drop a tornado at any moment, and this is why they issue tornado warnings. But if you live in any of these counties that I just read out, that includes Bassfield, the city of Bassfield in Mississippi, you need to be taking shelter now. So that's another tornado warning we've been watching. And then one up to the north, and I think that's where our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is near, is this tornado warning that's in Chester, near Chester. And this is for Choctaw counties in Mississippi, Okatibah County, sorry if I mispronounced that, and even central western Webster County in Mississippi. And this goes for at least another, I would say, 5 minutes here. So we're watching this very closely. Nothing right now on the ground, but it does have $half size hail associated with this tornado warning as we speak. So a lot of this area, again, you're under the thick of this severe weather threat that we're tracking. And yes, it's November and we are tracking a level 4 out of 5 risk of severe weather. And this particular situation is called potentially dangerous situation tornado watch that they have issued. This is also a very rare watch to issue. So we know they ingredients are there for this to turn pretty volatile here over the next several hours. You've already seen several tornado warnings being issued this evening, although right now we haven't seen maybe just a couple reports here of a tornado. Thankfully, nothing that has caused any significant damage as of right now. But of course, we're expecting this event to be a long duration event. So what we mean by that, it's going to last several hours and maybe even potentially into the overnight hours. So I appreciate each and every one of you that are watching us tonight. I know a lot going on, especially in the weather world, and here coming at the last day of November. So definitely something that you need to watch, especially as we head into the evening. So let's get you back to that radar and show you. So let's turn these off. These weather outlooks, so you can get a better grasp of where we're watching for these tornado warnings. And you can see them there, those red boxes highlighted on your screen. That's where we're currently having those tornado warnings. But I know a lot of questions coming in on when exactly the timing of the storm will arrive over your area. And then of course, Aaron's stream there looks pretty good. So Matt, let me know if you know where exactly he is, what's he seeing on his screen. Of course, if he sees anything, if you see a tornado on his screen, let me know so we could take it full screen for you guys to get visuals. Aaron is so good at giving us visuals on the ground there, especially during these types of events, which is very important, especially for us meteorologists to see firsthand what's going on there on the ground. So let's get you to that future radar. So a lot of you asking what the timing is, and I know some of you are in Tennessee this evening. So let's track it out and put WSI up there, Matt, so we can track out these storms the rest of the evening. So, of course, things are starting to get going right now across Mississippi, but later in the evening, so tracking this out in an hour or so, this is when the activity will really start to pick up. Right now, we have a couple tornadoes here and there, but definitely something that you need to watch. Thankfully, a lot of you guys that are watching us tonight are from Mississippi, so I'm hoping this information is useful for you guys to stay prepared ahead of the storm. So, Matt, if you can please put up WSI up there so we can time out the impacts of the storm when it'll arrive over your area here over the next several hours. And let's actually put these watches up here and just show you exactly where we have this tornado watch. So you're seeing it there, the warnings layer. And so yeah, let's go to WSI here. Thank you, Matt, for pulling that up. And let's time it out. So here over the next hour or so, so right now it's about 4:27 Central Standard Time. This is looking at 5 o'clock p.m. Now, this is not exactly how the radar is going to look. This is just gives you an idea of when to prepare for the storm. So a lot of the activity really bubbling up there, just north of Jackson, all the way down south of Memphis. And if we time this out, you can see at least by 6 o'clock, a lot of the storm activity starts to push into portions of Alabama as well. So I wouldn't rule them completely out. I know a lot of you guys asking questions in Tennessee. So in Tennessee, you can see a lot of that activity pretty getting going there, at least as of 6 o'clock a.m., 7, or I should say p.m., 7 o'clock, and even into the 8 o'clock hour. You can see a lot of these storms still starting to bubble up, and especially across portions of southern Mississippi, we're already seeing tornado warnings. This is where we're still going to see a lot of the activity. So that's why we mean by a long duration event. This is going to last well into the evening hours. Those same areas that see tornado warnings, just because you see one tonight doesn't mean you won't see one later on this evening. So know what to do, and I'll show you here in just a little bit of what to do during a tornado warning. And so here, tracking it out even as of 11 o'clock in the evening, you can see still a lot of that storm activity, and even as late as 1 o'clock. But most of this pushes into portions of Alabama, Mississippi. You still might see some of these strong thunderstorms, especially heading into the overnight hours. And of course, you can see Nashville up there, a lot of that rain starting to come in. But really, once that cold front pushes through these regions, so this is why we're seeing all this activity is ahead of a cold front that's going to be pushing through. And after you see 5 o'clock, even 6 o'clock a.m., most of that activity is just in portions of Georgia, Alabama, and even the Gulf Coast, maybe potentially into the Florida Gulf Coast there. And this is a line of storm. So most of this associated with those damaging wind gusts, and even a line, straight line wind damage, of course, is possible within these areas. But you can see as early as 6 a.m., if you live in Atlanta, it's going to be a pretty loud morning there, maybe even waking up to some wind and some electric activity there heading into the 6 o'clock hour tomorrow morning. But all of this starts to push out, and really by tomorrow, I think the weather will really start to change over those areas. But tonight is really the time frame that you need to be watching. But after this moves through, we will have to see what happens in terms of the severe weather event and what type of damage that the National Weather Service would go out there and survey. So hopefully that gave you a better picture of exactly when these storms will arrive over your area. And I always love to show the future cast because it really helps pinpoint when you should be ready. But right now you should be ready for these storms and the arrival of the storms, with several tornado warnings still being issued. And does look like we still have, so it looks like near Natchitoches. I would like to say Nacogdoches, but I know that's in Texas. This is for the one in Louisiana, tornado warning being issued there for at least 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Golf ball size hail is associated with this new tornado warning that they've just issued. So let's go back there and show you where that tornado warning is. And as soon as it pops up on the screen, we'll show you where this is heading here over the next several hours. Or next several minutes, I should say. But you can see a lot of that activity starting to bubble up, especially across Louisiana and even Mississippi. And you guys are all under the threat of severe weather this evening. So let's go to this graphic, and I always like to show it because a lot of people ask, where is the safest place to go during a tornado warning? So tornado warning, of course, means you need to take shelter immediately. The storm is either already producing a tornado or it may drop a tornado at any second. It's radar indicated, and there's either a tornado on the ground. So this is a good visual for you guys that are wondering what to do during a tornado warning. Now, the best place to seek shelter is in a basement. I know a lot of you guys don't have basements, maybe not necessarily in the Southeast. You really don't have basements, but you have other options. If you have a hallway, bathroom, a closet, maybe even some stairs that are away from outside walls or exterior walls and even windows, these are your best bets during a tornado warning. Of course, the lowest level of your home is the safest spot with enclosed walls, and try to put as many walls between you and the outside. And of course, if you can, take a helmet with you, put something over you to protect you during a tornado warning. This is something that you're really going to need here over the next several hours as we're starting to see that activity really pick up here this evening in Mississippi. So a lot of questions coming in here, and I'm going to read them here, just checking to see where your questions are coming from. And a lot of you from Mississippi, Grenada, Mississippi. Thank y'all for watching us. I know it's going to be a long evening. We're going to try to keep you up to date with everything that's going on. Of course, our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, is out in the field chasing these storms. And I think he gave us a quick update on where he is. So he's in Phoeba, Mississippi. And that's where he's chasing the storms. Of course, chasing in this area is pretty tough, especially with minimal cell signal there. So his feed has been doing good so far, but it can go in and out here. But of course, we haven't seen anything so far in his feed, but looks like it's pretty dark there. The sun is setting here pretty soon in portions of Mississippi, and this is where things will get dangerous, especially when it's dark outside, maybe not necessarily seeing it visually, at least in terms of tornado warning. So this is why this situation is dangerous, and of course the atmosphere very volatile this evening, so could produce strong tornadoes. And it does look like now we have a new confirmed tornado warning. So this is moving over Oak Valley, just to the northwest of Columbia, Mississippi, moving at east at 35 miles per hour. So radar confirmed tornado. This actually may be one that Aaron Jayjack is on, so let's refresh the app here real quick and try to get more visuals of where exactly this tornado warning is. So again, this is a confirmed tornado for Lawrence and Jefferson Davis counties, located over Oak Valley here. So let's turn on those weather alerts. Let's turn on this radar here, and it looks like it is this tornado. So this is in southern Mississippi, just to the west of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. This is a confirmed tornado. Again, located over Oak Valley, 13 miles northwest of Columbia. Let's see if we can get, so yeah, you could definitely see the rotation. So where you're seeing the greens and the reds on your screen. And Matt, let's put up MyRadar here so we can give the visuals of what's going on. We need that full screen right now. So we are seeing this tornado warning, confirmed tornado on the ground right now, and you can definitely see it here. So this is the velocity layer that you're seeing on your screen. Very obvious indication, at least for us, that there is rotation there. So let's see if there's any debris being lofted, and we could definitely tell with some of these products here. So again, this is a confirmed tornado, Bassfield, Mississippi. You can kind of see it there. So there might be something Might be some debris being lofted there. So yeah, this is concerning to see here on radar tonight. Let me read more on this. So, and I think Aaron's just a little bit north of this area, but this is a confirmed tornado there on the ground. Let's see. So he's in FIBA. Again, what makes these storms pretty dangerous, it's nearing nighttime there. In Mississippi, of course, sunset, I think here within the next hour, as things and conditions get dark here, it's going to be very hard to spot these storms. And that's what makes these types of situations really dangerous, especially in these winter months where the sunset's early. That's what makes these storms or these events pretty dangerous. Of course, this is a very rare event in the month of November to see a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch being issued. And then on top of that, a potentially severe weather outbreak that we've already been seeing here for the month of November. And we're nearing, even entering into December. But this is what happens when you have the clash of the seasons. You know, right behind this particular system, we're seeing snowfall in portions of the Midwest here. An incredible video there. So when you get this warm air, and for us here in Florida, it's pretty hot, I would say, at least for the month of November. And then just behind it, so we're ahead of the front, all that warm air, and then behind it, all that cold air. When you have the clash of the seasons, of course, this is when we get severe weather. So it's not abnormal to see severe weather during this time of year, but it is very abnormal to see this type of event set up for this time of year, and definitely a very strong one. So looks like just getting images here on social media of this particular storm. Again, this is a confirmed tornado that was near Oak Valley, moving at 35 miles per hour. You could see it there on your screen in radar. That's the velocity layer there turned on, and then you can see that storm just coming over this area. Again, this is just to the north of Columbia, Mississippi. This might come near Interstate 49, 84, just to the west of Hattiesburg here, a confirmed tornado. Right now, not seeing any visuals, but let's see if we can turn on the storm chaser layer and see if we have any visuals on here. So doesn't look like so far we have any chasers on this particular storm in the app, but we'll definitely have to see here, and I'll leave that layer on. That way we can get a better grasp of it. But yeah, definitely a very strong indication of rotation within the storm. Of course, tornado on the ground. And I'm reading your comments here, if any questions or concerns that you have. Yeah, so yeah, Aaron's he's just north of this area. I think he's chasing in northern Mississippi. He was in FIBA, Mississippi earlier. He continues to drive and chasing these storms. Yeah, so FIBA, Mississippi, I'm looking it up here. It's just to the north of 82 there, Interstate 82 on 50. So yeah, he's in northern Mississippi, kind of close to the Alabama and Mississippi border, a little bit north of Starkville, Mississippi there. So let's see if I can get any more reports on this tornado warning here. Yeah, so observed tornado. With this storm, there has been pea-sized hail that's possible with it. About 7,000 of you are in this tornado warning. Again, near Oak Valley, coming into Bassfield, Goss, and Morgantown, Mississippi. All of you guys are under this tornado warning, a confirmed tornado on the ground. And right now, I'm trying to see if I can get or can see any visuals on social media here, but It doesn't look like there are any good visuals on this storm, at least as of what I'm seeing, but a lot of hail. It's dropping some pretty big hail over these areas. Yeah, and a lot of activity coming into Mississippi now. Looks like right now, at least a lot of tornado warnings are coming into play here, especially as we head into the evening. And if you can see there up north, or I should say on top of me, northern Mississippi, Aaron's feed. So let's put that full screen. Oh, wait, before we do that, Matt, let me show this. So it looks like we got a storm chaser feed from Jordan Hall in the app. Putting that there on the app I don't see very much on it. A lot of rain on his windshield. But he is in that tornado warning. So again, this is Jordan Hall with Severe Storm Studio here. And this is within our app. So you could see this within our app, the storm chaser feed. So it doesn't look like he has a good visuals, but let's put Aaron's on right now. Looks like he has a really good, and put his volume up too, because I think he's talking. I want to see what he's saying.
See the flags here? Inflow into the storm. Rotation's right there. These clouds right here moving right to left, left to right here. Center of rotation of the storm is right here. Getting hit with a little bit of outflow now. Look at the flag change directions. A little bit of outflow now. I'm gonna wheel the car around, guys. gonna head back towards Eupora for this next supercell. And then we have another one further to the southwest that is tornado warned. The one coming through Eupora here shortly is just severe warned. And the next one further south, back towards Jackson, is tornado warned. We are on the eastern extent of the tornado watch box here, so this is, you can see the storm kind of died as it approached this area. Although there is another tornado watch box to the east in Alabama now. Actually, that's not towards Jackson. It's back, same path this other storm took. A little further south, south of Chula. It's going to go through Durant.
So what you've been seeing there is Aaron's feed. He's in near FIBA, Mississippi. Right now, at least his storm has a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it. But what we're really watching is some of these storms just to the south in southern Mississippi, where we already have a confirmed tornado here. And this is the storm that we've been tracking here over the last several minutes, coming near Bassfield, Mississippi. We turned the velocity feature on and you can see. So let's actually put that radar back on. He was checking other areas, but you can see here as that radar loads, we do have what was earlier confirmed tornado on the ground over Oak Valley, and now it's moving at least 20 miles per hour. If we get that radar to load here, so let's put on this radar here, the Jackson, Mississippi radar, so you can see it there. We still have a strong indication of rotation within this storm. Again, this is coming near Bassfield, Mississippi over Oak Valley, and this goes at least until the next hour or so. And these storms, once they get going, they have potential of producing strong tornadoes. So this is why we are here live for you, keeping you up to date. If you have a tornado warning in your area, make sure you're seeking shelter immediate, especially if you're in this area. And these are for the counties of southeastern Lawrence and southern Jefferson Davis counties here in Mississippi, just to the north of Columbia, Mississippi. If you have family members, friends that live there, make sure that they're aware of the storm and that they have their alerts turned on. I'm sure you got an emergency notification if you're in this area because of the tornado warning that's ongoing here. So let's see what this storm chaser feed Jordan Hall has on his camera there, and you can definitely see the dark skies coming in there. Not really good visuals, and what's hard about chasing in this region is you don't really have as much good visual just because of the amount of trees that are there, and those trees are pretty tall over this area. Also, with the cell signal not being the best out there, This is also what makes this particular area pretty dangerous in terms of these storms, because you don't have as many good visuals here. But of course, this storm chaser on this tornado warned, confirmed tornado on the ground there in Oak Valley, Mississippi. So let's actually go to some new couple of tornado warnings that have been issued. So right now it looks like we have at least 5 tornado warnings, and you can definitely see it here. So a couple of tornado warnings in Louisiana, and a couple coming into portions of northern Mississippi there. So a pretty active evening already, and you're definitely seeing that with all the tornado warnings coming in. So they actually extended this tornado warning that we were tracking earlier in this evening, and this was for Tennessee Parish, Madison Parish, Warren County in Mississippi, and Claiborne County in western Mississippi. So right now, radar indicated tornado warning, so nothing confirmed on the ground. But if you live in these areas, definitely need to be seeking shelter. This is a warning, a tornado warning extension from the previous one that was moving over areas of Gilbert, Mississippi here, or I should say Gilbert, Louisiana, coming into portions of Mississippi. And then a new tornado warning also coming just to the east of Natchitoches, Mississippi here. And this is for, or I should say Louisiana, and this is for western central Grant, and southern western wind parishes there. And so right now it looks like we do have golf ball size hail possible with this storm that's coming into this area. So let's turn on the velocity feature and see if we're getting any good indication of rotation here. So let's turn on another radar. Again, this is in Louisiana. This is a tornado warning, nothing confirmed on the ground, but if you are in this area, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. So yeah, a strong indication of rotation within the storm. That's when you see the greens and the reds, and it's coming into portions of Atlanta, Mississippi, Calvin, Mississippi, coming over Interstate 167 there. And then potentially, if this storm holds, they may extend this tornado warning into areas, let's say for Dodson, maybe even just to the north of Georgetown here in Louisiana. So a lot of activity already going on this evening. And then we do have, looks like, a new tornado warning near Society Hill in Mississippi, for possibly seeing golf ball sized hail and a tornado. So right now it doesn't look like we have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, but we sure do have a lot of tornado warnings being issued right now. And there's actually one over Yazoo City, tornado warning, and this is for southwestern Holmes County, Yazoo County, and Humphreys County in central Mississippi. And it doesn't look like we have anything confirmed again on the ground. This is to the north of Jackson, Mississippi here, but coming really close into these areas, and you can definitely see a strong indication of a rotation. This is close to Interstate 49, 55 there, or I should say Highway 49, Interstate 55, coming right over Yazoo City as we speak here. So a lot of activity getting going. I'll try to get to your questions. I know a lot of chatter. A lot of you are chatting in the chat. And if maybe you're watching us on the radar, on MyRadar app, if you want to join the conversation, have a question for us, either send us a direct message on all of our social media platforms, or find us here on YouTube, where a lot of you guys are talking to one another and asking your questions. So a lot of you from Mississippi here tonight, thank you again for watching us. Really do appreciate it. Especially with an active evening like this, I'm hoping this information is getting to the communities that definitely need to be warned about these storms that are coming into this area. So again, this is a tornado warning over Yazoo City, and this is going into areas of Eden, possibly if this storm can get its act together. Lexington, that's ahead, that's down the road here. Durant, Mississippi, along Interstate 55. Although Interstate 55, you're not in this tornado warning. If this still can hold, I wouldn't be surprised if they do extend this tornado warning into those areas here over the next several hours. So let's get an update here, and it does look like the sun is setting there in Mississippi. A very dark image there from Aaron. A lot of lightning as well associated with these storms. But this is where things start to get dangerous, especially with the amount of activity that we're seeing now and the sun starting to set. Definitely need to be on alert, you guys, if you're anywhere in Mississippi. We actually do have, so I saw earlier, they did extend the tornado watch. So let's put those on. The tornado watch into portions of Mississippi this evening. So you're seeing that on your screen. So let's put the radar back. So areas of Mississippi from Tuscaloosa, Marion, Demopolis, Selma, Fayette, Jasper, Alabama, I should say, in Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the tornado watch. So that's potentially you have the ingredients there to see a tornado, but this is the tornado watch that is until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time for this evening. So as these storms push into areas of Alabama, you also have the potential of seeing tornadoes as we head into the 11 p.m. hour there in portions of Alabama. But yeah, a lot of activity. These storms are starting to fire off pretty quickly. And a lot of this activity is starting to get going. So we do have that storm chaser feed up there. And of course, our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, who's still on the road. And this is where things are going to get a little bit more complicated heading into the evening hours. Okay, so let's answer a couple of your questions. A lot of you from Mississippi. And of course, let me know where you're watching from. If you have any questions, concerns, we're going to be here all evening long, keeping track of these storms and keeping you informed. After it's been a pretty active, in general, pretty active fall with hurricane season here. Now we're jumping right back into severe weather mode, especially as we get the clash of the seasons, cold air right behind this frontal system, very warm air, a lot of moisture in place. And of course, we have the cross sections of winds. So when we say that, what we mean by that is we have winds at the surface blowing in one direction and then the upper level winds blowing in another. So that's when we get wind shear. And so a lot of those ingredients are in place for this severe weather event. And this isn't unusual to see for this time of year, but the potential, or at least the strength of these potentially dangerous storms is a little bit unusual. And to see a moderate risk of severe weather closing in on the month of November and even the amount of tornado warnings we're seeing now, definitely very rare to see for this time of year. And of course, we did see that last year with the devastating storms in Kentucky. So this is why we really need to pay attention to these types of events that set up, especially because it still can happen. Severe weather can happen at any time of the year, and especially in this area. I know you guys see, I think Jackson, Mississippi is one of the National Weather Service offices that issues the most tornado warnings every year, just because of where the location is and how these frontal systems set up. Definitely something that happens here quite a bit. So I know you guys are resilient in Mississippi, but I still want you to be aware that tornado warnings, what to do during those tornado warnings. So let's actually show you that, and you can see there on your screen a lot of activity. So we'll come back to these tornado warnings. I'm not seeing anything right now on the ground, but as we speak, we have at least 6 tornado warnings being issued for areas of Louisiana and even portions of Mississippi. So it looks like, let's give you a quick update on this new tornado warning that I'm seeing over Rosevine in Louisiana. And so this is just to the north of Alexandria. And then you can see it. So it's coming on that right on the Louisiana-Texas border there. So this is coming into portions of Louisiana. And like I said earlier, even though you guys aren't necessarily in a tornado watch, you could still see tornado warnings outside of these watch boxes and even outside of that moderate risk. So it's important, if you're under any sort of severe weather risk this evening, you need to be paying attention to the weather. So let's give you a quick update on this new tornado warning. This is for Sabine Parish, San Augustine County in eastern Texas, and North Sabine County in eastern Texas. So this is, again, coming right over Texas into Louisiana, where we have the potential of seeing quarter-sized hail, tornadoes. This is until 5:45 Central Standard Time. So you still have 45 minutes on this storm. And again, this is for areas of Louisiana and Texas. It's our newest tornado warning that's been issued over this area. So definitely a lot of activity that you're seeing there across portions of Louisiana and even Texas. And then this new tornado warning looks like they have at least extended this tornado warning into a severe thunderstorm warning as it comes into areas of Winfield, Louisiana, for Natchitoches and Western Wind parishes there. So golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible with these storms. And I saw a comment there saying that some of you guys are without power this evening. You can actually track that in the MyRadar app. It's super useful, especially for those areas there. But looks like we have a couple of power outages, but not a lot coming into those areas. Maybe where the storms pass through, let's say for Amite County, or I should say Amite County and Wilkinson County in Mississippi there, where we have power outages, and just to the west of Lafayette, Louisiana there. So a lot of activity coming into these areas, and you can see at least 6 tornado warnings right now, and doesn't look like that tornado that we were tracking earlier is on the ground. Looks like it has lifted, but it's still associated with tennis ball sized hail. That can definitely create damage here over the next several hours or over the next several minutes over that area. And Aaron's shot is really dark. I'm not really sure if he's moving, but last we heard he was near FIBA, Mississippi, and that's just in portions of northern Mississippi where he was tracking these storms. A lot of activity up there as well, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning issued for these areas. And looks like we have another storm chaser that's up there, John Humphreys, chasing the storm. A lot of activity with this severe thunderstorm warning coming into these areas. So definitely getting dark in areas of Mississippi. And so let's look at Jordan Hall's feed, and you can see too out in the distance, look like a strong storm, a lot of lightning as well, but I'm not seeing anything. Of course, that tornado, looks like that tornado has lifted, and we're still continuing to keep our eye on it, and also seeing if the National Weather Service will extend this tornado warning into possibly maybe north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So if you live in that area, be prepared, know what to do once you're under a tornado warning. So that's what we're really watching this evening, is this storm over here that already produced a tornado, and it definitely has a potential of doing that again here, where we're still seeing very strong indication of velocity there. Still tornado warned at least for the next couple of minutes here, over the next 10 minutes. So waiting to see if the National Weather Service will actually extend this tornado warning. But it looks like they have put over this tornado warning a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is because of the potential of seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and even quarter-sized hail associated with the storm. So a lot of storm activity this evening. And it does look like we lost Aaron's feed there for a second. He is in a very rural part of Mississippi, and this typically happens when you're in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, we usually get bad cell signal there over that area, and it's his feed will come in and out. But continue to ask your questions. I'm gonna hopefully start to read these. Let's see, or start to answer these. So it looks like a lot of you just chatting within each other, and leave your questions. Don't be afraid. We're here to answer your concerns. And yes, tennis ball sized hail, Daryl, is very, very dangerous. And so on top of the tornado risk, we also have damaging wind gusts possible, and even that large hail. And this is what we typically see with these types of setups here. So let's see what this storm chaser here, Freddie McKinney, is doing. It looks like where he is, at least in Mississippi, it's not completely dark yet. If you go a little bit to the east, that's where you're getting a little bit more of that darkness, but definitely a strong storm there. A lot of rain coming into this area. And here he is near New Lytton, Mississippi there. And that's also an area that has a tornado warning. And this tornado warning is for, or I should say, he's in Louisiana. So this is Tanassas Parish in Louisiana, Madison Parish, Warren County in Mississippi, and Claiborne County in Mississippi. So right on that border, nothing confirmed, but looks like you are seeing a strong storm moving into that area as we speak. So let's turn on that Jackson, Mississippi radar, just to get a better perspective of what's going on. So yeah, you can see a lot of that activity starting to bubble up really quickly. And our storm chaser, Aaron, he was near FIBA, Mississippi, which I believe is up here in northern Mississippi. So this area, like I said, right now not under a tornado watch, but you're still going to see, at least in Tupelo, Mississippi, a lot of that storm activity starting to pop up. I know a lot of you guys were asking what's the situation in Tennessee, but in Tennessee, you know, a lot of that rainfall, you're not under any watch right now, but I would still be on alert. You may see some strong thunderstorms moving through your area just because of how conducive the environment is for that. But otherwise, if you're under this tornado watch, and that also includes you guys in Alabama, definitely stay on alert. Make sure you have those alerts turned on your phone. And a lot of you keeping up to date. And I know a lot of you Mississippians, you get a lot of severe weather. You're used to these types of conditions, but don't let it catch you off guard, and always stay prepared in this area. So let's actually show you a little bit about what's going on here. And let's put WSI up there because I want to go over this really quickly. So if you guys are under a tornado warning, so that means right now a storm has a potential, is either already producing a tornado or has the potential to drop a tornado at any second. And this is a good visual for you guys that maybe don't know where to go once you're under a tornado warning. Now, the basement would be your best bet during a tornado warning. I know a lot of you guys in the southeast and maybe even in Texas don't have basements, so the best bet would be hallway, closet, stairs, and a bathroom that's not connected to any exterior walls of your home. Anything, the more inside or the more walls you can put between you and the outside is the best, and away from also windows. But once you're there, maybe take a helmet with you, blankets, pillows, maybe even a mattress. It'll help protect you during a tornado warning, and especially if there's a tornado on the ground in your area. This is the safest bet on what you can do during these types of tornado warnings. And definitely try not to be in a car or anywhere outdoors. But if you do find yourself in the situation where you are in a car or you are outdoors, try to find the most low-lying area. A ditch is also a safe spot during these types of events as well. You just want to be as low in the ground as you can as possible during a tornado warning. And especially if you have a home, don't be on the second floor, be on the ground floor there, and put as many walls between you and the outside. Okay, so getting a lot of you guys talking in here. So from Tennessee, Arkansas, some of you guys watching us from Mississippi here. In Aaron's feed there, a lot of lightning coming into that storm. And he's still in northern Mississippi, so you're going to get a lot of that lightning activity up there, especially with those severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now. That's where you're seeing that. So we still have several tornado warnings. Nothing right now confirmed, but of course, when you get a tornado warning, it could drop a tornado at any second. So let's go back to the MyRadar app, Matt, and show, at least in the big picture, what's going on. So you can definitely see a couple tornado warnings coming into Mississippi, southern Mississippi, and a few coming into portions of Louisiana. So it looks like they are going to let this tornado warning that's in Louisiana just to the west of Winfield. Looks like they have extended it as a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for areas of Caldwell Parish, Jackson Parish, and Wynn Parish in north central Louisiana until 5:45. Of course, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $50 sized hail. So after that tornado warning expires here in the next couple minutes, they have extended it with a severe thunderstorm warning. We're still watching this tornado warning coming into portions of Louisiana on that Texas-Louisiana border. And this tornado warning, again, is for Sabine Parish, Louisiana, and northwestern Sabine counties in general for portions of Texas here. So let's turn on that radar and get a better picture of what's going on there on the ground. And again, this is right on that border of Texas and Louisiana, and you can see still a very strong indication of rotation there, but nothing confirmed on the ground. If you're in this area, you still need to be seeking shelter. This is coming for Zwolle, Mississippi. It's over the Sabine National Forest there, Toledo Bend Reservoir, and it's coming over Highway 171 here over the next several minutes. Potentially, if this holds its act together, they might extend the tornado warning into these areas. We're still watching this big area that's under a tornado warning here, and it looks like we do have a chaser there on the ground. Let's see what they're seeing. So Freddie McKinney, a lot of rainfall. It's starting to get dark there now, but not really seeing much, at least in front of him as we speak. But a lot of lightning activity. Of course, lightning can also be very dangerous. So during these types of storms, you want to be inside and know what to do when you are under a tornado warning. But right now, I'm not seeing a very strong indication of rotation with this storm. And this expires at 5:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still got another 30 minutes on this storm. This is for areas of Louisiana. And coming into Mississippi as well. So Newleton, Louisiana, coming into portions of possibly Utica, Mississippi there as it's coming over the border. And then we still have this tornado warning over Yazoo City. So it looks like the rotation is just to possibly the east of Yazoo City. So it's already gone over Yazoo City and it's coming into portions of just to the west. Eden is to the west of the storm, but Lexington possibly here over the next several minutes, you might get in on the storm. And let's read out those counties. I always like to read counties because maybe some of you are more familiar with the counties in these areas, but this is for southwestern Holmes and north central Yazoo counties. Tornado and quarter-sized hail is possible with this storm as it comes into portions of Mississippi, but otherwise looks like we still are tracking. So they did extend this tornado. So this is the one that was producing a tornado earlier in the evening, and they did extend the tornado warning into Marion County, Covington County, Lamar County, and Jefferson County in Mississippi until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So extended for another hour. Nothing on the ground right now, but I'm not surprised that they extended, as it looks like we are still seeing a very strong indication of rotation within this. And Jordan Hall storm chasers out there, it's very dark, so you can't really see it, but as the lightning illuminates the sky, you can see a couple of trees in front of his shot, but not having a really good visual of what's going on there. And of course, our feed from Aaron Jayjack just on top of me, you're seeing a lot of rainfall, lightning. I think he's still in northern Mississippi, but he might be tracking these storms well into Alabama later this evening. We'll have to get an update on him, but let's read your questions here really fast and see what your comments are here. So a lot of you watching us from Mississippi. So let's see what the National Weather Service has to say about these storms, if we have any. Okay, so it looks like they did just update this tornado warning that Jordan Hall is on. So this one that we're talking about here, this is the one that produced a tornado. Looks like it's producing a tornado once again. And of course, we'll read this again for you guys. So again, this is for northeastern Marion County, Covington, Lamar, and southern Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. A confirmed tornado was located near Carson, or 15 miles north of Columbia, moving at 35 miles per hour. So the law enforcement actually confirmed this tornado. If you're in this area, seek shelter now immediately. Try to get into the most interior portion of your home without exterior walls or even windows. This is a dangerous tornado on the ground right now. Again, this is for portions of Mississippi. So let's actually load that radar. This is coming right over Bassfield, coming into Seminary, Highway 49, Sumrail. It might cross Highway 49 there in Mississippi. And looks like the Hattiesburg-Laurel Regional Airport could potentially be in the path of this storm. So definitely watching this one very closely. I want to see if the storm chaser has any good visuals of what's going on there on the ground. Pretty dark, so we might have lost his signal in this area, but this is where we right now at least have the confirmed tornado on the ground in Mississippi, just to right over Bassfield, I would say, Mississippi. And let me see if we can get any visuals on here on our feed. And Aaron caught the storm earlier in northern, seeing imagery from Yazoo City, Mississippi. And looks like they also just extended a tornado watch for southern Alabama, Mississippi until 11 p.m. So Hattiesburg, Laurel, Meridian, Mississippi, Monroeville, and Thomasville, Alabama, you guys are all under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. As these storms push over these areas. And we still have that observed tornado there on the ground in Mississippi. So yeah, so it looks like we have another confirmed tornado. So that's the one I was just reading off. It looks like they just confirmed it there in Eupora. So that's actually where our storm chaser Aaron, so he actually might be on a tornado warning storm right now. So in Eupora, there's currently a tornado warning. So let's actually go up there. So yeah, this is the storm that Aaron is on right now. And this is for northeastern Choctaw County, Okeechobee County, Webster County, and Western Clay County in northeastern Mississippi until 6:15 p.m. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but let's take a look at the velocity here. You can see definitely a strong indication of rotation within that storm. We'll have to see if Aaron can catch anything on his screen, but right now nothing is confirmed on the ground, but we do have a tornado warning. And this also includes Starkville, where home of Mississippi State University is. I know a lot of meteorology students attend that school. So you can see it there. So it does include the city. That's the biggest city, at least within this warning zone. And so let's take a look at what the population is there under this tornado warning. So again, this is a new tornado warning in portions of Mississippi. And this includes Starkville, Mabin, Eupora, where our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack was earlier. FIBA, Mississippi, that's also where I'm sure Aaron closing in on this tornado warning right now. And about 54,000 people are in this tornado warning. So definitely a populated area in Mississippi. You need to be seeking shelter if you live in this area. If you have friends or family that live in these regions, also tell them to seek shelter, check up on them, make sure they are okay. And this is where we're watching that storm. So you're seeing it there on your screen. We'll have to see I don't know if you can pull up Aaron's audio, but I'm curious to see where he's headed. He's right on the storm. I know he's under the tornado warning right now. He was in FIBA, Mississippi last. We checked in with him. He was waiting on the storm. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of visuals we can get from Aaron right now. But he is on this storm that you see on the screen, coming into Starkville, Mississippi. Now, if this can stay and keep its act together, if you're in West Point, Columbus, Mississippi, even in portions of Caledonia, Mississippi, just stay on alert. This storm is just to the west of you. If it could stay and keep its rotation, we're still seeing some sort of indication that there's rotation within the storm. You might be under a tornado warning. So know what to do ahead before you are under this tornado warning. And of course, this storm coming into really close into the Alabama-Mississippi border. So it's no surprise that they have extended that tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time over at portions of Alabama here. So let's check in on this tornado warning down here. And this one also being a confirmed tornado warning. And we do have a chaser feed over there, but I think we lost him last time I was checking, but looks like he's on the move. This is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground still in portions of Mississippi here. So near Carson, Mississippi, looks like there was a tornado warning. Law enforcement confirmed this damaging tornado near Carson, moving to the north of Columbia here. So that's where this storm chaser feed is. This is the storm that we've been watching closely. And like I said earlier, these storms capable of producing tornadoes. This was a tornado warning earlier just over portions of Oak Valley. That was a confirmed tornado. And this is the same storm. And that's the same storm that is now producing another tornado warning. So we'll keep it up here like this, Matt. And yes, but let's track it out here and you can see it. And let's actually use, let's see if we can. So we still have that confirmed tornado there, like I said, and near Carson, and looks like a new tornado warning near Lexington. So, but so far right now, so that's just northeastern Yazoo counties. So that's the one that we were watching earlier as well. This one up here in the north. So it looks like they have extended this tornado warning, and it's coming into portions of Lexington and Durant here, Mississippi. But boy, a lot of activity already tonight. And then it looks like we do have one tornado warning continuing into portions of Louisiana here this evening. But so far right now, at least 5 tornado warnings, a pretty active evening. And this is what was expected with this kind of setup, severe weather setup, and with the moderate risk. But you can see a lot of these tornado warnings are not necessarily in that moderate risk zone. They are also in the other areas. So it's important, if you're under any tornado watch, to always know what to do, be prepared if you do have to seek shelter over this area. So a lot of you guys wondering about the timing of the storms. We'll get to that in just a couple of moments here. But a lot of activities you can see this evening in terms of those tornado warnings. We have a couple. Our storm chaser, of course, is on this storm. And just from watching his feed, it looks like he's getting in on a lot of rain, lightning, but not seeing anything. And that's what's going to be complicated about these storms. Although there are storm chasers out there, what makes this dangerous is you can't really see. There's not a lot of daylight, of course. And if there is a tornado on the ground, the only way to see it is either lightning illuminating the sky or maybe even hearing it. But that's what makes these storms pretty dangerous. It's only 5 o'clock there and we're already seeing dark time. So that's what's dangerous about these storms, especially in the fall and even in the winter, is we have those early sunsets. So you have more darkness and you can't really get a good visual on where these tornadoes are exactly. But we still have confirmed tornadoes here on the ground in portions of Mississippi. And so let's go back to this one and let's get the latest updates on that. So we still have a confirmed tornado now over Sherwood in Mississippi. And looks like it was a damaging tornado. This was for Choctaw County, Webster, and Western Clay counties. And looks like there was some damage to these areas. So yes, damage likely, unfortunately, with this storm, but this is moving over Bassfield now, coming into Seminary on Highway 49 there in Mississippi. And again, this is in southern Mississippi. So if you're in southern Mississippi, just to the north of Hattiesburg, that's where we have that confirmed tornado warning at the moment. And this is so far the only confirmed tornado that we have on the ground, but we still have several tornado warnings right now. You can see it there from Bassfield to Seminary, Mississippi. Let's see if we got any visuals here from Jordan Hall. So confirmed tornado there on the ground. And I know a lot of you asking about what's going on in the Midwest. Some of you asking about Indiana. Indiana, you're not under any risk zone, at least for severe weather, but you might get some winter weather up there here. We'll show you that future radar here in just a couple moments, but I want to give you an update on what's going on, at least in terms of the severe weather right now. And it looks like we still have a confirmed tornado, and this is from those southern Covington and southeastern Jefferson counties. So a confirmed tornado was located near Melba, 12 miles southwest of Collins, moving at 35 miles per hour. Law enforcement confirmed this tornado. So Bassfield and Seminary. So that's the storm we're on right now. I'm trying to see if the storm chaser has any visuals. Of course, it's so dark there. We need some sort of light, some lightning to confirm if there's anything on the ground. Looks like a lot of activity. Not very many people on the roads, which is some good news there right now. But it's pretty dark over this area. Again, this is near Bassfield. So this storm chaser, Jordan Hall, is near Bassfield, and the storm coming into areas of Seminary on Highway 49 there in Mississippi, and that's where we have our confirmed tornado. So the National Weather Service is doing a great job on updating where this confirmed tornado is. So right now near Melba, Mississippi, and that's a very small town there in Mississippi. So a lot of, looks like there's damage reports coming out of that area because of this confirmed tornado. So yeah, Sanford, Mississippi, if you're in that area, about nearly 10,000 people live in this region. So definitely a dangerous storm coming into this region. And we still have a couple radar indicated tornado warnings. So looks like actually, so that storm that Aaron is on, which let's put him full screen actually and put this radar here, because it looks like there is a confirmed tornado, or observed at least, with this tornado warning. Damaging tornado, quarter-sized hail, and this is located over Sherwood, 20 miles southwest of Montpelier. And this is again for this storm here, and this is again a confirmed tornado. So now we have 2 confirmed tornado warnings in Mississippi this evening. And so if you're in Starkville, you need to be seeking shelter right now. This is a storm that has a confirmed tornado with it. You can definitely see it there on velocity. Seeing if we can see any debris signatures here. A differential correlation coefficient. Not really a strong indication that debris is being lofted, but definitely a strong indication that there's velocity here with this storm. Of course, confirmed tornado on the ground. Our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack. Let's put him. Can we put him a little bit more in the center, Matt. I just want to see what he sees because he is on this confirmed tornado right now. And if we can turn his volume up as well with that radar, Matt, if you can do so, that'd be very helpful. So yeah, let's put his feed full screen. Not sure if he can see anything there on the ground. And let's crank up his audio and see if he's talking or anything. Yep. So what you're watching there is Aaron's feed, and we have that radar. So again, this was a confirmed tornado warning. Law enforcement, weather spotters confirmed this tornado. This was located over Sherwood, 20 miles southwest of Montpelier. Damaging tornado, unfortunately, here, and it's really dark. So that's where our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is near. Last we heard, and he's on this storm right now. I'm trying to see if we can get any good visuals of anything on the ground, but of course, you know, after sunset, can't really see much there. And with all the rainfall as well, lightning illuminating the sky, it's very hard to tell. But weather spotters have indicated that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It has already caused damage over this area. I don't know if that was, it's pretty bright. If we get Aaron's audio, Matt, let me know as well. He is on this storm. Again, he was near FIBA, Mississippi, last we've heard of from Aaron, and so he was near this tornado warning. So yeah, a lot of activity, not seeing any good visuals with this storm. And let's, I'm seeing if we can get any reports here from the National Weather Service on what the storm is doing. But several tornado warnings. Looks like we have at least 4 right now. 3 of them in Mississippi, 1 that continues on that Texas-Louisiana border, now coming into portions of Louisiana, but definitely an active evening here across portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. A lot of rainfall there in Aaron's shot. And looks like they just extended this tornado warning that was south of this region. So now we have a new tornado warning that was over Yazoo City. Yazoo City, you're not under a tornado warning right now. Still stay on alert. Those tornado warnings will continue at least, or at least the tornado threat continues until the evening. But let's give you a quick update on what's going on here in portions of Mississippi. So they extended that tornado warning that is currently over Eden, Mississippi, now comes into portions of Holmes County, Atla County, and Yazoo County in central Mississippi until 6:30 p.m. We're still seeing a strong indication of rotation with this storm as it moves into this region. So you have several tornado warnings in northern Mississippi as well within this tornado watch box. As you can see, all that yellow shaded area, that's a tornado watch. So that means be prepared to be under a tornado warning. When you're under that tornado warning, that's when you need to be seeking shelter. And so far, it looks like all the activity, at least as it stands, is all in Mississippi. We still have that tornado warning, a very small box, so I wouldn't be surprised if they expired that here pretty soon over Louisiana. But other than that, you have several severe thunderstorm warnings in this region, and those tornado warnings that are coming into portions of northern Mississippi, and that's where our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is targeting these storms. So I want to put in full screen to see if we can get any good visuals of what's going on in the ground. But of course, this is a was earlier confirmed tornado, and looks like the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, still has the observed tag for portions of Starkville, Mississippi, Mabin, and Phoeba, Mississippi. So observed, still on the ground. At least 46,000 people are under this tornado warning. Now includes Phoeba, Starkville, over those areas. So that's where we have that tornado warning currently issued. And it's still moving, located over Mabin, I should say, 13 miles southwest of Montpelier, moving at 40 miles per hour. It's still a confirmed tornado. It has already created damage. And so this is a dangerous storm, but it doesn't look like we could see much from Aaron's feed, and he is on the storm. I want to wait it out a little bit and see if we can get any good visuals there. A lot of lightning, so we really need that lightning to illuminate the sky there with Aaron's feed. But for you guys in the chat, I see a lot of you talking. We'll time out the impact here in just a couple of moments. But if you have any questions, continue to ask them in the chat. We'll try to get to them as quickly as we can. And I know severe weather threat here ending the month of November. So it looks like they did extend that tornado warning that was in Louisiana. Now includes Wally, Louisiana, Fort Jessup, and Roebling, Louisiana until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So it looks like it's still rotating there in portions of Louisiana, I should say. And with pea-sized hail possible. Population of about almost 6,000 people live within this tornado warning. So let's show you where that tornado warning is. This new extension of this tornado warning that's in Louisiana. And this is coming into Natchitoches, Louisiana there, Roebling. And this is a tornado warning for, let's read off those parishes. Natchitoches Parish and Sabine Parish in northwestern Louisiana until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So I know it's dark. And the sun is setting there with several tornado warnings already being issued across portions of the southeast. And we knew with this type of event, this is what we were going to see. But we're definitely already seeing 2 confirmed tornadoes right now. And we're still seeing that confirmed tornado where our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack was, a confirmed tornado down here near Hattiesburg, just to the north of Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg, you're not under a tornado warning, but you have one to the north of you that was producing a tornado. And looks like the National Weather Service is still confirming a tornado there with quarter-sized hail coming into southwestern Covington and Jefferson Davis counties this evening. So you can see a lot of that storm activity starting to bubble up. And looks like they just expired that tornado warning for Bassfield. But if you're in Seminary along Highway 49, you're still under this tornado warning. So let's see if they updated that here. And let's read the latest update. So I mean, we still have a confirmed tornado here in Collins, Mississippi, near Collins, Mississippi, and this is for southern Covington County. So yeah, this tornado, it's still on the ground, according to the National Weather Service. You really need to be seeking shelter, and we're talking about this tornado warning in southern Mississippi. You're still seeing a strong indication of rotation there. Seeing if any debris is being picked up with this storm. Not really seeing a strong indication of it, but we're still seeing strong velocity, and we are seeing a confirmed tornado. Now they're saying for Collins, near Collins, Mississippi. So Collins, you're not exactly in this tornado warning, maybe areas to the south of you, but you should be seeking shelter as the storm is coming over your area. It's going to cross Highway 49 and maybe even crossing Highway 84 as we speak. So that's where we're seeing that currently still confirmed tornado on the ground right now near Collins, Mississippi. Our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is on the other storm that's confirmed that's in northern Mississippi there. And that is over Mabin, Mississippi. So near Phoeba, Palo Alto, West Point there. It's going to be here within the next couple of minutes. So right now, from just the reports of the National Weather Service, we have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground in Mississippi here. And yes, Mabin, Mississippi, That's where we had that confirmed tornado right over you guys right now. Need to be seeking shelter, the most interior portion of your home. That's the safest bet, at least in terms of severe weather here over the next several minutes. But not very good visuals. It's so dark there. Can't really see the tornado there visually. Maybe Aaron could see it just because he's there. But as of his feed, Matt, if you see anything on his feed, let me know. But he is on that tornado warning that's just to the north in Mabin. So yeah, possible tornado coming really close to Starkville, Mississippi, and this is one of the more populated areas in Mississippi. So that's what makes this tornado warning pretty dangerous in that area. So let's go back. So Seminary, Collins along Highway 84, Highway 49. That's where we're seeing a confirmed tornado. Then another one up here in Starkville, and a lot of concern because this is a big one of the more populous areas in Mississippi. And that's where we're seeing a confirmed tornado on the ground. And this is near Collins, Mississippi. That was the southern one. This is over near Mabin, Mississippi here. And that's just to the north of Mississippi. So it looks like some good news. They have officially put Starkville out of the tornado warning. But if you're north of that area, we're still seeing that tornado warning. West Point, if you live there, this extension of the tornado may be over there in just a couple of minutes. So it looks like, at least with the latest update from the National Weather Service, there's no longer a confirmed tornado there. But we're still seeing tornado warnings there being issued for southwestern Clay counties. And that's what the latest update here from the National Weather Service over FIBA. This is a dangerous storm. So it already produced a tornado. And although it's lifted, we may get another tornado here. But although they do have this tornado warning. So if you're in this tornado warning, make sure you're seeking shelter. The good news, at least, is that Starkville, one of the more populous cities in Mississippi, is no longer under this tornado warning, but you still have a severe thunderstorm warning. And that is because we're going to see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and even large hail associated with this storm that's moving through that area. So several tornado warnings as this evening gets pretty active. And this was my concern looking at this event a couple of days ago. The amount of activity that we're seeing, and it's already dark. This is what makes those storms very dangerous. And this is going to be a long duration event. So we're going to see this well into the late evening and possibly into the overnight hours for a lot of you guys. So I know a lot of you asking questions about when the storms arrive in your area. So let's take it really quickly to this future radar here, and let's pull up WSI Matt there if we can on the screen. That way we can put up that future radar. I know a lot of you asking about portions of Tennessee and even what's happening for the rest of the Southeast. So Matt, as soon as you get WSI up there, let's time out the impacts. I'm getting a lot of questions of what's going to go on maybe later on in the evening and even in portions of Tennessee. So there you have the Futurecast radar. And this gives us just a good picture of what may potentially happen here over the next several hours. And you can see heading into the next hour or so. So we're closing in on the 6 o'clock hour, 7 o'clock hour. You're still seeing a lot of that storm activity, especially over portions of Tennessee. So Memphis, you're not out of that danger zone. You may still get some of these strong storms and even into portions of Tennessee. Not as strong as the ones were expected in Mississippi. As you can see, a lot of those individual cells possible, even in portions of southern Mississippi. So your threat isn't exactly over. And it's no surprise that they have extended those tornado warning or watches in portions of southern Alabama and portions of southern Mississippi until 11 p.m. this evening because of just the amount of storms that we're going to have and the strength that they're going to continue to produce pretty strong storms with the possibility of even strong tornadoes. So that continues well into the overnight hours. Definitely not anything different than what you're seeing now, but take a look at what happens at least until we get into that 5 o'clock hour Central Standard Time. I think that's when all of the storm activity will be out of your area. You may even feel a little bit cooler after these storms pass through and a lot less humidity. But you can see by 4 or 5 o'clock, a lot of the activity is now affecting portions of Alabama, even a very populous city like Atlanta, Georgia. A lot of that storm activity will start to affect you guys. You're going to maybe even be awakened by the strong winds and the lightning that's associated and the thunder associated with this. And see that line of storms even pushing into regions like New Orleans by the 5 o'clock commute there. So definitely something to watch out for. A lot of rain, maybe some low visibility as you're driving through this. And then by 6 o'clock, most of this will be in possibly portions of Florida and even southern Georgia, in the Carolinas there, and portions of New Orleans. So if you live in those areas, just be prepared for very active overnight hours. But I think after tonight, most of the activity will be out of the way. Of course, these conditions will help the National Weather Service go out and survey the damage from the storms and determine the exact ratings of these tornadoes. We've already seen a couple of confirmed tornadoes this evening, and that's definitely going to be the activity heading into the next several hours. So we're here 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so it's 5:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time there across portions of Mississippi. And so let's give you a quick update on what's going on with the storms. I know a lot of you concerned, and for now we're just going to be talking about this severe weather outbreak that we're focusing in on the southeast. So I'm talking about you guys in Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, and even Tennessee. This is our focus for tonight. If you're anywhere behind these zones, I would just expect a much cooler weather pattern up there, and maybe even some snow. I know, with the clash of the seasons, this is what typically happens when you have a very warm air mass ahead of these cold fronts, and then very cold air, very strong cold front. This is what usually happens with the setup, with the moisture, the instability, and even all of that hot air helping fuel all of these storms. So not very unlikely to see severe weather for this time of year, but strong storms like these are very rare, especially with the particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, that we are under right now in portions of Mississippi. So at least as of right now, looks like the National Weather Service isn't labeling any of these storms confirmed tornadoes, but we do have several tornado warnings right now, and you can see it there on your screen. Using the MyRadar app, super helpful during these storms. If maybe you're watching us on YouTube or found this live stream on YouTube, don't really know what this app is, it's going to help you navigate these storms throughout the next several hours. If you live in Mississippi, highly recommend. It tells you ahead of the time when the storms will arrive in your area, will give you weather alerts, and even shows you those warnings and even watch boxes there in those areas. So definitely a good way to keep track of what's going on here over the next several hours. And of course, our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is still out on the road chasing these storms, and he's still on this tornado warned storm that's in northern Mississippi here right now. Nothing confirmed, but we do have at least 5 tornado warnings right now, and this is something we expected with this type of storm setup here this evening. So continue to ask your questions here. We'll circle back and give you an update here on that timing of the storms. I know a lot of you concerned for later in the future, at least in terms of what's going to happen with these storms, but we'll give you a quick update on that in here in just a couple of moments. But as of for now, several tornado warnings here. Let's put Aaron's feed a little bit bigger and see what he's up to right now. It's still pretty dark in that area. Not sure if he has any audio, if he's talking about where he's potentially heading. Last we heard from Aaron is he was in northern Mississippi, and you're seeing a lot of lightning there with the storms there in the background. I think I'm not sure exactly what highway he is in, or he's driving along, but yeah, you're definitely seeing a strong storm there in the background, just from the lightning illuminating that storm there. Still seeing several cars out on the road, but none of them going the direction that Aaron is, thankfully. And of course, Aaron, a professional storm chaser, he knows what he knows what to do during these types of storms. He has years of experience, especially storm chasing out here. It seems like every year since I've started working with him, this is around the time of season where in the deep south you get the clash of the seasons, and you typically get these types of severe weather setups. The National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, they actually issue the most tornado warnings every year across the United States, because in this zone, severe weather season is all year long. And it's always important to say that there isn't really a season for severe weather, because you can get these types of setups whenever. And this is why we're seeing these several tornado warnings. So I know you guys in Mississippi, you get severe weather quite frequently and are pretty resilient, but it's always important to share this information, especially for anybody you know that maybe is new to the area, wasn't really fine-tuned with what to do during a tornado warning. But yes, definitely a different type of setup if you're not used to living in Mississippi. So let's see, looks like he's setting up somewhere in Mississippi. He has stopped for now. He was driving there for quite a bit of time, but let's see if we can get his audio up there, Matt. I think he's on a storm here, and that might be that tornado warned storm that is up here. And yeah. Okay, so it looks like we don't have no audio on him yet, but he might jump in here and give us a quick update on where he is exactly. But he's on a pretty good storm right now, visually at least. A lot of lightning coming into that area. And although this isn't a confirmed tornado, still quite a bit of activity. Let's pull that back up. So yeah, still several tornado warnings. One tornado warning over Franklin, Mississippi. So let's see what counties. Southeastern Holmes and Atla counties over Franklin. This was a storm, I think, that produced damage earlier. So here's a big, so let's show you this tornado warning right here. And this is for Durant. So they have extended this tornado warning into these cities. And this is what I was talking about earlier. If it could still hold, it wouldn't be surprising if they did extend these warnings. It looks like they did to Durant, Mississippi, Salis, Coscuroso, Mississippi, McCool. This is where we have that tornado warning. Nothing on the ground, but you need to be seeking shelter if you're in this area. Quarter-sized hail is possible with this storm. Again, this is for southeastern Holmes and Atla counties in Mississippi. So they have extended that tornado warning into those areas from the previous tornado warning that was just to the west of those areas. Now let's give you a quick update on what's going on here in Louisiana. And these areas are all under this tornado watch. So you need to be on alert for these tornado warnings. So let's give you a quick update on this one. Nacogdoches Parish in Louisiana, Sabine Parish until 6:15 p.m. Potential of seeing tornadoes. Very strong indication of rotation there with this storm. And as that loads, you can see it there. Maybe not as much as earlier, but if it can hold its act together, if you're in Natchez, Louisiana, even Natchitoches, Louisiana, Clarence, and Powhatan, Louisiana, you may potentially see a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning being issued over this area here over the next hour or so. But a lot of activity. This is really starting to get going over these areas, and we've already had several confirmed tornadoes this evening from the same storms that keep producing these tornadoes. So yeah, somebody asking about Starkville. Starkville, you're no longer under a tornado warning. That tornado warning is now to the north of you. So maybe if you live in a little bit north of Starkville, you're still continuing to seek shelter in this area. There is still a tornado warning. And in fact, our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, is the one on this storm right now. And this is closing in on West Point. So along Highway 82, just to the north of Highway 82. Highway 82, you're still under this tornado warning, but looks like at least the velocities to the north of this area. And this tornado warning continues over FIBA, Mississippi here. Not any new updates from National Weather Service yet in terms of this tornado, but at least as of right now, we have 4 tornado warnings and nothing confirmed on the ground right now, which is some good news, but things may change here pretty quickly. And so we're going to keep up to date on what's going on here. And again, if you're joining us tonight, thank you so much for watching us, keeping Matt and I here company. If you have any questions in the chat, make sure to ask them on there. We will try to get to your questions and concerns this evening. Of course, we have a whole team of meteorologists. Meteorologist Mike Linden was here earlier. Our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, was out. And we had an update from our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, on our social media. So if you can't necessarily watch the stream, we have social media updates for you all evening long. If you're watching us on the MyRadar app and you have questions, join the conversation. We're on YouTube. We're streaming on Facebook. We're streaming all across every social media platform here. And so looks like 28 minutes ago, Aaron was in Matheson, Mississippi. So he is on these storms. And that is that tornado warning that we were just talking about here in northern Mississippi. But right now, thankfully, we're not seeing any confirmed tornadoes on the ground. But of course, this scenario might change here at any moment. This is why we have those several tornado warnings issued. And a lot of you watching from Mississippi here tonight. So we really do appreciate you guys keeping us company here tonight, hopefully getting the information that you need to stay safe in areas of the southeast here. And I have Matt Hyland in the background helping us run the stream here for you guys tonight. We're going to be here all evening long, keeping you ahead of the storm. And of course, if you don't have the MyRadar app, maybe you found us on YouTube, download it. It'll help you navigate the storms here over the next several hours, as we are seeing a very rare moderate risk day in portions of Mississippi. So what that means is just we are meteorologists from the Storm Prediction Center are very confident that we were going to get this type of setup here, and maybe even potentially strong tornadoes. Of course, we've already had several confirmed tornadoes with the storm, and you know we're closing in on the 6 o'clock hour in Mississippi here, so we still have all evening long for these storms to produce tornadoes. So definitely stay on alert, guys. Of course, we're going to be here providing you updates on any new updates on what's going on there. Our storm chaser Aaron on the ground. It is dark there, so it's going to be very hard to see visually what's going on there. But of course, this is what makes it so dangerous to have these types of events in the winter months, just because we get that early sunset. We still get all of this warm air, moisture, instability, cross section of the wind, so wind shear, and all those ingredients coming into place for this severe weather event. Of course, if you're behind this front, so this is in association with the frontal system that's pushing through this area. We have cold air behind this front, very strong cold front, and then very warm air in front of it. So let's go to Aaron. Looks like we do have audio from him. Put his feet up and see what he's doing right now.
Wall cloud just passed by right here. It's like right over here now. Mississippi State University is right now, where we're at. Here comes the rain on the backside. Oh, power just went out. big CG there. I'm gonna bail on it, get the next storm. I'm not gonna be able to keep up with it. Good view of it here, though. Look at this, guys. It's a pretty good view. You're looking at the rotation, area of rotation, the wall cloud, the lowering there. cells gone up southeast of Jackson are interesting.
Hey y'all, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. If you're tuning in, watching us, you've been watching Aaron's stream. He's in northern Mississippi. He was on a earlier tornado warned storm. Doesn't look like he saw very much. At least I didn't see very much from his visuals, just because it's so dark and the nature of these storms in that area. But there are still several tornado warnings, and looks like the newest tornado warning from in Louisiana, large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. So this is that tornado warning that we were tracking earlier, and this is for southeastern Caldwell Parish. So confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles southeast of Columbia, moving at 45. This is a PDS tornado warning. What this means, it's a particularly dangerous situation. If you are in any of these parishes that we're talking about right now, that means that this is a very dangerous area and you need to be seeking shelter. So this storm actually coming into portion. So let's actually reload this to get a better perspective of what's going on there. So there it is. There is that tornado that we were talking about, that tornado warning. Again, this is for areas of Louisiana, and let's close out the app and give you a quick update on what's going on there. And so this is for areas in, again, like I said, Caldwell Parish, and this is an extremely large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground right now as we speak. And so this is the area that we were talking about here, and this is a tornado warning. So let's actually see if we can get this on WSI here. And so yeah, there's that tornado warning, and so that's the one we were talking about here. And this is a extremely large and dangerous tornado coming into the ground here, or it's on the ground right now and coming into this area. So let's turn on that radar. Let's actually do the Jackson. So it looks like we are getting a good visual here. So velocity here, again, this is in Louisiana. Yeah, definitely seeing a very strong indication that the storm is rotating. I'm trying to get the best radar, but this area is in between radars, so we can still see the rotation within this. But I want to see if we can gather if there's any sort of debris being lofted. Yeah, definitely seeing that there, where you're seeing that dark area. This is no surprise that they're labeling this as a PDS tornado warning, and we're seeing indications that there's debris being lofted into the atmosphere because of this tornado. This is coming into cities of Winsboro, Gilbert, along Highway 425 in Louisiana, right over portions of Louisiana, just to the east of Grayson, Louisiana. So if you're in this area, you need to be seeking shelter. This is a very dangerous situation unfolding there in portions of Louisiana, just to the south of Interstate 20. So south of Interstate 20 there, just to the south of Monroe, coming into Columbia, Winsboro, Windsor, along Highway 425. This is where we have an extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. And turning on that storm chaser layer, I don't think we're seeing any storm chasers on this, at least within the MyRadar app, on this storm. But this is a dangerous storm. The National Weather Service just issued this PDS tornado warning in portions of Louisiana. I'm going to go on social media and see if we can get any visuals. Of course, it is dark here, and that's what makes this tornado pretty dangerous. So tornado warning there. Again, a very PDS tornado warning. Very dangerous situation unfolding there in Louisiana. You need to be seeking shelter now if you live in this area. Again, a very dangerous tornado moving into portions of Louisiana as we speak. And let's see if we can get any updates from the National Weather Service here about what's going on the ground there in Louisiana. So we still have several tornado warnings, but this is the one that is actually producing a very large tornado on the ground. And we have several tornado warnings issued right now. So this is just one of them in Louisiana. We do have several ongoing in portions of Mississippi. So looks like we might have a confirmed tornado here. And this is for Manassas Parish, Madison Parish, and Franklin Parish until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is a confirmed tornado as well on the ground. And this is again in Mississippi, where we have several tornado warnings issued. And this tornado warning is also producing ping pong size hail. So this is actually in southern Mississippi near Collins. And this is where we had, so this is that same storm system that was producing a tornado earlier. And this is again in southern Mississippi where we were tracking these storms. This is near, so it looks like the National Weather Service is just updating these pretty quickly. And we have several tornado warnings. So now entering 7 o'clock, the 7 o'clock hour here, into portions at least of Mississippi. So tornado warnings near Hebron, Mississippi, over Waverly, that PDS tornado warning in Louisiana, and still continuing to track tornado warnings in FIBA, Mississippi. So in southern Mississippi, you're still ongoing with those tornado warnings. And then this one right here, so this is a tornado warning in central Mississippi. Right now, nothing confirmed on the ground, but this is for Atla County and until the 7 o'clock hour here. And then so tracking this tornado warning up here in northern Mississippi, this is where storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is actually chasing. He's very near the storm. And tornado warnings issued now for West Point, Clarendon, and even Columbus, Mississippi. And this is where we have possibly seeing tornadoes over this area, 2-inch hail, a lot of activity going on here. So a lot of activity going on in portions of Mississippi as we speak. And so trying to get the latest update on where this new observed tornado warning is being issued. So several of them being updated from the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. And so this one near Winsboro, Chase, Gilbert, Jigger, and even Extension, that's that Louisiana tornado warning that's observed over this region. So a lot of these storms starting to pop off. Of course, the atmosphere very conducive for this. Pretty much a tornado outbreak unfolding here across portions of Mississippi and even portions of Louisiana. Now you can see the extent of these storms. So let's turn on the high definition radar here just to give you a more regional look at where exactly we're tracking these storms. So several tornado warnings, those red boxes you're seeing on your screen, those are all tornado warnings being issued now in areas of the deep south. And this is where we expected these storms to fire off. Of course, a very active evening over this area with several tornado warnings and even severe thunderstorm warnings coming into play here. But several of these are already starting to move into portions of Alabama. So if you're anywhere in Huntsville, along Interstate 22, and even along Highway 20, this is where we're seeing all of that storm activity, even a severe thunderstorm warning issued over Jackson, Mississippi, right now as we currently speak. But a lot of these storms starting to get very strong here tonight. And you can definitely see them on the MyRadar app. But let's go to WSI here because I want to show you the extent of these storms. So you can see all of that activity. If we zoom out, those yellow boxes, all severe thunderstorm warnings. Those red boxes, all tornado warnings. And some of these confirmed tornadoes. So it looks like a tornado warning right over Columbus, Mississippi. And looks like this one's getting a little bit stronger here. And this is the one that has a possibility of producing a tornado until 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So very active evening unfolding here in portions of Mississippi. And then if we take a look at what's going on down here in near Cosco, I think I definitely did not say that right, but that's where we have another tornado warning that goes into effect until 6:30 p.m. So you still have another 20 minutes on this storm, but let's go back to the one in Louisiana, and this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning, and this is a tornado reported near Columbia, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So it's in that weird zone where it's just south of I-20 coming into that Louisiana-Mississippi border. So there's the Mississippi border. It's still in Louisiana, but it's coming very close into that area. And I want to see if we can put up velocity over this region just to get a better picture of what's going on here. Not a very good image of velocity there just because it's in between radars, but you could still see that indication of rotation here in that dark, that kind of light pink color and that dark red color there. That's where I'm seeing that indication that it's still rotating, coming over Highway 425. We're still seeing a reported confirmed tornado with that storm system. And earlier, I think in areas of Columbus, we were seeing a report of a confirmed tornado. Doesn't look like we're seeing that right now, but several tornado warnings still ongoing for portions of Louisiana and Mississippi here this evening. So a lot of storm activity, several severe thunderstorm warnings also being issued. And if you're watching us on any of our social media platforms, drop your questions in the comments. I'd be happy to answer them. A lot of activity going on this evening. And I know a very rare severe weather day in the month of November with the sunset being pretty early in the day. This is what makes these types of setups very dangerous over this region. And so a lot of you asking for areas in Mississippi. So we'll time out the impacts of these storms. I know a lot of you concerned maybe for the overnight hours because the overnight, we are expected this to be a very long duration event. So that means lasting several hours. Not really sure where Storm Chaser Aaron is. I would imagine he is closing in on that Mississippi-Alabama border tornado warning. So that's the one that's up here near Columbus, Mississippi. And then you're seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings being issued in areas of Alabama. So it's going to be a long night for a lot of you guys. Stay alert. Have those weather alerts turned on your phone. Make sure they are actually turned on your phone, especially if you live in Mississippi. If you know friends and family that live there, make sure they know what's going on. I know a lot of you guys are very resilient. You typically see severe weather at any time of year in the Deep South. So I know you guys are prepared, but it's always best to also stay prepared ahead of the storm as these storms start to push through these areas. So still seeing several tornado warnings there. And we're still seeing this large and dangerous life-threatening situation still continuing in portions of Caldwell Parish there in Louisiana. So let's go back to the MyRadar app. Matt, if you can do that for me. And let's give you a quick update on that PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Those are very rare tornado warnings. When those are issued, that's how you know that it's a very extremely life-threatening tornado on the ground there. And this is coming close to Winnsboro and Gilbert here over the next several minutes. And it'll be over this area here. But again, this is for located near Liddyville, or 7 miles southwest of Winnsboro, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles are very likely, and complete destruction is possible. So that's very strong language with this tornado warning from the National Weather Service. This is telling you guys to take it very seriously. A very large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornadoes on the ground. And if you don't know where to seek shelter, if you live in any of these areas, again, this is in Louisiana. We're talking about you guys in Winnsboro, Gilbert, along Highway 425. This is where that dangerous storm is headed. And then eventually, if it still can stay together, if you're down the pipeline, I'm talking about you, Richmond, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Newleton, you're not under a tornado warning right now, but be prepared to seek shelter here pretty soon, especially as it's coming into portions of Winnsboro. And it's moving pretty fast at 45 miles per hour. So those areas, you might be in the extension of a tornado warning. So just make sure to stay on alert, as this is a PDS tornado warning coming into portions of Louisiana, and then might even cross that Mississippi-Louisiana border there here over the next coming minutes. But we're still seeing a PDS tornado warning. I'm going to check here on social media to see if anybody's seeing that on the ground. So looks like, yeah, maybe somebody shot something from Bassfield here. I'm not seeing very much video, at least as of right now, but some video from that Bassfield tornado that was confirmed earlier this evening. I'm seeing some video on that. It's still seeing these tornado watches as well being issued until at least 11 p.m. Central Standard Time for portions of Alabama. And actually, this tornado watch that's issued in areas of Mississippi goes at least until the next 30 minutes. Not sure if the National Weather Service is thinking of extending some of these, but they have extended it into portions of Alabama where that activity is starting to ramp up. And yeah, definitely seeing a huge debris ball signature there in portions of Louisiana. So let's actually show you here on the MyRadar app. We were seeing that earlier. And if we play it back here, so hopefully it'll load here. But if you're seeing it here on the radar, I don't have that right. So let's put this one on here, this radar. We had a very strong indication that debris was being lofted, and you're still pretty much seeing that in the storm. But if we play it back a couple of loops here, it was showing a pretty strong indication of that with that large and extremely dangerous tornado that was on the ground. You can definitely see it there. So if we go back a couple of this signature right here really tells us meteorologists or anybody who's watching the radar, if you know what this means, you know that this is a very dangerous storm, debris being lofted into the atmosphere, and then velocity, of course, giving us an indication that strong rotation is within the storm, and of course, weather spotters confirming that this was a tornado on the ground, still on the ground right now. PDS tornado warning from the latest update over Leadyville, Louisiana here. Moving at 45 miles per hour. Of course, you want to be seeking shelter if you live in this area. If you know friends or family that live here, make sure to check up on them. This is a very extremely dangerous tornado warning that is coming for these areas. So yeah, I'm not really sure where Aaron is. Matt, if you have an update, let us know where he is. But this is, again, a PDS tornado warning in portions of Mississippi, or I should say in Louisiana. And we're still, guys, we still have at least 6 tornado warnings right now. This is a little bit more active than what we were seeing earlier in the afternoon. This is what's very expected over this area. But if you take a look, just a regional view of what we're seeing right now, several tornado warnings in Mississippi, all these storms starting to get their act together. And then maybe even possibly seeing some of these starting to be issued in portions of Mississippi. But a lot of these areas, you're under that tornado watch until the next couple of minutes here, and then they've extended tornado watches in southern Mississippi and even portions of Alabama this evening. So, you know, very long night for areas in the deep south with this moderate risk of severe weather. So that's a level 4 out of 5 for severe weather, and these are areas that have severe weather possible here over the next several hours. And so let's get back to this one, and let's see if we can get any more updates on here. I'm not seeing a lot of video on social media from this particular storm, but people are there on the ground. They see it visually. It is confirmed. And, you know, that's what makes these storms so dangerous. They occur after dark. If you live in these regions, you really need to be seeking shelter, because this is creating, or it's causing some considerable damage over portions of Louisiana. And very, very dangerous. So Aaron is actually in Louisville, Mississippi, I'm assuming, unless he's crossed that that border there. So Louisville, very small town in Mississippi, and yeah, he is very close. So it looks like he has moved a little bit south of Starkville. And he is actually, so zooming in, he's out of that he's actually in this new tornado warning. So if we see anything visually on there, Matt, let me know. But he's in this new tornado warning. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but this is for Choctaw County, Atlet County, and Winston County there in Mississippi. And that's a tornado warning that's being issued over that area. So, Aaron on top of things, chasing these storms, and yeah, definitely can drop a tornado here at any moment. Definitely seeing that strong indication of rotation in portions of Mississippi this evening. And so Aaron is closing in on the storm. It'll be interesting to see if he can see anything visually on the ground, but right now, at least, then the National Weather Service is not confirming that this is on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if this happened at any moment. It definitely has that indication of strong rotation there. And again, this is over areas of Mississippi. Radar indicated tornado warning in Louisville, Mississippi, and that's where our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is at right now. So from Louisville to McMillan, Bethenden, and McCool, you guys are all under this tornado warning. At least 15,000 people are under this tornado warning, and that's where Aaron is currently. So that's one of the tornado warnings that we're tracking this evening. The one that's confirmed on the ground is in Louisiana, and giving you a quick update on that one. It still looks like it's on the ground, and so we actually have now a new tornado warning in Arkansas. So let's give you a quick update on that. And this area, you're just right outside that tornado watch. You're right in it, but a little bit outside of it. And this area doesn't have a really good radar coverage, so it's going to be pretty difficult to see if there's any. So there it is. Definitely seeing strong indication of rotation again. So let's read this off. This is a new tornado warning being issued in Arkansas for Desha and Drew County until 7:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Nothing on the ground, but very strong indication of rotation with the storm. And this is coming into portions of, it's on that Louisiana, Mississippi border, coming very close to Greenville, Mississippi. So that's where we're seeing that new tornado warning in that area. So that's where we have that new tornado warning. So looks like actually, so we have a new confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado was located near Columbus Air Force Base. So let's pan over there and show you what's going on. So this is that new tornado warning. This is coming into portions of Columbus, Mississippi, and into that Arkansas, or I should say Alabama border. Very strong indication of rotation there. Turning on the correlation coefficient. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm not seeing an indication that maybe a little bit of debris is being wafted in the atmosphere, but yeah, definitely seeing so this is a confirmed tornado. So if you're anywhere in Columbus, Mississippi, coming into that Alabama border. This is a damaging tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground near the Columbus Air Force Base. Need to be seeking shelter over this area. And this is for southern Lamar County in Mississippi and coming into portions of Alabama as well. So they've extended that tornado warning into Alabama. And this is another confirmed tornado on the ground. So it looks like I'm not seeing, they might have canceled that tornado warning in Louisiana, but let's see. So no, it's still there, but it doesn't have that PDS tag anymore. So that tornado might have lifted. Again, this was a tornado near Columbia. I should say Columbia, Louisiana. So Columbia, Louisiana, confirmed tornado. Columbus, Mississippi, also a confirmed tornado. That we're seeing right now on the ground. So a pretty active scene, even confirmed tornadoes, or I should say tornado warnings in Arkansas this evening coming into that Mississippi border, and several severe thunderstorm warnings also being issued over that area. So tornado warnings just firing off like crazy here tonight over this area. Make sure to know where you go if you are under a tornado warning, and I'm going to read some of these latest reports over these areas. So it looks like Seeing some video of possible power flashes near Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. That's where we had that PDS tornado warning issued earlier this evening. A lot of lightning activity with this as well, illuminating the sky. And looks like, unfortunately, there is reports of, in Caldwell Parish, destruction of homes there, major damage from the large tornado, which is unfortunate to hear. Again, this is in Louisiana, and this is Caldwell Parish, still reporting a damaging tornado from the National Weather Service in Louisiana. So we're still seeing that observed tornado near Caledonia, Mississippi, Koala Springs, and McStearns, Mississippi. So let's pan over there. So that's coming into the Alabama-Mississippi border, and that's that storm we were just on. So that's this storm that's coming into Caledonia and into the Arkansas, Mississippi. That's where we have currently an observed tornado on the ground. At least 18,000 of you are under this tornado warning. Another observed tornado warning in Alabama. Of course, that's the one that's attached to this tornado warning, and you can see that storm coming into that region here. So if you're anywhere from Caledonia, and yeah, very strong velocity signature. Yep, we have that debris ball signature as well. So a very strong tornado coming into this area. And, you know, several of you, at least 20,000 of you guys are under this tornado warning. And this is also for portions of Alabama. So you guys need to be seeking shelter. This could potentially be a dangerous tornado coming into your area, a very strong indication of velocity, and even a debris ball signature coming into those areas of Mississippi and into that Mississippi-Alabama border. So yeah, guys, a lot of activity this evening. I hope you guys are staying safe, seeking shelter if you live in this area, checking up on your friends as well that are under this tornado warning, as we have, at least as of right now, a confirmed tornado on the ground, and that is for portions of Mississippi and Alabama. And this is coming close into that Mississippi-Alabama border there. You're definitely seeing that on your screen. And that's what's concerning for me, is seeing this, and then even that debris ball signature coming into play here there. So you can definitely see it there on your screen where you're seeing those bright blue colors. That's where we're seeing possibly a debris ball signature. And it's just to the east of the Columbus Air Force Base. So it has passed over that area just to the east, but that's what's concerning about the storm. We're going to have to assess and see if I can see any damage reports on social media. And our storm chaser Aaron is actually just to the south of this storm. He's actually on this tornado warning that's currently over Louisville, Mississippi, also seeing a very strong indication of rotation within the storm. Nothing is on the ground yet, but you need to be seeking shelter if you're in Choctaw County, Atla County, Winston County in Mississippi. A pretty dangerous storm coming for you guys. And so I don't know if Aaron is still driving there. I don't know if he can see anything. Let me know, Matt, if anything interesting happens on his stream, because I do want to make sure that we catch anything that he catches. But wow, that lightning strike, pretty bright there, almost looked like daytime, just from watching his stream. But so far right now, we have one confirmed tornado, and this is with the storm coming into Alabama. So although it's two tornado warnings, this is one confirmed tornado for both warnings, and it's coming into, like I said, Caledonia, Mississippi, into the Alabama border. And for those counties in Alabama, it's going to be for you guys in Lamar County. That's coming in very close to you guys in Alabama. So that's at least one confirmed tornado that we are tracking tonight. Also seeing reports of considerable damage over that area that was seeing the PDS tornado warning. A very, very dangerous evening already unfolding here as we speak. And so, yeah, that tornado warning, the one that you have on your screen, is still producing, not surprising, just from seeing that velocity signature, is still producing a strong tornado, observed tornado on the ground right now. And we still have several tornado warnings issued all around Mississippi. We still have some in Louisiana, and considerable damage being reported there. So yeah, this one that we have on your screen right now, this is the one that I'm very much more concerned about right now, just because there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Very strong indication of rotation. It's coming into that Alabama-Mississippi border, Millport, Kennedy, even Vernon, Alabama. You possibly might get in on this storm. You need to be seeking shelter. If you're in a tornado warning in this area, stay in your safe spot at least over the next 30 minutes. It's pretty dangerous here. As somebody's saying, they're in Columbus now. So it looks like that tornado is just to the north east of you. So if you're in Columbus, you're not under a tornado warning. But if you're north of Columbus, you are under a tornado warning. So I'm talking about you guys in Caledonia. And so it looks like we do have Aaron's audio. Is that correct, Matt? Okay. I'm not sure if he's talking, but I'd imagine he's still on that tornado warning that's in near Louisville, Mississippi. And you're seeing a lot of that lightning there in the sky, definitely helping, at least in terms of visually seeing what's going on the ground there. Looks like you might have seen a shelf cloud there, but I'm not really sure. This looks like a bunch of dark clouds. And so somebody's saying you're in Louisville. So that's where our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is, and there's actually a tornado warning there. So okay, so here's a new one. So that storm that we're tracking that you see on your screen now, this is the newest update from the National Weather Service. We have a PDS tornado warning. No surprise from just what I was seeing on radar. And so what this means is this is a particularly dangerous situation. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is a damaging confirmed tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Very strong language from the National Weather Service when they issue these PDS tornado warnings. And this was located over Caledonia, 7 miles east of Columbus Air Force Base, moving at 35 miles per hour. So I'm actually not surprised that they updated that tornado warning just from seeing those signatures on radar. If you're to the north, let's say you live in Columbus, you're not in that tornado warning. It's to the northeast of you. So if you live in Caledonia, Millport, Alabama, Kennedy, those areas I'm very concerned about with this particular tornado warning. And this is, again, a PDS tornado warning, a life-threatening situation. At least 5,000 of you guys are under this tornado warning. So not a super populous area, but there's still residents that live there that need to be taking shelter. This is a PDS tornado warning coming into portions of Alabama. So we've seen this already, and it's only... we're about to turn to the 7 o'clock hour there in Mississippi. So it's still in the early evening hours, and we've already seen several reports of tornadoes this evening. Some of them already being confirmed as damaging, leaving extensive damage behind. We saw that in Louisiana with that PDS tornado warning. So this is going to be a similar situation to that. You need to be seeking shelter if you're in this area. And if you're down the pipeline, so I'm talking about you guys in Fayette, possibly Berry, Alabama, Belk, Alabama, get ready to possibly have this tornado warning extended into your region, especially with what it's producing now. It could be pretty dangerous coming into those areas here over the next several minutes and even over the next hour or so. So be prepared. These storms, definitely not something to take very lightly, as we're seeing several tornado warnings this evening. And looks like so a new PDS, or they're just updating the PDS. So a confirmed and large dangerous tornado. Yes, that's the one they were updating for both Mississippi and Alabama. This is a PDS tornado warning. And looks like we do also have a confirmed tornado in Jasper County over Vernon. And may also bring some damage over that area. So several confirmed tornadoes already this evening, one over Vernon, Mississippi. And we'll show you that here in just a bit. If you have any questions or concerns in the chat, make sure you're talking to us. Let us know what you're concerned about. But looks like a confirmed tornado. So that's the one that we were talking about here. That's coming into possibly Vernon, Alabama, over Caledonia. And this is along... looks like Highway 16, so I'm zooming into the map here just to get a better picture of this. So on the Alabama-Mississippi border along Highway 17 as well, if you are more familiar with the roads there, the road network, that's where we're currently seeing a confirmed tornado. And it looks like Aaron is seeing a lot of activity there. a lot of lightning activity in his screen. But this situation is turning pretty dangerous really quickly this evening. So again, we're going to keep the radar in here, and then we're going to keep updating you on what's going on. But so far, this is the most dangerous storm. This is a PDS tornado warning in effect right now over Caledonia, Mississippi, coming into portions of Alabama here over the next several minutes, as this storm is getting pretty strong over this area. And we still have that PDS tornado warning. So I wouldn't be surprised if this stays at least for another 30 minutes or so. Y'all need to be seeking shelter if you live in this area. And let's look back on the radar and see what type of signature. So yeah, still a very strong indication of velocity here. Earlier I saw debris ball signature, a TDS signature there over portions of Mississippi and Alabama. And there you have it. And you know, it's still giving us that indication. So that's not what I like to see with these types of storms. A very strong storm still on the ground coming into portions of Alabama there. Not a super populous area, but at least 5,000 of you will be affected by this storm here over the next several minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if it caused extensive damage there. Not sure if he has audio, but it looks like he is doing his drone. Not sure if we can pull that up, Matt. Okay, so it looks like, let's put Aaron full screen there. I don't know if he has audio, but yeah, you can keep my audio.
What's that? Yeah.
Let's go back to the radar, actually.
This direction here is, you know which direction you're looking at? Southwest, right?
I can hear Aaron talking. So we're still tracking this dangerous storm. Looks like it's still on the ground. Let's see. So southern Lamar County now. So yeah, this storm in Alabama, it's still seeing a confirmed tornado. It doesn't look like it has the PDS tag anymore, but it's still on the ground. And I did see a little bit of indication that it was weakening here, but it's still very strong signature velocity there. And you know, as a meteorologist, seeing that, it's very concerning. Still has a TDS signature coming into Alabama. So this storm has actually already crossed the Mississippi-Alabama border. So now it's in Alabama. If you're in Alabama, you're under this tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter now. If you're in Mississippi and you were under this tornado warning, so we're talking about you guys in Caledonia, Columbus, you are out of the danger zone for this specific storm. Now, doesn't mean you're out of the danger zone for the evening. We're still seeing some strong storms being produced over this area. But as of right now, that's just a confirmed tornado near Steens, Alabama, coming into that area. And if we zoom out here, you can see still several tornado warnings, although most of these are radar indicated, where you're seeing those purples, those dark peak colors, those reds, very strong storms coming into those areas. So just north of Laurel, Mississippi, you have a tornado warning there as well. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but so it looks like as of 6:36, just 10 minutes ago, there was a confirmed tornado here over just to the north of Laurel. And this is for, let's see what counties these are for Jasper County. And this was a radar confirmed tornado. So it looks like there is a chaser there now. Jordan Hall's on this storm. Not really seeing much. Of course, it's dark there. It's after sunset. Really hard to grasp or get good visuals unless there is lightning there that illuminates this type of storm. If there was a tornado on the ground. But again, this is a confirmed tornado there in southern Mississippi. And if we turn on the velocity layer, let's see if we get any velocity signature. So not seeing, if I turn on the other radar, maybe I'll be able to see it better. But you still have several tornado warnings being issued. And of course, the one that we're definitely concerned about is the one up here in Alabama. Now has crossed that Mississippi-Alabama border, and you're still seeing that very strong indication of velocity there. Very concerning. And a lot of you asking about cities like Birmingham, Huntsville. So in this tornado watch, Birmingham, you're not under that tornado watch just yet, but you're starting to get in on all this rainfall. Be prepared for strong storms later on this evening. And in just a couple of minutes, I'll give you a quick radar update on what to expect heading into the overnight hours. I know Huntsville, you've been seeing a lot of activity there with the rainfall coming into those areas. But right now, what we're concerned with is the storm in that Mississippi-Alabama border already crossed into Alabama. We're still seeing this very strong indication of rotation there with a TDS signature. It just tells us that there is debris being lofted into the atmosphere. And so that means it is making way for damage across this area. So we were seeing a very strong indication of that. Still seeing a little bit of that on the correlation coefficient, but not as strong as earlier. Doesn't mean that this isn't a very dangerous storm, but if you're in, let's say, Belk, Fayette, Berry, Alabama, stay prepared and stay alert. You may get in on this tornado warning. They may extend this tornado warning into your area there. And so it looks like they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning over those areas that I was just reading. At least until 7 o'clock p.m. So half dollar sized hail is associated with the storm. So if you are in these areas, if you're under the severe thunderstorm warning, just be prepared for the storm to come into your area. Okay, so a lot of you asking about areas in Mississippi. So let's give you a quick update on what's going on there, because we still have, so we have this confirmed tornado here coming into Alabama, but we still have several tornado warnings, guys, in Mississippi this evening, and even one specifically down here in Laurel, just to the north of Laurel. So Laurel, you're not in a tornado warning, but if you're in, let's say, north of Laurel, Pachuta, Mississippi, and on Highway 59, or I should say that's Interstate 59, that's where we have a tornado warning currently. This goes at least until 7:15 p.m. So you have at least another 30 minutes on this tornado warning. This was a confirmed tornado earlier in the evening over that area. Let's give you a quick update on what's going on here as we're crossing that Louisiana border. This is a tornado warning that was issued earlier. That was a confirmed tornado. Doesn't look like it's on the ground right now. So let me make sure that. So northwest Tanassas, Madison, and northwestern Franklin parishes, looks like there is another confirmed tornado near Bakers, or 15 miles northeast of Winsboro, moving at 50 miles per hour. And so this is the one we're talking about. Looks like they just updated it to a confirmed tornado here. This is a damaging tornado, ping pong sized hail being reported with this storm. So again, this is another confirmed tornado. Again, this is the same one that produced that PDS tornado earlier in the evening, dropping another tornado over portions of Louisiana and coming really close to that Mississippi border. But if you live anywhere in this area, so we're talking about you guys in Louisiana there, let's get the population number there as well. And so looks like they did extend that tornado watch, which I was wondering if they were going to do that. But if you live anywhere in Yazoo City, Philadelphia, Mississippi, Brookhaven, Mississippi, Columbus, Mississippi, the tornado watch, so this is a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, has been extended into the 2 o'clock a.m. hour. So not surprised to see that. Was wondering if they were going to do that just because of the amount of activity I'm already seeing now. And this tornado watch was supposed to expire here in the next 8 minutes. So this has actually been extended into the 2 a.m. hour. And a tornado warning being issued over portions of Louisiana right now. About 3,000 people are in this tornado warning. This is an observed, and this is for Franklin Parish, Madison Parish, and Tanassas Parish. Again, this is an observed tornado. Not a huge population, but if you live anywhere in this area, definitely be seeking shelter immediately. And so let's give you a quick update on that new extension of that tornado watch. So tornado watch means if you're under that, be prepared for storms. Again, some of these cities, unfortunately, have already seen what the storm can produce, and you're still seeing that extension of that tornado warning. So I want you guys, if you see a tornado or under a tornado warning, don't let your guard down. You're still expected to see this activity at least until 2 a.m. this tomorrow morning. So still several hours to go with this event. And let's put on that tornado watch here, just to give you an update on this. So this is the area so this outlined area here was extended till 2 a.m. Areas in Mississippi, or I should say Alabama, but even central Mississippi, your tornado watch, this is a PDS, has been extended into 2 a.m. for tomorrow morning. So still several more hours if you live in anywhere of those cities. So again, I'll read them off if you didn't catch that earlier update. So we're talking about you guys in Cleveland, Mississippi, Greenville, Yazoo City, Jackson, Brookhaven, Natchez, Louisiana, Tallulah, Louisiana, Bastrop, Philadelphia, and unfortunately Columbus, Mississippi, all under this PDS tornado watch that's been extended until 2 a.m. So again, this is going to be a long duration event. And, you know, people concerned about areas in southern Mississippi, if you're somebody asking about Hattiesburg, you guys are under this tornado watch at least until 11 p.m. So yes, we're still expecting activity later on this evening in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So let's give you a quick timeline or quick timing. And then maybe we'll go to Aaron's stream because I'm not really sure where he is, but I'm pretty sure he's on some of these tornado warnings that have been issued, and I'll leave this one up here. This is the latest one that has a confirmed tag with it. It's still confirmed there. This is a damaging tornado confirmed in Louisiana. Also a damaging tornado that was confirmed near Stearns here. And you're still seeing a lot of velocity or rotation in that, but it's not as strong as it was earlier. So let's actually turn this on. And you can see there that tornado warning still ongoing and still seeing a strong indication of rotation. You were seeing that out as it was coming into Mississippi, now in Alabama. We did have a TDS signature, just tells us that there is debris being lofted into the atmosphere. And so let's time out the impacts. Now with this new extension of this tornado watch into the 2 a.m. hour, let's show WSI there in a full screen, Matt. And let's time out the storm. So this was just indicating to us that there might be some debris loft. It looks like not as much as it was earlier, but okay. So we have WSI now, and this is looking over the next hour. So you can see a lot of activity there in southern Mississippi as well. You're already seeing a lot of the storms bubble up. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of this, but look at what happens around midnight. We're still seeing a lot of that storm activity, maybe more of a damaging wind threat here, but we're still could see some rotation within these storms. But then as we progress into at least until after 2 a.m., you're seeing that sort of line of storms coming in, and that's where we have that damaging wind gust threat coming into Birmingham, Alabama, let's say, and even northern Georgia, at least after 2 a.m. And that pushes into portions of Atlanta for the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock hour there, and even heading into just south of Birmingham all the way into southern Mississippi. So I know you guys in Hattiesburg and southern Mississippi, you've been seeing a lot of this tornadic activity. You're still going to see a lot of that activity well into the early morning hours tomorrow in form of a line of storms. And then really after the morning commute, I think that's when conditions will start to improve. And let's say after 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, I think most of you guys in Mississippi will be out of the danger there. But definitely this is going to be a long duration event. You're still expected to see impacts well into this evening and into the overnight hours. So definitely be on alert if you're in that area. You could be under a tornado warning. Just know what to do when you're under that tornado warning. Okay, so let's go back here and give you a quick update on what's going on. Let's put on the radar again, Matt. the MyRadar app on our screen. And then if maybe, not sure if we have audio with Aaron, but looks like he's still driving. Okay, so let's put him full screen for a little bit here and see what he's up to, and then we'll come back and update you guys on these warnings. At least as of right now, we have 3 tornado warnings and 2 actually confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. None of these are PDS, and looks like they have lifted that tornado warning that was in Alabama. That was a PDS tornado warning, but now we have new tornado warnings coming into Winsboro, Louisiana here. That's where we had that tornado warning. Confirmed tornado was located 15 miles northeast of Winsboro, moving at 50. This is a damaging tornado being reported in this area. And then we have, let's see, a tornado, confirmed tornado near Bakers. And this is the same, I think it's the same tornado that we were talking about. So yeah, looks like, so the latest update in Jasper County, and this is in Mississippi, a confirmed tornado was located near over Paulding, 60 miles west of Quitman, moving at 40 miles per hour. So let's see where that is on the map, and that is the new tornado warning being issued over that area. So actually, this is the tornado warning that is over this region right here, and this is for very small tornado warning, about a population of 800 here, but this is a confirmed tornado in Quitman, moving at northeast at 40 miles per hour. So it looks like we might have lost Aaron's stream a little bit. Is that true, Matt? Looks like it's frozen there, or it's going in and out. Okay, so I'm not really exactly sure where he is right now, but last time we checked in with him, he was in Louisville, Mississippi, and that's where we had a confirmed tornado earlier in this evening. And pretty much anywhere in Mississippi, this atmosphere is just conducive for this. So you're still going to get tornado warnings well into this evening and into the overnight hour, as this continues to be a very dangerous severe weather event across portions of the Deep South. So let's put up, if we can, Aaron's stream, if it keeps going in and out there. Yeah, it looks like he's going into an area that doesn't have good signal there. Which, it's the tricky part about chasing in this part of the country, is some areas are very rural, so you don't get as good signal, but as he continues to drive, it goes in and out. Okay, so looks like, okay. So let's give you an update on this new tornado. So it looks like they did extend this tornado warning, and that was the one that had the confirmed tornado there in near Paulding. So at least as of right now, it doesn't look like there's a confirmed tornado with this. This is again near Paulding, and this is an extension of that tornado warning. So, okay, so Paulding, Quitman. So they extended this tornado warning into these areas, and let's see if Jordan Hall, this is from accessible in the app, has a good visual. It doesn't look like he does right now, but a lot of lightning activity there. This is again a tornado warning for Stonewall, Pachuta, coming very close. So Meridian, you're in, it's split in half with this tornado warning. This goes until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. A lot of activity coming here, and then they also extended this tornado warning that was in Louisiana, now coming into portions of Mississippi. And this is the one that produced a tornado warning earlier this evening. So a lot of activity coming into these areas. And this right now doesn't have a confirmed tornado, but could potentially drop a tornado. This is coming into Richmond, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Delta, Mississippi. It's right on that border. So Richmond, Louisiana there looks like, and it's coming into Vicksburg, Delta, Mississippi here over the next several minutes. But as of right now, doesn't look like we have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, which is some good news. but again, this might change pretty quickly as conditions are changing very fast. So if you live anywhere in Mississippi, just be prepared for possibility of rotating storms. I know a lot of you asking about Hattiesburg. Be prepared for that. You're under a tornado watch at least until 2 a.m. this evening. And what that means is be prepared to seek shelter if there is a tornado warning issued. So tornado watch just means watch for those conditions. Make sure you know what to do when you're under a tornado warning. And once you're in a tornado warning, because you have prepared, you know what to do. Seek shelter, the lowest portion of your home possible. If you have a basement, that's the best bet. If you don't, I know a lot of you guys across the deep south don't. Make sure you're in the most interior portion of your home, away from those exterior walls, away from windows. That's where you need to be seeking shelter. So yeah, let's pull up some of those safety graphics, because it's been a long evening. I know for some of you guys, and maybe you haven't been under a tornado warning, but maybe you're new to the area, need to be prepared. So let's talk a little bit about that. So that you're seeing up there, Matt has put up, thank you, Matt Highland, for helping me here in the background, but tornado watch and versus a tornado warning. Again, watch means the atmospheric conditions are there for the potential of seeing tornadoes, especially for this evening or even severe weather. So tornado watch means you have the potential, the atmospheric conditions are favorable for seeing a tornado. Now, a warning means it's happening now. There's either a confirmed tornado on the ground or there's strong indication of rotation on radar. And so you need to be seeking shelter immediately. And that's what we're seeing right now. Let's actually put the safety, the house, what to do, where to go when during a tornado warning. So I always love showing this because it really gives you a detailed explanation on what rooms you should be going into during a tornado warning. You have several options here. If you don't know where to go for a storm shelter, I know there's a lot of them in Mississippi, but not necessarily, maybe some of you don't know where to go. Seeking shelter in your home is also very safe, but make sure you're doing it in an area that's there's a lot of walls between you and the exterior, the outside. There are no windows. So usually the best places for that are either a basement. I know some of you don't have basements, but if you don't have a basement, stairs, a closet, a hallway, even a bathroom that has no windows, has no exterior walls, those are your best bets. And once you're in there, to protect yourself, if there's a confirmed tornado on the ground in your area and you know that there's a confirmed tornado, there's a tornado warning, you want to be putting a helmet on your head. You want to be covering yourself with maybe pillows, blankets, a mattress possibly during tornado warnings, because this will help you keep you safe. And then always heed those alerts from the National Weather Service. Of course, hear us keeping you up to date on what's going on. So that's your best bet during these types of events. Be very careful. These could be very dangerous here over the next several minutes. But giving you a quick update. So thank you, Matt, for pulling those up. Of course, Matt is the brains behind these amazing graphics that you're seeing here on your screen. He's worked very hard to keep us up to date with all of this severe weather, and we have these accessible for you guys if you would like us to send these to you, maybe to give you more of a visual what's going on there, especially if you're new to this area, would like to share it. We have it on our social media platforms. So we are happy to share this information with you, especially if it helps save your people's life in your life there. But yes, if you have iPhone, if you have those alerts set on your phone, you should be able to get those alerts on your phone. And that is, make sure you at least have them turned on your iPhone. If there's a tornado warning, it will tell you, or if you have the MyRadar app and if you're under a tornado warning, the MyRadar app will also alert you if there is a tornado warning, and even a tornado watch. But if maybe you don't have a helmet, covering your head in some sort of way, whether that be with a pillow, a blanket, even your hands here. I know when they do the tornado drills at school, I grew up in Texas and we had a lot of those tornado drills in school. They always told us to cover our head with our hands. So that's also, if you don't have a helmet, that's also the best way. And also scrunching down is the best way to seek shelter during a tornado warning. So if you don't have a helmet necessarily, at least try to cover your head with either a pillow, blanket, your hands. That's the best bet to stay safe during these tornado warnings, and especially if there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. So at least as of right now, looks like we don't have any confirmed tornadoes, but we do have radar indicated tornado warnings, and you're definitely seeing that at least 3 right now, with several severe thunderstorm warnings being issued here. And you can see all of that activity starting to bubble up. and a lot of activity here. And it looks like we did lose Aaron Jayjack's stream here, but as soon as we get him back up, we're going to have him on top of me here. And of course, I want to thank all of you guys if you're joining us tonight, watching this live stream with us, with me and Matt Hyland here in the background. We really do appreciate each and every one of you. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. Maybe you're just here to watch the severe weather, or, you know, maybe curious about what's happening elsewhere around the country. No, it's been a pretty active week with weather, with the severe weather on the warmer side, and of course that cold front moving through in portions of the plains, and even some snow across the northern tier. So you're getting a little bit of everything, but you know, it's the change of the seasons. Typically in the fall we do get this, and we're going into the winter season. But of course the severe weather outbreak like this is very rare but uncommon. As you know, unfortunately last year on December 10th, areas of Kentucky did have a very catastrophic tornado outbreak around this time of year. And so although these are rare, it can happen around this time of year, especially on a day like this where we've already seen several confirmed tornadoes. We've already seen reports of extensive damage, a moderate risk severe weather day on we're closing in on the month of November, and especially this one, a PDS tornado watch is also very rare. So that means a very dangerous tornado watch being issued. Very rare for the month of November, but it can happen. Severe weather can happen at any time of the year. And I know you guys across the deep south, you see it year round. So it's always best to stay prepared year round about what you should do for severe weather. And so let's go back to Aaron's feed and check in on him really quickly. Not sure if he has any audio, but you can see him there, kind of just waiting for the storms. Not very much activity in terms of lightning. Can't really see much ahead of him, but looks like he's just kind of waiting it out. You know, this is one of those events where anywhere you are, unfortunately, in Mississippi, you could see a tornado warning, you could see a tornado drop. This is just the atmosphere that's in it. This is just the atmosphere right now. The ingredients are there for this type of setup. And a little bit of lightning coming in there, but you can definitely see a little bit of rain. Not sure where he is right now. He's been driving all over Mississippi this evening. He was in Louisville earlier last time we checked in with him. He's been kind of hanging around the northern Mississippi area where there have been several reports of confirmed tornadoes up there, and even in areas of Louisiana where you were seeing a confirmed tornado there. But still several tornado warnings being issued right now. At least thankfully none of them are confirmed, but we are seeing ping pong ball sized hail near Tallulah, Mississippi. And then even in Craig Springs, that's where we're seeing reports of hail there. So yes, you know, hail can create damage there in those areas, especially in Mississippi. And some of you asking, tornado watch wise, where are the tornado watches issued right now? So if you see there on the big screen, so we're gonna turn on the shape fill just so you can see where exactly those tornado watches are. So these are some new tornado watches that were issued. So this is the new one here that's until 2 a.m. That does include areas of Mississippi. And this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So anywhere in that, from Jacksonville, or I should say Jackson, Mississippi, Greenwood, Starkville, Greenville, portions of Louisiana, you guys are still under a tornado watch at least until 2 a.m. If you're in Hattiesburg, your tornado watch goes at least until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. And you're still going to see a lot of that tornadic activity at least within the next a couple hours or so. And these tornado watches also being extended for portions of Alabama. Doesn't include Birmingham or Montgomery just yet, but all of you guys are under a tornado watch at least until 11 p.m. as well. And that also includes areas of southern Alabama. So really the area that's extended for that 2 a.m. tornado watch, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw other counties in Mississippi or Alabama being extended until 2 a.m., but definitely those same areas, unfortunately, I've already saw tornado damage, are still under a tornado watch. So that means the environment is still conducive to produce these tornadic supercells over the next several hours. So if you live anywhere from Jackson to Vicksburg, even portions of Louisiana, Bastrop, Vidalia, any of those areas along Interstate 55 there, definitely stay alert the rest of the evening. You still have the potential of seeing some of this tornadic activity over the next several hours. And so let's get a couple of updates from the National Weather Service here. Looks like we're seeing a couple tornado warnings right now. Nothing is confirmed on the ground. All of these are radar indicated tornado warnings. And those are, some of these are still ongoing. So you're seeing all of that activity on your screen right now. And at least as of right now, it looks like we have at least 3 tornado warnings, and some of these are severe thunderstorm warned. But let's check in on what's going on with Aaron and see where he's headed, or if we have any audio as well, would like to put that up. Yes, if we can, Matt. Hey y'all, it's meteorologist Eric Lopez. If you're watching us tonight, you've been watching Aaron's live stream. He is in somewhere in northern Mississippi tracking these storms. At least as of right now, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, but we still have at least 3 tornadoes warnings as we speak and a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's give you a quick update on those tornado warnings and where they are currently. So let's actually clean up this the images here and show you where we're seeing those tornado warnings. And let's get a better picture here by turning on the per station radar, which is a very useful tool in the MyRadar app that's going to help you track these storms through the rest of the evening. So right now we have this tornado warning that continues. This has been ongoing for the last several minutes, but this is located in northwestern Clark, southwestern Lauderdale counties. And this is, of course, nothing confirmed on the ground, but it could drop a tornado at any moment. Earlier in the evening, this same storm system actually produced a tornado. So getting confirmed reports that there has been extensive damage from the earlier tornado reports that we were seeing across Mississippi and even Louisiana. So giving you another update on what's going on with this tornado warning that is now crossing into Mississippi from Louisiana. And this is in central Madison Parish, northwestern Warren, and south central Issaquena counties in Mississippi. And this is, again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that's located near Afton, and half-dollar-sized hails also being reported with this storm. So radar indicated rotation within this storm. This is over Richmond, moving into Vicksburg. Not a very strong indication there, but you still need to be seeking shelter if you live in these regions. And now the last tornado warning we're going to talk about, unfortunately, once again, we do have another tornado warning over Columbus, Mississippi. Nothing confirmed on the ground. This is that same area that's also confirming reports of damage from the earlier tornado that was reported on the ground here, but another tornado warning coming for you guys for Loudon County there. And this is just located near Crawford, just to the north of Starkville. So Starkville, you're not under this tornado warning. Anywhere to the east of that is under this tornado warning. Again, you need to be seeking shelter. And unfortunately, these are the same areas that were under tornado warning earlier. So don't let this catch you off guard. This is a current tornado warning being issued for this region. You need to be seeking shelter again in this area. Nothing confirmed on the ground yet, but of course, with these storms being as dangerous as they are, they can produce a tornado at any moment. So that's what we have as of right now. And if you have any questions, I know a lot of you chatting in the chat here across all of our platforms. But if you're watching us on the app, thank you so much. And we really do appreciate each and every one of you that are continuing to tune in to our live stream here. We are trying to provide you the best information in terms of the severe weather outbreak that's unfolding as we speak right now. And so let's actually put on WSI there in the big screen. And let's time out these storms for maybe anybody who's not necessarily in Mississippi, but is wondering. I live in Tennessee. I live maybe even in Georgia, and you're wondering when these storms will arrive over your area. So there we have it there on the big screen, and Matt Hyland back here helping me out with the stream tonight. But you can see a lot of that storm activity continues over the next hour or so. I do want to remind you as well, they did issue a new PDS tornado watch. So that's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So that means the ingredients are there for areas of central Mississippi. So the ones that were under this tornado watch now have been extended until 2 a.m. And it's no surprise because you're still seeing a lot of that storm activity and maybe possibly tornadic activity well into the evening and overnight hours. And then eventually after 2 a.m., this congeals into a line of storms where you still may get a little bit of rotation, but most of this will be straight line winds that could cause damage across these areas, moving into Birmingham and even portions of southern Mississippi and even New Orleans. So New Orleans not out of the thick of the woods just yet. This is a long duration event that will last well into the overnight and even early morning hours. And you're seeing it there at 4 a.m. Tomorrow morning. A lot of this activity already reaching northern Georgia, cities like Atlanta. It's going to be a pretty loud morning here with the wind and maybe even hearing a lot of thunder over those areas. And that also includes portions of southern Birmingham and then coming into maybe possibly into Montgomery, Alabama there, and Mobile, Alabama as well, and then eventually into the Florida Panhandle. So a lot of this activity continuing into the overnight hours there, and that's really the timing of the storms. Once this moves and once we get into Wednesday, a lot of this activity will be in the Carolinas, possibly even into Florida, but after tonight, I think Mississippi much cooler weather and clear skies there, which will definitely help with the recovery efforts. Already seeing extensive reports of damage across Mississippi from the earlier confirmed tornadoes. So very unfortunate event here unfolding across the Deep South. This has been where we've seen several reports of tornadoes, and we're still continuing to see tornado warnings being issued. I'm not exactly sure where Aaron Jayjack is, but he's continuing to drive to track these storms here into the evening hours, and you're about to hit 8 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time there in Mississippi. So, you know, it's been a long couple of hours. We were seeing early reports of tornadoes earlier in the afternoon and now continuing into the evening. So definitely a lot to pack with this storm here coming into portions of Mississippi, and we're still continuing to see those tornado watches. So let's put up the tornado watches here in the big screen as well and show you on WSI. And so there's a tornado watch. I do have to update this. This is now extended into, for some areas, at least until 2 a.m. And so that does include areas of Jackson, areas in Alabama. Your tornado watch was extended until 11 a.m. And so I think after 2 a.m., really, these areas will just start to see a line of storms. You could still see some rotation within these storm systems, but this is where we currently have those tornado watches, and that includes Jackson, areas of Meridian, Mississippi, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Columbus as well, under this new tornado watch, so a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch until 2 a.m. So you guys just stay on alert. You know, you still have a couple more hours. I know it's been a long day, but hang in there. We're going to keep you up to date on these storms over the next several hours here. And of course, taking a look at what's going on radar, if we can still keep up WSI there, thank you. You could see, so it looks like a newly issued tornado warning just to the south. So unfortunately, some of these tornado warnings have been in the same areas we were seeing tornado warnings earlier in the evening. So a new tornado warning has been issued for northwestern Warren County, Yazoo County, Issaquah County, in central Mississippi until 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Right now, no confirmed tornado, but definitely getting its act together. That's why they extended that tornado warning. It's just to the north of Interstate 20 and to the west of Interstate 55, coming over those areas. So definitely located near Eagle Bend, 10 miles west of Redwood, moving at 40 miles per hour. So definitely a lot going on there in portions of Mississippi this evening, and a very active evening across this area. And so looks like the storm might actually be getting its act together there. Of course, nothing confirmed on the ground now, and let's see if we got anything. So yeah, nothing confirmed, but we still have several tornado warnings that are being issued here pretty quickly in areas of Mississippi this evening. So ask your questions in the chat. I would love to answer them if you have any concerns about what's going to happen here over the next several hours. Of course, our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is out in the field surveying the dam, or chasing these storms. His signal keeps going in and out because of just of the nature of where he is, and it does look like there might be maybe some power outages. So let's actually give you a quick update on what's going on there in terms of power outages. So yeah, you're seeing quite a bit of power outages coming into portions of Mississippi. Let me give you a quick update on exactly the total amount of customers without power. And so in Mississippi, we have at least 7,000 customers without power right now as it stands in Mississippi, just because in those same counties where those strong storms push through, that's where we're seeing some of those power outages. So right now, not a lot of people without power, but those communities that were affected by these storms, by these tornadoes, are without power. And so you're definitely seeing that increase across portions of Mississippi. And of course, thinking about those communities that were affected by tornadoes tonight, once we get more daylight tomorrow morning, that's when we really will be able to survey the extent of the tornado damage there in Mississippi. And of course, it's still pretty early on in the evening, I would say, for this storm activity. So, so it looks like now the National Weather Service is updating this tornado warning. Unfortunately, in Columbus, Mississippi, New Hope, Mississippi, and Crawford, Mississippi, an observed tornado is on the ground right now. And this is the same area that had a PDS tornado warning earlier in the evening, now with another confirmed tornado on the ground in this area. And looks like they are issuing a PDS. They were issuing a PDS tornado warning earlier, but this is for Lowndes County, a confirmed tornado located near Bent Oak, 10 miles southwest of Columbus. This is a damaging tornado. So unfortunate to see this once again this evening in those same areas that were struck. They were reporting damage in this area. So another tornado coming for you guys. Make sure you're seeking shelter in this area if you can. Another tornado warning, a confirmed tornado on the ground. Definitely seeing that velocity signature there, correlation coefficient. See debris TDS signature. I do not like to see this in the same area that we're seeing damage earlier this evening. So that's very, very unfortunate to see over the same area. If you have friends that live in this area, if you can put up the MyRadar app up there, Matt, please. That's where we're talking about these storm systems with those that TDS signature there. That means debris is being lofted in the atmosphere. This is that same area, like I said, that was seeing a tornado warning earlier this evening. A very strong indication of velocity. Another confirmed tornado in this area. Definitely seeking shelter again in this region. It's dark. You won't be able to see much in this area, but if you can go to the most interior portion of your home, that's your safest spot for during tornado warnings, and especially when there's an observed tornado on the ground. That's the best thing you can do during these types of situations. And I'm not really sure where Aaron is. Looks like he just keeps driving. I would assume he's in Mississippi, chasing these storms. Let's see. And again, if you have any questions, concerns about where these storms are heading, make sure to get your question in the chat. If you're watching us on the MyRadar app, you want to join the conversation. We're streaming all across our platforms, from YouTube to Facebook to even Twitter. That's where you can find us. Send us your DM on there if you have any questions. We will try to keep up to date on what's going on here. But as of right now, we do have a confirmed tornado, unfortunately, in the same areas that we saw earlier in Columbus, Mississippi. This is a tornado on the ground being confirmed by the National Weather Service in that area, and a damaging tornado at that. This is going to be near Columbus at around 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that's here within the next 10 minutes or so. This is a tornadic thunderstorm that is on the ground right now. And I'm trying to see if we can get any reports on social media about what's going on here. But definitely not something I like to see, especially when the same area was affected by a tornado earlier this evening. And so I'm not seeing any visuals. Of course, it's dark, so I would imagine that there's not that many visuals in this area. Let's see if our storm chaser feed, if there's anybody on this storm. And it looks like most of the chasers are on the other tornado warned storms, but this same storm, it's gonna cross into Alabama as well, just like we saw earlier. This is a little bit more south of that area that we were seeing that tornado warning, the one that was confirmed. But and of course, this is south of Caledonia where we saw that PDS tornado warning. But this is still the same county, Columbus, Mississippi, still the same area that we were seeing that tornado, confirmed tornado. And this is another confirmed tornado that's headed for you guys. And if it can hold together, we'll be coming into Lamar and Pickens County there in Alabama. So if you live there, be prepared, get into your storm shelter. This is a confirmed tornado coming into that area. And we do see that indication of debris being lofted into the atmosphere. A very, very dangerous situation unfolding here in just south of Columbus, over just to the north of Crawford. Yeah, and not something I like to see there on radar. And let's see if we can get any more updates on that. What's going on there in Mississippi? You know, this is a full-on tornado outbreak that's happening here. This closing out on the month of November here. And so I'm looking on social media to see if we can get any updates. So just a confirmed tornado continuing over that area. Yeah, so just reports of tornadoes. Not really seeing any visual of that tornado there. maybe I see, it's just so dark in that area, especially after sunset, and it's about to be 8 there, but you've had many hours of darkness there. I'm not sure if our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is closing in on this storm. He was, I think, just a little bit south of this, but he might have gone a little bit north. He was in Louisville last time we checked in on him, and not really sure where he is now. But either way, you can see a lot of this activity is starting to bubble up. You're going to see this type of activity well into 2 o'clock a.m. Central Time, and that's why they've extended that PDS tornado watch up until then. And looks like we're getting major damage reported from Lowndes County, Mississippi. Major damage in Steens, Woodland. You know, a lot of activity going on there. And seeing the Jackson, Mississippi National Weather Service, you know, they've been pretty good at issuing these tornado warnings. And I'm seeing on the Twitter feed here, their retweets of the damage that was reported in that area. A lot of counties in Mississippi have been affected by some of these confirmed tornadoes. So definitely still a very active evening there. And so let's go back up to this storm. This is right now the only confirmed tornado we have on the ground. Definitely a lot of activity there. Just so unfortunate to see that in the same areas that we were seeing earlier. And power outages are going up here as well. So yeah, if you live anywhere in Mississippi, I know I'm seeing some questions that were coming in about southern Mississippi, and even heading into that Alabama border there. So just unfortunate to see that. Doesn't look like we have Aaron's feed. Looks like it's frozen there, Matt, on the screen. Just trying to get some updates on the storm. Let's see. Still seeing a broad TDS signature there, so that means debris is being lofted into the atmosphere. Bent Oak. Radar confirmed tornado. Yeah, so it looks like we did lose Aaron's feed. He might be driving in a very rural area, so it's really hard to get signal there, but we still have that confirmed tornado on the ground. Again, very hard to get visuals on this storm just because of the nature of the timing of this and where it is. It might be in a rural area where, you know, not a lot of people can get good signal in this area, but we do have that debris signature showing up on the radar. And so that's telling us that this is definitely on the ground. It's definitely producing some sort of damage, as possibly debris is being lofted into the atmosphere. And then we get that, looks like velocity isn't as strong as it was earlier, but you know, that TDS signature, debris ball signature, is still very strong there. And let's see, so this differential reflectivity is also a good indicator of possibly some hail core, or, you know, we are seeing hail in the storm. This is also another feature where you can see where the hail is, and you can see several of these storms are producing maybe some major hail, or did produce. So earlier in the evening, it did produce a lot of hail. Looks like a lot of hail coming in for this tornado warning that's in northeastern Clark County, southeastern Lauderdale County, quarter-sized hail being possible with this storm. But let's go back to the reflectivity here and continue to track this storm, because this is dangerous. And I just don't like seeing this over the same areas that we're seeing damage earlier. It's a little bit south of where it was earlier, but looks like it's again crossing into Alabama. So the same counties that were under that tornado warning earlier this evening, this was just about an hour ago, you're under tornado warning again. And you will be if this storm can stay this strong heading into Alabama here. So just south of Columbus, possibly coming into Columbus, but you can see how strong that rotation was earlier in the evening. And then as it came over this specific county, so this county in Lowndes County, you were still seeing a little bit of rotation, but not as strong. Still seeing that debris, TDS signature, debris ball signature. Not as strong as earlier though. So there it is. It's still kind of there. If you're anywhere in this area, so let's read off those counties once again. So Lowndes County, 10 miles southwest of Columbus. So Columbus, you're about to get in on this storm. A tornado was confirmed with this storm system right now, and you need to be seeking shelter if you're in this area. Still checking up to see if there's any reports here. So we still have that. So we still have a couple tornado warnings still being issued. So it looks like we have several now. Even in areas in even southern Mississippi, looks like a new tornado warning was issued down there, or at least from the Mobile office. And this is for Choctaw County and southwestern Alabama. So we're still seeing that tornado warning down there. Nothing confirmed, which is some good news, but looks like it's coming into areas of Alabama now. And they have issued that tornado warning for Choctaw County and southwestern Alabama there. And this is the same storm that was producing, that I was seeing was producing hail. So that's some damage that you can see with this is hail coming into that Alabama-Mississippi border, but this is a little bit more south. You're still seeing a good indication of rotation within the storm. And still a lot of tornadic activity, even this late in the evening, heading into the 8 o'clock hour Central Standard Time for you guys in Mississippi. It's still a very active evening. Even though we don't have as many tornado warnings as we had earlier, it only takes one, right, to create damage over an area. So definitely seeing a lot of that, unfortunately, in Mississippi tonight. And even in Alabama. So let's see what these new updates are. Still have several tornado warnings issued. Let's see if we can get any visuals. It's definitely gonna be hard to get any this evening. Okay, so looks like we got Aaron's feedback. Not sure where he is exactly, but a lot of activity this evening. He's still driving in Mississippi, I think. Not sure if we can get a city update, Matt, on where he is, but or what his game plan is for the rest of the evening. I would imagine he's still chasing these storms. It's still very active this evening. Let's go back and see if we got any reports here. But the lightning video coming out of Mississippi is pretty impressive. We were seeing that in Aaron's feed, but you know, lightning definitely helping illuminate the sky if there is a tornado, when there's a tornado on the ground. So no new update yet. So let's see. From the National Weather Service, still tracking this storm up here. So they might have just, I don't see that tornado warning up there. So they might have just expired it over areas of just to the north of Columbus, Mississippi. So it looks like right now, at least we have 2 tornado warnings over some of the same areas that we were seeing earlier this evening. And these tornado warnings were going to expire at least coming into this 8 o'clock hour here. So yeah, it looks like the one in the confirmed tornado warning has been lifted. So that's some good news coming for you guys in Columbus, Mississippi. So yeah, let's get some latest stats on this. And again, if you're joining us tonight, leave your question in the chat. Would love to answer them. And thank you for, watching us tonight, keeping us company. Me and Matt Hyland in the background here tracking the storms all evening long. Meteorologist Mike Linden was here earlier, also tracking the storms. And we're going to take you at least through the evening hours here. A lot of activity, We've been here since this early afternoon, and we're in Orlando, Florida, so it's pretty hot over here. And this line of storms will also push into this area later on this week. But in some areas, you guys are experiencing cold air. I was in Texas for Thanksgiving, and it was pretty cold. But I know, it's warm now. But once this front passes through, the temperatures will change. This is a pretty powerful cold front that's pushing through, and this is why we're seeing these types of storms here. And behind it is very cold air. Even some of you experiencing some winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories in portions of the Midwest and all across the West Coast. So you're definitely getting a little bit of everything right now in terms of fire and ice, right? Very cold across the West Coast, but across the East Coast, it's very warm. You have a lot of moisture, instability, wind shear here, and this is what's all leading to this severe weather outbreak that we have this evening. Definitely a lot to take in. I know for you guys in Mississippi, you see this pretty often, but an event like this is rare. And so we're going to continue to track these storms for you into the evening hours, as now you're hitting the 8 o'clock hour in Mississippi, and it's been a long couple of hours, I know, for you guys in those areas. So, the Storm Prediction Center is still concerned for areas of central Mississippi. This event is not over for you guys yet. If you did see a tornado warning earlier this evening, like these tornado warnings have proved earlier, you can still get them. And especially in the same areas that we're seeing tornado warnings earlier, you're still under this PDS tornado watch at least until 2 a.m. So that's going to be a long night for you guys. It's only 8 o'clock there, so you still have a couple more hours until at least this event will be out of your area. And so Aaron is approaching Durant and approaching tornado warning south of there. Okay, so Durant, Mississippi. Or is that Durant, Alabama? I'm pretty sure it's Durant, Mississippi. Yeah, so he's in Durant, Mississippi. So, yeah, he's way south of where he was earlier. And so he's approaching this tornado warning that's actually close to Yazoo City. Yazoo City, I'm concerned again. It seems like you've had at least 2 or 3 tornado warnings this evening. This particular storm, it looks like it's tracking that way. And this is a tornado warning that's now in northwestern Warren County, Yazoo County, Esquina County. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but you still have a tornado warning until 8:45 Central Standard Time. So you still have a long ways to go, producing hail right now. So that's the storm that Aaron is closing in on. And let's see if we can get Durant to pop up here on the map. And again, this is close to Lexington. Let's see where, yeah, so Yazoo City is right there. So you have Yazoo City up here, and then Durant's up there. So you can kind of see it there. He was in Louisville earlier, so he has definitely driven quite a bit of ways to get to this storm. And so Durant is along Interstate 55. And yeah, that storm, it'll take a little bit to get there, but if you live there, just stay on alert down the pipeline. If you're in Yazoo City, Betonia, Pickens, Goodman, of course, Durant, Lexington, you all the possibility of seeing this storm move into your area here over the next several hours. So no surprise that Aaron's going there right now, tracking these storms. And again, this is going to be a long night. This is one of those events where anywhere in that watch box, a tornado can occur. So definitely something to watch over the next several hours. Oh, so John, I was saying earlier, if you have friends, family, you know, a lot of people have been moving around over the past several years. At least, you know, me, for example, I am new to Florida, so we had a pretty active hurricane season. I had to get familiar with what to do with a hurricane season. So same with anybody who moved into a severe weather zone. I know a lot of new residents maybe didn't necessarily have ever experienced this kind of weather before. And of course, the MyRadar app will be helpful for you if you are new to an area to keep you up to date on what's going on. If you're under a tornado warning is when you should be seeking shelter immediately. Maybe a lot of you guys don't have basements in Mississippi, but if you don't have a basement, the best areas to seek shelter are in a stairwell, a closet, a hallway, even a bathroom that doesn't have exterior walls or doesn't have windows either. Those are really your best bets during a tornado warning, and definitely seeking shelter. If you can, cover your head with a helmet, a blanket, a pillow, something to cover your head, even your own arms or hands. That's also the best thing to do during a tornado warning and being in the lowest ground. Now, if you do happen to be in a vehicle or can't get to a building pretty quickly during a tornado warning, get to the lowest level of the ground. So a ditch is the safest area. Do not ever seek shelter under an underpass. It's a very dangerous area to seek shelter. But if you are out and about, happen to be in the middle of a tornado warning, try to get into a ditch. That's the best way to seek shelter during these types of events and during a tornado warning. So, John, I hope this information is helpful for you, somebody new to Mississippi. This is not uncommon to see severe weather. I would always say in the Deep South, severe weather season happens year-round there. Jackson, Mississippi National Weather Service Office is actually one of the ones that has issued the most tornado warnings over the past year. And so, you know, this area very susceptible to severe weather just because of the location and how these frontal systems set up, where the warm air versus the cold air, you know, the cross section of the wind. So wind shear there. Definitely a very active zone for severe weather. So if you're new to Mississippi, you're definitely going to get accustomed to severe weather pretty quickly there. And maybe asking your neighbors or friends that are in Mississippi what to do during these types of events. That's also very helpful because they know out of anybody what to do during those events. So let's take a look at this storm chaser feed, and very similar looking to Aaron's, dark out in the field. Not a lot of visuals here. You know, maybe lightning illuminating the sky here and there. But what makes chasing out here in the Deep South so complicated is you have a lot of those high trees. So even if it's daylight, sometimes you really can't see very well just because of the nature of where you are, and especially well into heading into December, sunset's super early, so you're not getting very good visuals of what's going on there during the daylight. So that's what makes it complicated here to get visuals. And just like Aaron's stream, looks like a very similar setup here with that stream ongoing there. So yeah, we're trying to keep you informed here. Ask your questions in the chat. Some of you asking about Meridian, Mississippi. I think you're under a tornado watch until this evening in those areas. So let's give you a quick update on that. So Meridian, Mississippi, you're under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this got extended. You still have a lot of activity there. Now, that tornado warning that you were under earlier no longer is over you. So at least for right now, you're in the clear. But I still want you to stay alert throughout the rest of the evening. You still could get some activity well into this late evening hour. So just stay safe in those areas. That tornado warning, at least over that area, has expired. And we still have several tornado warnings, at least as of right now, 3 that are ongoing in Mississippi. And this is going to be another one of those nights where I want you to stay prepared and safe during the storm. This is one of those events where, you know, we've seen over the evening the same areas being warned with tornadoes. So even though you were under tornado warning earlier in the evening, don't let that new tornado warning catch you off guard, because you may very well be under a tornado warning once again this evening. And so seeing a lot of visuals there of a tornado in Bassfield, Mississippi. So that's some pretty crazy footage coming out of there. Let's see. Yeah, so a lot of chasers were in Bassfield earlier this evening. They caught what looks like a multi-vortex tornado in Bassfield, Mississippi. And that's one of those areas that, of course, was under a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado with it. Crazy to see there. And that's from the storm chaser we were watching earlier, Jordan Hall, who was in southeastern Mississippi. And that's in that Alabama, Mississippi line there. But boy, a lot of lightning I'm seeing with a lot of this footage coming out of Mississippi. And so it looks like I see a new image of a tornado that was on the ground just a few miles of Mound, Louisiana. And that's where we're seeing, so a very grainy image. But you know, this is stuff with the evening hours. It's so hard to see these storms. And this is as of 9 minutes ago. So let's see. So I'm going to take a short break here really quickly, and then we'll come back. We'll leave Aaron's stream up, but I'll leave you with these tornado warnings on your screen so you know exactly where they are as of right now, and you can kind of see them there. And some of the storm chaser feeds, but as of right now, at least, looks like we only have 2 tornado warnings. And again, don't let this catch you off guard. This activity may very well, at least of right now, 2 tornado warnings, but it may pick up here. We're still seeing some of those isolated storms across Mississippi. And of course, Aaron, close to Durant, Mississippi, closing in on these storms. So we'll leave the radar up with Aaron's feed if it can stay. We'll take a short break, and then I'll come back and give you some quick update on what's going on in Mississippi on this night of activity there, with a very dangerous situation unfolding there. Watching our radar feed there, where we still have several tornado warnings. At least as of right now, we have 3 tornado warnings. None of them have any confirmed tornadoes attached to them, but either way, tornado warning means you need to be seeking shelter now. The activity is still ongoing, and we still have a tornado watch at least until 2 o'clock this morning, or tomorrow morning, I should say. Our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, was somewhere near Durant earlier that we talked to him, and he's chasing this storm, waiting for this specific storm. So let's walk you through the tornado warnings right now using the MyRadar app. As you can see, there's a tornado warning just south of Yazoo City. Some of the same areas that we're seeing tornado warnings are seeing them this evening. And this goes until at least 9:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now, Aaron is just a little bit downwind of this storm, Durant, in Mississippi there. And so it looks like he's driving right now on his live stream, possibly towards the storm. And this is radar indicated. So you're still seeing some rotation within the storm, and you're definitely seeing it there. It actually might be getting its act together. So this is definitely one that we're watching right now ahead of a long evening. I know it's already been a long afternoon for some of you guys in Mississippi. Hang in there. You still got a couple more hours of this severe weather. And a lot of your questions coming in here. So thank you again for joining us tonight. I really do appreciate every one of you. If you're watching us, let me know from where. I see some of you from Mississippi are watching us tonight. So hoping this information finds you and helps you throughout the evening. And of course, we're going to be here tracking this at least for another hour or so ahead of this severe weather outbreak. We've already seen extensive damage in portions of Mississippi this evening, and definitely a very concerning event unfolding here. So we do have that tornado warning that I was telling you about that Aaron Jayjack is on. Looks like it is starting to get its act together. It looks like it is rotating a little bit more. That rotation is starting to get a little bit more tight there in portions just south of Yazoo City along Highway 49. But let's check in on other tornado warnings that are currently in effect right now. And one of them actually in southern Mississippi here. And this was issued by the National Weather Service in New Orleans. So definitely coming into close to those areas. And this is a tornado warning for Amite County in Mississippi. And this is at least until 9 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So you have at least another 30 minutes on this storm. And this is coming for portions of Liberty, Mississippi, moving at 35 miles per hour. So this is a new tornado warning that's been issued very close to Macomb, Mississippi, if you live in that area, right outside of that tornado watch area. So even though you're not under a tornado watch, you could still see some of these tornado warnings being issued for your region just because of the nature of these storms and the setup there. And another tornado warning actually in Alabama. This is for Sumter County in Kinterbish and York, Alabama. Right now, radar indicated, but let's take a look at that velocity layer here, and let's see if we can get a good, so we're just right outside that radar zone. So let's turn on the Birmingham radar, and definitely seeing some sort of indication that it's rotating very hard as this is between radars. Let's see if the Jackson, Mississippi is going to pick up this storm a little bit better. But either way, if you live in this area, you should be seeking shelter immediately. This is a tornado warning again for southern Sumter County in Alabama. Let's read you a little bit of those stats here. I always love showing the population zones because it just really helps pinpoint some of those populous areas. So this specific tornado warning that you're seeing on your screen right now has at least a population of 1,000 people. That's still enough people for this to create some damage. So if you know anybody who lives in this area, I'm talking about you guys in Bethany Ward, and that is Lydia, Alabama. That's where we have that tornado warning currently. The next zone that we're going to zoom into is in Mississippi. This is southern Mississippi. That's where we have this tornado warning for cities like Liberty, Thompson, Smithdale, Peoria, Mississippi, and definitely seeing a strong indication of rotation within the storm. May drop a tornado. We don't have anything confirmed on the ground yet. At least 6,000 of you are under this tornado warning. So that's a pretty populous area. And then this last one that we're gonna zoom into is just to the south of Yazoo City, so includes cities like Tinsley, Benton, Midway, and Vaughan, Mississippi there, with about 5,000 of you guys under this tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter immediately right now. This is where we currently have those storms. And so a lot of you watching us tonight from various states and even cities, I know a very active evening. Our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack has been there pretty much all afternoon. We started streaming about, looks like 6 hours ago. So even for us here, we've been here tracking these storms all afternoon and continuing to track them all evening long. So let's give you a quick little timeline of when the storms could arrive in your area. And I'm actually going to zoom out a little bit from this future radar just to give you more of a perspective. So anywhere from Louisiana to Tennessee, let's time out your storms here. And so if you could put up WSI there, Matt, that way we can show the timing of the storms for later this evening. So taking it forward 1 hour, you can see in areas like Nashville, you're already getting a lot of the storms coming into your area in form of rain. I think a lot of the activity will stay well to the south of you, but doesn't mean you won't get in on this rain. It's going to be pretty rainy there in Nashville, at least throughout the next several hours. You can see even heading into 11 o'clock Central Standard Time, a lot of storm activity. But this is when the storms start to form kind of in a line, and that's where we have that damaging wind threat possible over these areas. And then heading into the next several hours, especially into the overnight, this is where we're still going to have damaging winds, but we could have some embedded rotation within these storms. Really by 3 o'clock, most of Memphis and Nashville, you'll be out of that danger zone. But still, if you're in southern Mississippi, even southern Alabama, Birmingham, for example, about 3 a.m., you probably will wake up to a lot of wind and rain. And even in Atlanta, that's when the storms are expected to arrive over your area. And then pushing this out forward into the 5 o'clock hour, looks like a lot of that storm activity well to the south in central Georgia. So we're talking about you guys, if you live in Macon, that's where you're going to hear a lot of that activity, all the way in Montgomery, Alabama, and even Mobile, New Orleans as well. That activity ramping up for you guys in that early morning hours. And really, I think I would say after 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning, most of this activity is out of your way. So let's actually push this forward to noon there and see if we can get an update on that radar. So you can see there, 7 o'clock a.m., most of that activity is in the Carolinas there. So definitely picking up in nature there, and you can see it. New Orleans, Mobile, pretty much by 8 o'clock, most of that activity is well to the south. By 10 o'clock a.m., a lot of the activity is coming into portions, let's say the Panhandle of Florida, maybe even North Florida. So we're talking about you guys in Jacksonville, a lot of rain coming for you guys, Tallahassee, and even portions of the Carolinas. So this storm, this frontal system will push well into those areas, even into the early morning hours. So a lot of activity coming into those areas. And in Tennessee, expect that activity to also pick up here within the next several hours. So there's that future cast radar and what we're expected to see. So we'll let it play out. So in an hour or so, we're still seeing a lot of that activity continuing, but you can kind of see the clouds and where really that frontal system is set up. And right behind this system, so even on radar, there's a little bit of maybe flurry showing up for portions of Missouri and Indiana, Illinois there. So definitely interesting because this is a very strong cold front with very cold air right behind it. And so, for example, like you guys in Texas, it was warm today. Get ready for a very Arctic chill tomorrow. Maybe even waking up to feels like temperatures in the 20s in North Texas in portions of those areas because of how strong this cold front is. And then within the next hour or so, pushing through this area and then eventually into Florida in the Carolinas by tomorrow midday. So let's go back to the app and show you where we currently have tornado warnings. We're still tracking the same 3 tornado warnings here. But thankfully, as of right now, there is no confirmed tornado on the ground. Our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack was closing in on this tornado warning just south of Yazoo City along Interstate 55. As you can see on your screen, he is still driving out in Mississippi, and he's been tracking these storms all evening long. We've been here answering your questions, so make sure to ask him in the chat. I see a lot of you watching us here from Mississippi, and a lot of up in there this evening with several confirmed tornadoes, a very, very dangerous evening across these areas. And, you know, our storm chaser Aaron has been out there for several hours as well, tracking these storms. But what's so hard about these storms is that it's evening. So the sunset there was about, I think, between 5 and 6 Central Time. And so that's the prime time for these storms to get going. And once we get that sunset, especially in an area like this where there's a lot of vegetation, a lot of tree coverage, very tall trees there, you can't really see a lot unless you get lightning illuminating the sky. So very hard to get visuals on here unless you're recording, have a camera. And that's what we were seeing all over social media. Some grainy images of tornadoes being spotted on the ground across Mississippi. So, and even a lot of lightning, you know, lightning can still pose a danger. So stay indoors if you can over the next several hours. This is definitely a storm that you just want to ride out in your home and not go anywhere if you have to, unless you need to go to a storm shelter and familiarize yourself where those are right now. So you can see there those current tornado warnings. I'll zoom out here to give you a better perspective. So just southwest of Yazoo City in Mississippi, areas of Macomb near Coatopa, that's where we have a tornado warning, near Liberty and even near Phoenix, Mississippi. So a lot of activity still going on, and this is expected for the rest of the evening. And, you know, some of y'all, any threat for Atlanta. So for sure, I just talked about that here just a couple of moments ago, but in the overnight, early morning hours, I think your threat will mostly be straight line wind damage possible, a lot of rainfall. If you're thinking about the morning commute, that's going to be the prime time where those storms are going to move through. Maybe waking up to a lot of thunder, rumbles of thunder here and there, and lightning, definitely in North Georgia and portions of Atlanta here over the next several hours. So just stay weather aware. The tornado threat, at least in Mississippi, is over after 2 a.m. But that line of storms, you still have the possibility of seeing some rotation embedded within that line of storms. So always stay alert, especially over the next several hours. And then really after 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, if you're in Mississippi, Alabama, and even parts of northern Georgia, pretty much your severe weather threat is over with. So definitely looking forward to that. I know for a lot of you guys who have already been affected by these storms over the last several hours. And we still have 3 tornado warnings issued here this evening. So quite a bit of activity, and you definitely can see it in Aaron's stream. So if we can pull up Aaron's stream, looks like he's getting in on a storm there. And last we heard from him, he was in Durant, Mississippi. But yeah, you're definitely seeing a lot of lightning. Looks like some construction there as he's driving on this highway. It's trying so hard to see the road signs that he's driving by. But yeah, definitely a lot of activity. So he's coming into a storm right now as we speak. Looks like we did lose his signal. It's going in and out. He's driving into possibly a rural area in Mississippi there. But yeah, definitely a lot of lightning activity. I saw some incredible footage earlier on social media of lightning striking some areas. So lightning definitely a big concern with these storms right now. But yeah, lightning definitely illuminating the sky there. Not seeing any reports, but looks like some of the first images from significant damage has been reported in Caldwell Parish in Louisiana, which is so unfortunate. You're seeing big trees down, pretty much houses ripped from their foundation. So unfortunate to see there. Of course, once we get daylight again, definitely gonna be able to see the extent of the damage there. Again, this is for Caldwell Parish in Louisiana, where we did earlier have a confirmed tornado over that area. Bassfield, Mississippi was probably one of the most videographed, well, at least I'm seeing on social media, of tornadoes on the ground. Yeah, so a lot right now I'm seeing is a lot of that damage that is in portions of Mississippi, unfortunately. So it looks like right now we have 2 tornado warnings. We'll keep Aaron's feed there. I think he's closing in on a storm that was in northern Mississippi, but looks like they just expired. That's that tornado warning. And just a lot of rain coming into these areas. So this is where that tornado warning was. Doesn't look like there was any more velocity or rotation in that storm. So yeah, it looks like very minimal now. And so I don't know if Aaron's audio is up, but Doesn't look like there is a tornado warning there anymore right now. So yeah, just a lot of rain. Like this will be the scene for throughout the rest of the evening. You know, and before, I think we are about to wrap up this live stream here. So if you have any questions, make sure to ask them before we wrap up here in the next 20 minutes or so. Looks like, at least as of right now, no confirmed tornadoes here over the past hour or so. We still have 2 tornado warnings issued right now. Let's see if we can get any chaser feed out there. But if you have any questions here, get them in before the next 20 minutes before we wrap this up. But yeah, doesn't right now, at least compared to what we're seeing earlier in the evening, there's only 2 tornado warnings. But if you're under tornado warning, again, I want to remind you, still seek shelter. Again, with just the capacity of how these storms have produced these dangerous storms with extensive damage being reported. I want you to seek shelter when you're under a tornado warning, especially if you're in Mississippi. It's very important to know that. Somebody asking, so where are the current tornado warnings? So we have 1 tornado warning right now in Liberty, Mississippi. So this includes northeastern Amite County in Mississippi. This is located near Liberty, moving at 35 miles per hour. And so that's one of our tornado warnings. It's the only one that we have right now in Mississippi. And then we do have a tornado warning in Alabama as well. So let's get you a quick update on, so Liberty, Mississippi, Peoria, Smithdale, Thompson. If you live in these areas, you need to be seeking shelter now. That's where we have a tornado warning until 9 o'clock p.m. So you have another 17 minutes or so on this tornado warning. And then in Alabama, so let's go to that tornado warning. In Alabama, we are seeing this tornado warning with about 300 of you guys in this tornado warning. Still want you to seek shelter in Lydia and Bethany, Alabama. Very small tornado warning, but you know, still pretty potent here. And the Storm Prediction Center is still highlighting this area in central Mississippi to even central Alabama for the severe tornado risk. It's still going to continue. They're still expecting some possibly strong storms here. And what makes this dangerous is it's overnight. So the overnight threat still exists. I want you to stay alert. This tornado watch is until 2 a.m. for central Mississippi and even into Alabama, where at least your tornado warning goes until 11 a.m. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of extension here with that tornado warning, with the amount of activity that we're seeing right now. Although right now we have 2 tornado warnings as we speak. So definitely interesting to see. Looks like Aaron has pulled over here. I'm not sure if he has any audio or if he's talking at all, Matt. But he was, last we checked with him, in Durant, Mississippi. So there's a look at all that lightning there that you're seeing in the background. Just a lot of these storms bubbling up here, but it looks like they're starting to get a little bit more congealed there, and you can see some of those storms in Louisiana as well. None of them are warned right now, but you know, they're coming into portions of Mississippi and Louisiana, and this area is under those tornado watches. A lot of rain into Tennessee, Georgia, and even Alabama. So continue to ask your questions. I'm keeping up to date on what's going on here. Just a lot of lightning in Aaron's feed. And if you stuck with us throughout this entire live stream, I appreciate each and every one of you. I know we've been streaming here for about 6 hours now. So, you know, meteorologist Mike Linden and I have split this live stream, but it's still pretty long tracking these storms. Of course, they started earlier in the afternoon. These tornado warnings started firing off as early as lunchtime in portions of Mississippi. So this event started very early in the afternoon. It's going to end very late into the overnight. Again, a long duration event here. And right behind this storm system is pretty cold air. And a lot of you will feel the chill tomorrow. And I know in North Texas, it's going to be pretty cold entering tomorrow. So after this cold front pushes through, a lot of that rain will be concentrated across the southeast, and maybe even some snow across some sort of mixed precipitation across the northern tier of the country, and then a lot of snowfall coming into the west coast there. I know they definitely need all the snow or rain they can get. It's been a pretty dry year, but after this moves through cold air, you're definitely going to feel it there in portions of the plain. So let's I'm curious to see what the temperatures tomorrow, if anybody's curious. So a high temperature across Mississippi. So it looks like you are going to be well in the 60s tomorrow. And I know today it was pretty warm. But tomorrow, you're definitely going to see 60s to 50s all across the Midwest and even Texas. And then by Thursday, a lot of the East Coast. So we're talking about highs in the 50s for a lot of you guys in Louisiana and Mississippi, and even portions of Georgia all the way into the Northeast and the Carolinas. It's going to be pretty cold into those areas here over the next couple days. So after the storm system pushes through, you'll feel very cold air. Okay, so somebody asking about any updates in Columbus, Mississippi. So what I'm seeing now, at least, there is some damage reports coming out of there. At least as of right now, there isn't any active tornado warnings, but we're still seeing quite a few tornado warnings. And it looks like they did extend this tornado warning for areas of Lincoln County, Lawrence County, and southeastern Franklin County in Mississippi until 9:45 p.m. So that's the extension of that tornado warning that's south of that area. Nothing confirmed right now, but this is near Smithdale, Mississippi, over those areas. And so really these are, I would say, 2 tornado warnings issued right now. Not sure where Aaron is. Looks like he's just getting some lightning footage this evening. So a lot of activity into these areas here. But after this moves through, guys, it's going to be cold in those areas, and that just tells you the amount of activity there is. And so, at least right now, we've had 16 reports of tornadoes, 24 reports of hail, 21 reports of wind damage. So 16 reports of tornadoes. That's pretty crazy there. Over areas of Mississippi. So I wonder if I could pull this up on WSI here and give you an update. So Matt, if we can put WSI there, here are where all the storm reports, at least over the last several hours, were in Mississippi. So you can definitely see it. Even in Louisiana, there were confirmed tornadoes there earlier this evening. This is the activity that was happening there now. 16 reports of tornadoes. And this activity is just going to shift to the east. So, this is still an event that you still need to be paying attention to. And of course, if you're new, maybe found us on YouTube or Facebook and happen to run into this live stream, download the MyRadar app. It's going to help you throughout the rest of the evening, definitely keeping track of these storms. It'll walk you through the next several hours over these areas. So you're definitely going to want that over these areas. And it'll help you, especially if you live in Mississippi. Maybe you have friends and family that live there. Maybe suggest this app to them. Very useful. This is what we've been using to track storms all evening long. And so it's even useful for us here and, tracking the severe weather and especially the severe weather threat across Mississippi. We are located in Orlando, Florida. So, we've been through 2 hurricanes in Orlando, Florida this year. And this app definitely helped us through that. We've been live streaming over the past several weeks, it seems. The weather just is on a roller coaster, and it seems like we drastically went from hurricane season, which officially ends tomorrow, to now severe weather season, which, it's not abnormal to see this type of event or this type of setup for the months into fall. But, this type of powerful event with several confirmed destructive tornadoes. Is a very rare event for this time of year. And, we have this event because of the clash of the seasons. There's definitely a lot of warm air, moisture, allowing moisture to come in that cross section of the wind. So wind shear, instability, all those ingredients came together for this severe weather event. And right behind this is why you guys heading into Wednesday and Thursday, you're going to feel major cool down in Mississippi. This is because of that strong cold front that's behind these individualized cells. So definitely a lot going on here in terms of the weather, a lot to keep track of. And of course, we're going to keep you track across our social media platforms throughout the rest of the evening. So it's important to know that here's where that new tornado warning is, or tornado watch, I should say, new tornado watches that are up until 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. So that means if you live in the zone from Jackson, Meridian, or I should say Jackson, Columbus, Greenwood, these areas, you're under this tornado watch at least until 2 a.m. So stay alert, have those alerts turned on your phone. And of course, we'll be keeping you up to date on social media here over the next several hours. But a lot to pack in. And answering some of your questions, see if you guys have any more. But I think we are going to wrap the stream up here. I hope you guys stay safe in portions of Mississippi. You have any questions, you can always find us in our social media platforms. We're going to keep you updated. Of course, if there's any new tornado watches that are issued, which I wouldn't be surprised if some of these got extended, we will inform you throughout the rest of the evening. But at least for now, I think we're going to wrap this up. We still have 2 at least tornado warnings issued for both Mississippi and Alabama that go well into the 9 o'clock hour. So stay alert, stay safe, and ask your questions on the chat, and we'll see you back here next time.